the Whaling Consortium. Build to last. The Whaling Consortium. Builder of nations.
Engaging Bifrost Array.
Good morning and welcome to the 2026 Circuit Breaker Invitational. This is the America's Pod starting today with Swiss rounds. We have about 55 players, I believe, today. My name is Andre from the Metropol Grid. I'm really excited to be here with you today, and I'm joined by Abraham, Man of the Moon. How's it going?
It's going well. It's a nice morning. I'm just here for a few rounds, player and event organizer, and excited to do some commentary.
Very cool. Maybe you had a long night last night. Anything cool happen?
I made the cut for the CBI in the APAC pod. I took third. It was a nice,
Let's
nice day.
go.
Nice day.
So I guess we should explain what's going on today. So this is a weekend that we all look forward to throughout the whole year of Netrunner. So if you're a Netrunner player and you played an organized play that has a tournament of at least 8 people, largely is what you need, you can get an invite if you win that event to the Circuit Breaker Invitational. That's this weekend. So players from all around the world are going to be competing on an online invitational only event. We have 3 pods, and while APAC was last night, there's about 35 players. Right now, we're going to have the Americas pod, and then later on today, technically today, I believe, is the EMEA pod. And the top 5 players from each of these pods will be advancing to this Circuit Breaker Invitational final alongside our reigning Circuit Breaker champion from last year, Kikai, to even out that's top 16. It's a really fun event because it's super international. It's also like one of the major events. Like I know you ran one just about was it a week or 2 weeks ago? That's Post Worlds and this like new ban list that we recently had a bit of an experimental ban list. What's your read so far on the meta that you saw yesterday?
It's interesting. I played Alco because I didn't think that I thought that a lot of the decks that were strong at Worlds that didn't have false lead were still going to be strong, or like didn't have Matryoshka. So like I played my Hoshiko, like a slightly iterated version of my Hoshiko deck that did pretty well at Worlds, didn't have Matryoshka, and then I just picked one of the top decks that I thought um, like matched my playstyle and didn't have false lead. So I played an Alco that was scoring instead of kill. I was just looking at the like diversity of decks.
Yeah.
We had quite a bit of ob. We have quite a bit of ob today. We had actually almost no ob
Yeah.
yesterday.
There was like 2
Ob
obs yesterday out of 35. I was super surprised.
is really interesting. Ob is the most popular corp deck here. I mean, Scrobs is a really good deck. I was heavily considering that, but I felt like that deck works out more as like draw basalt and then you can like maybe win, and if you don't draw basalt early or they like find it in R&D, you just like kind of lose that game without a basalt score. But yeah, there's a lot of ob and alco today. Restoring humanity, that makes sense.
Yeah.
The
It's going to be
six,
interesting to see how different things are across today, yesterday, and the following day. It is worth noting
Yeah.
that you do not have to be a player in that time zone, in that region, to play at any of these events. You only have to pick one, whichever one makes sense for you. So I'm assuming we're going to see more America's players today, but it's not a guarantee.
yeah, for sure. I mean, I know that like I prefer playing in the APAC events. I feel like that works pretty well as a West Coast
Yeah.
player. And then I know even the APAC pod had OF1515, which I know is a very strong German player.
Oh, yeah.
Who it's like 2 a.m. start time, but my guess is that OF15 might be the TO for the EMEA pod is my guess, and that's why
That would be my
on.
guess too. They do some great TO work. Hey, speaking about the rounds, I guess we're going to be starting just in a moment. I don't know if you've seen the pairings yet. I need to show, I guess, the identities, but is there a pairing that you want to see?
Let's see. Look for some names that I recognize, and I also was noticing there's a lot more Zaya in this pool than I was expecting. Zaya is the second or the third most represented runner ID, tied with
Ooh.
Lat, which is very different. Yesterday it was Hoshiko and Sable, and today it's Hoshiko, Lat, Zaya, which is like pretty surprising to me. So I think it'd be interesting to see one of those Zaya games.
Yeah, let's see what we can do.
What's going on with that.
Unfortunately, we don't currently have like the do not stream list available to us, so we're gonna have to like poke in our heads and like see if that's cool. In terms of the Zaya matchups, I guess, do you want to maybe jump into table 3 and see if that's ask them if it's okay if they want to be streamed?
We could take a. Ooh, there's a Mercury in here, which is kind of cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. We could do that.
Thank you.
I'll jump in. I'll find table 2 and.
Super appreciated. Yeah. If you're just tuning in, this is just the beginning of the Circuit Breaker Invitational. This is the America's Pod. Give us one moment as we get ourselves sorted out here. But we're going to have, I think it's 8 rounds, and we're looking to get the top 5 players from today. We'll be joining the top 5 players last night and the top 5 players from tomorrow, alongside Kikai to be the top 16. I believe that event happens next weekend. Maybe it's in 2 weekends from now. I probably should know that. I'll correct in a second. But I believe it's coming up relatively soon. We'll have 16 players vying for that Circuit Breaker Invitational champion. Yeah, I want to see if we can see the info on the breakdown if we have the chart yet. Are we good?
Table 3 was no.
Okay.
I mean, that's the issue of not having the stream list yet.
Yeah. Apologies.
Look, I think I said no to the stream list. I was like, oh, well, I don't know that.
Maybe just so that we can get something rolling. We have maybe table 9, which is Laura on op versus That's No Man Hoshiko. That might fly.
That would probably be good.
Would you be able to
we
jump
also
in?
do have
Yeah.
we have a yes from table 2 if you want. Otherwise, we could go ask.
No, let's do that. Let's do table 2. That's cool.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I guess. Oh wait, yeah. This is still a Zaya deck. I mean, I haven't seen much Atea too. This is
cool.
an opportunity to do something that's probably going to be pretty different from the rest of the day. I don't know. It's round 1. You get the stack of players isn't quite as organized yet. You get something.
All right, let's see what we're looking at. This is Atea, an identity we haven't seen too much in the last standard season. 4515. You only have 2 remote servers, but when you put a card in or in front of one of the servers, you can put a card in front of one of the other ones for free, which is quite cool to get that click compression. And there's a lot of really good tricks that came out in the last little while, whether it's things like Tattoo Bola, where swap is installed, or even modernly, things like Mersha make a lot of sense with this sort of deck. And we're looking like we're spending some influence on purple. Tranquility home grids, and I think regions in general are a really hot commodity to get some additional value from installs.
Yeah. You get so much value out of something like a Tranquility home grid with a deck that's trying to install things, every turn. The things that you can do with Atea are really interesting, and
Yeah.
I've tried a lot of times to make different like combo or value Atea decks work, and I'm hoping that we end up with some more tricky cards, kind of like in the vein of Moonpool, but that like function a little better with the type of agenda suite Atea wants to run instead of um, like Moonpool lends itself to like a lot of agendas, which then you often don't have as much ice, so it makes it a little more difficult to do in Atea. But
Speaking of tricky cards, Mitra Amon Access from HQ. That's not getting trashed, but that card technically isn't a Tea Fire, let alone you can deliver the worst ice for the worst face check. Zyre player
yeah,
here, Fame Wolf, has the Carmen down, which is the one scary face check. You want to run into a Sentry when you're not prepared against Jinteki, but looks like we're going to be charging down at least the Regolith, only with 6 credits. That's a 7 credit full server. So the Tranquility Grid is actually very quite important as an econ card here. We'll see if Fame Wolf has the ability to run it back in the next couple clicks.
yeah, for sure. I'm really gonna be curious. I mean, so far we've only seen like 3 of the cards in the Zaya deck, but I mean, it could just be like regular. I did see
I think that's the read,
just
right?
regular value, but
Because like there's a lot of those tag me Zaya decks, but those decks usually don't play a lot
Mhm.
of resources. So I'm assuming Dr. Nuka doesn't always fall in that. So maybe we're closer to reg than like the tag focused stylists that have been a bit more popular at the last New Year Showdown.
Yeah, it's definitely. There was there's this list that was popular called on NRDB. I'm just gonna send it from the New Year's Showdown that got 4th, playing like collecting some tags
Yeah,
with transfers, and you it plays 2 manuels,
that's the one.
and you're just try to get in.
Now
It's cool.
Regolith coming back on top of the Tranquility. I don't believe we got an Atea trigger this turn, but Spin Doctor enters server 2. Server 1 again, iceless so far. And RPT is going to be discarding down, whether that's a way to fix hand size, discard some agendas. But our board state is really strange for just about any kind of corporation game that's not asset spam, which is not exactly what you're expecting in Atea.
Yeah.
Nuka
Makes
drawing
sense.
up. We have Sure Gamble into Kurapira, now straight sending with a transfer of wealth. Hoping that this is not an end the run code gate. And at 14 credits, this can
Yeah.
be any ice in the format. Looks like it's a Tattoo Bola. So that's going to soften a fair bit of the economic damage from the transfer of wealth. Get a Kurapira counter on the way in.
Mhm. It- Another Tattoo Bowl is also another fantastic card in Atea.
So good.
Since it got swapped back to hand, there's very good chance that it'll end up on the remote server
Yeah.
section of the board, because that can do so much work. It's not just making you money, it's also giving you installs, which is a very cool thing in Atea.
Looks like we're comfortable here floating a tag with no resources. The only Jinteki card I think you'd be scared of is Mindscaping, and I don't think a single Mindscaping is worth doing the net damage. Charlie Casador chased out of HQ for 2 credits trash. Mind you, Zaya does get the 1 credit back. And with the tattoo now in hand, that's usually the card you end up accessing there. We have the ability. Oh my god, it is a Mindscaping, but played for card draw. Okay, yeah, you're not taking the net
Yeah,
damage. Yes.
yeah.
I don't know if this says that we're playing like some of the big snakes that you can, and hoping the tags actually stick, but I'm not convinced that Fame Wolf is going to be floating a lot of tags here.
Play the transfers. We could clear the tags if we're against something we know is going to try and kill us, but
Mhm.
for the most part, it's like a lot of value if you can play your transfer for net 9 and then not have to deal with the tags. You just deck build around that limitation. So it's making me think like, oh, what cards can I put in my deck? Kind of in the vein of Mindscaping, but more like, oh, can I put a planogram in, or
Yeah.
can I put like greasing the palm? Like, what are these cards that let me that are still quite useful if the runner's not tagged, but if they're bothering to float a bunch of extra, like playing their transfers and not clearing their tags, can we like exploit that and like kind of even the field? It's kind of interesting.
So removing the tag and then drawing up, maybe that insinuates that there's no like tag removal cards in the Zaya deck. Just doing double open market chain. Now, centrals are buttoned up, at least the ones Zaya cares about. My guess is archives actually might have points in it. That Spin Doctor looks like it was happy to overdraw and discard. And when the corporation seems to be floundering, getting those agendas back into R&D is actually a pretty big priority to kind of ruin their card draw. And for what that's worth, the Taya is like very card draw dependent if you want to do a Taya tricks.
Mhm.
2 regolith
Yeah, for
clicks,
sure.
and just a credit, taking 7 credits on the turn, passing right back. No forward momentum here, but 25 credits. Whether you're worried, I believe it's, what is it? It's like 7 credits to break a Cloud Eater with your Carmen. Is that the worst face check you can imagine here?
My goodness, yeah. I mean, I'm surprised that we just let that regolith
Yeah,
get all the way mined. That's like
it's a lot of money.
that. It was been sitting there for a long time, and it's just that's a lot of money. This, I think, so we've seen enough cards from the Zaya deck to know, no, it's not at least the same deck
Yeah.
that played in the New Year's Showdown. We have the Dr. Nuka and both the open markets are different. So
Yeah, this looks like just like
some,
reg criminal. So I'm assuming we're gonna see Hermes' boomerangs. No surprise there. For influence, probably twinning, I guess, alongside Chesva and maybe a companion or two.
mhm.
I'd love to be surprised, but that good stuff, sort of like criminal fundamental build, is like still some of the most fun you can play in Netrunner, whether it's in Zaya or whether it's in the consistent consistency of Sable.
Yeah, I mean, I think that Zaya just has a nice element. You get 40 card deck, you get to be like a little bit, you get to just have a little bit more consistency of drawing your strongest cards, and then it's fun. You like put your Docklins down, play your Jailbreak, and gain for $3. It's a lot of fun. So
Spin Doctor getting popped post mandatory draw to shuffle in this first Spin Doctor in the Charlotte. We're getting our first Atea trigger. Cool thing here is you can actually do it after you draw with Tranquility. It looks like we chose to do it in the other order. And Moonpool, it's fast advance. This might just be a straight fast advance deck. So Moonpool, you can technically install clicklessly on the turn. We've seen Sokka play this list very early on in the new Atea meta,
yeah,
throwing out 3/2s, Sericulture, and the Flower Sermon, a very powerful 4/2 for this fast advance combo.
yeah,
And there's just a 3/2 with just blank text. We had a click left over there. We could actually dividends this, couldn't we?
that's interesting. Yeah, I don't. I mean, that I think the fact that we didn't dividends and we decided to take a
Whoa.
credit when we have 23 or 21 credits at this point definitely makes me think that this deck is almost only going to be fast advancing,
Exactly, yeah.
right? Like we would easily spend 1 credit to get 2 advancement counters on a different turn, or like
Yes.
2 credits, right? You look for credit.
All of
But yeah, that's
these dividends agendas, they're all like end of turn. Yeah. So the agenda has to stick on the table, but this means we need central pressure, transfer wealths, HQ. Now we have the coffee cup, full set of breakers, empiricist, 5 credits to break this. It's just like the Anansis of yours. So this is going to be 2 with coffee, 3 from pocket. And now you're making 7 credits back with a transfer in Zaya. So as long as you do the math of clearing the tag, this is a very profitable run as well. Third regolith at HQ. I don't know if you trash that just to get more better accesses in the future. Looks like it is going down, and we'll see here if we clear the tag with 2 open markets. That's how we're going to pass the turnover. RPT down to 12 credits. We'll see if we can send out
went
another
from
fast advance.
25 and then down to
Yeah.
12. And one of the interesting things about playing fast advanced Jinteki right now is you have so many 3/2s. You
Yep.
have, I think it's 7 3/2s, and then you can play 2/1s or the flower sermons. It's just a really interesting position to be as like a fast advanced deck. There have been very few times. I think that Wayland had it for a while, but there are like
Yeah.
very few times when your your faction just has access to that many 3/2s, which just like makes certain types of fast advanced decks like more viable.
Yeah, the question is whether you need your agendas to have text, but just rolling forward in points, like obviously that will close the game eventually. We'll see if Fame Wolf can get down some multi-access, whether it's a twinning, a Waken Plan, even a Dawkins Pass. Hermes already will do a bit of damage, maybe opening up R&D and making that server another angle of attack. But here you definitely want to see a lot of cards because things like Moonpool, you can disassemble them by just like removing the agendas from the equation. Looks like Bravado straight into the ice. We'll see if it's a big one. It's just the Tattoo Bola, maybe the one we saw earlier. So cheap Kurapura counter as much as RPT is going to get 4 credits back and probably a swap.
Yeah,
Ooh, no swap.
the value of
Never
the
mind.
tattoo bullet is great. One thing to watch out for though is with the Kurapura tattoo bola, it like feels great early, but then like it functionally blanks all of your other barriers if you just keep using the tattoo bola. So like you keep getting value, you keep slightly taxing the runner, but then you can't really use Boto. You can't
Yeah.
really use these cars that you're expecting to be really expensive. Like Boto costs Kurapura, like once the threat text is live, costs Kurapura a lot to break that. And but if you've collected some counters on Tachibolas, it's a totally different story.
Ooh, double install with Atea, one in the remote server on top of an upgrade. The upgrade we did see is Mitra Amon, which I'm not sure what is the worst thing that she can deliver. But here, this is reading like a Charlotte, which we saw in the deck. I'd be surprised if you install advance anything else in a fast advance deck. Maybe you want to push out, but single ice, one upgrade. Let's see if Fame Wolf just calls this straight up. Looks like we're not even running it, just getting our twinning charge off a class act install.
Yeah, it's interesting. I feel like this is a situation. Yeah, the Charlotte's good here, but if we had over advanced that agenda, we could have
Sericultured it? Yeah, it's so good.
Because we could have just clicked for credit then. So
Yeah,
we're just
exactly.
down one credit.
Yeah, that's cool.
For the advancement, and then we could have just sericultured our Charlotte.
Oh,
and
RPT picked the wrong Charlotte option. That should be an easy fix, I'm pretty sure, as much as we're not judges. But this card usually start a turn, you're not going to get 3 credits on trash it. You're going to get 4 in the card draw.
Yeah. There should be no state change.
Yeah, it's totally fine. So we don't know what's
the new undefeatability.
Yeah, I haven't done that. I don't believe that's real. I can't believe that's real. That's incredibly
good.
It's
something NB Kelly, hero of the Netrunner community and #1 maintainer of JNet, has added a bunch of new functionality, including undo pateability. I think that's been in the game for like 3 months.
That sounds about right.
It goes back to the last pateability window. So like there's a lot of different situations, but if you like pop your SMC and do something wrong or what, you can just undo the pateability window without undoing the whole run or what. So
it saved me hours of my life by this point if I learned it earlier, but here we are. Looks like Charlotte is going to get 4 credits on a card draw. Server 4, we honestly don't know what that card is out there. It's not the 3rd regolith they're accounted for. Cohorts kind of make sense for this list, but not entirely. We haven't seen any of the shifting upgrades or the sysops, I believe they are, which are pretty common for Atea. Things like Adrian Sayas, even sometimes you'll put a Vovo Zeti. Those are really fun kind of value installs, but that's just out there. I don't know what that is. Hey, we got the pressure. Dawkins pass. After Charlotte is drawing some cards, there's likely there's an agenda there. It's not going anywhere else. So we'll see when we cheaply break this. It's only a 2 credit break after you get all the refunds off coffee and Zaya's text.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, when you expect a deck to be fast advance, especially like I read this corp deck as like a very heavily fast advance deck.
Ooh.
Whoa, Bass, that's cool.
That's cool. That's a very cool clickless install for 3 influence. Now, we are going to be bouncing the remote server. Saw 2 barriers, otherwise Tattoo and Samak after using the Docklands on top of the twinning. So Fame Wolf now going to clean getaway this. If this is actually an end the run, like an Anoetic, but I'm pretty sure we think this is a Mitra. So this run is going to get its landing on 6 credits.
Yeah, that makes sense. But yeah, since we expect this deck to be primarily a fast advance deck, goodbye server. Attacking HQ is like usually the strongest thing you can do. So
yeah, Moonpool requires to keep the Moonpool to keep other agendas in hand. HQ pressure incredibly strong. Second Tranquility. Yeah. That makes sense. I think now we've seen 3, 4, 5, about 8 influence, half the influence in the deck. Maybe if we're on a full play set of this, but peer review. Wow, we can peer review with Bass and like actually do some cool stuff.
Yeah, that's interesting. We also have the Bass is really cool because I
think we're using it right now.
Yeah, we can install the Bass and install the our
Sericulture.
2, and the Bass functionally turns into nano management for 1 less credit.
Now, that is the awkward thing about peer review is you show the whole hand or all but one, and you want to do that at the end of your turn. But here we have to do it at the beginning. So now our runner knows the hand is 3 pieces of ice and 1 unknown card. Dr. Nuka going to be drawing up R&D wide open. Our big priority here on the runner side is to use the Chesva every single turn. You need to get your once per turn 20 counter. It's the most important thing here. So at a minimum, you send R&D, you just boost your breaker and see the top 2 if you want to break lock. But Waking Plan means like we're focusing more on HQ, losing a boomerang.
Yep.
Perfect. R&D run here. Let's see if we boost. You need a boost here. Looks like we got a whoops in chat. So yeah, as long as you're spending credits during a run, you can spend them however you want with the Chesva. You'll get the 20 counter. Oh, actually, we meant to run HQ. Right.
We're gonna go see those 3 ice, I guess.
Yeah, this is a bit later value, right? Like it charges the Waking Plant. I guess if RPT draws an agenda, it's not going anywhere. So like I get this. It technically uses the Chesva.
Yeah, makes sense.
I think both of them are like pretty reasonable.
You make more. You get the Waking Plant counter is really, really reasonable, and you get more.
Yeah, Docklands and Saya.
You also get 2 credits with Docklands. You get
That's kind of cool.
it functionally only costs you 1 credit, and you build the Wake and Plant counter. So, or I guess there's the opportunity cost of the credit you'd get if you ran R&D from Saya, so like 2 credits, but
So my guess is now
still,
we know the whole hand, besides one card, which is an unknown ice, and the top deck, because it's Samak, Tattoo Bola, Pure Review. My guess is a second
yeah.
Tattoo Bola, and then whatever was top decked. So it's not like anything is going anywhere anytime quickly.
Mhm.
A double install, Taya only works for remote servers, so we did pay full click, full price. My guess is just a pair of Tattoo Bolas, as much as Samak Simon is a 3 credit break for Kurapira.
Yeah. Wouldn't be surprised to see the Samaximum on R&D. It just costs it like
It's annoying.
it turns the run from being free and a cure pure counter to at least like 1 credit with the chest weapon.
Yeah, my guess
I
is
think that the
RPT has enough money to close the game on 21, so it's not like you have to really juice those Tattoo Bolas for those 4 credits.
yeah. And we have
Clicking
I
for
think the
credit.
runner's more like yeah,
Bravado now in the remote
more.
server. Or sorry, into Centrals. There's the Botu. That's the one card that was unknown. So we are on threat 4. This is a 6 strength. We'll see if RBT plays the whole game dodging, rezzing those cheaper barriers, because this thing is expensive. This is going to be, what is it, 5 for strength, 3 to break. That's 8 credits. We're actually credits short of breaking all of this. So you might have to tank the 2 net damage and not get the Kurapira counter.
Yeah, that's cool. I mean, we like are missing 1 cure pure counter from turning this from like $1 million into nothing.
Ooh,
So,
full fire all. Yeah, I guess that kind of makes sense to some extent. We're losing a transfer there, but the Botu is going to cost a card from even the runners or the corporation's hand, 2 from the runner's hand. My guess RPT threw out a Tattoo Bola there because, yeah. The good thing about the Botu is you do break it fully once. You did technically break it twice. So Fame Wolf keeping the credits to make sure you get that 2 for 1 on the next turn is actually pretty rad, especially because the agenda's probably not going anywhere.
yeah. Also, if like this corp reses any of the tattoo bolos or
Yeah, it's a problem.
even the Samax run, you get like a free Boto break, which is more money than you spent breaking those ice. I don't know. It's Cure is such an interesting icebreaker. I like it a lot.
Fame Wolf's economy is so dependent on running cheaply, and now the servers are getting relatively taxing. Boomerang, hopefully on HQ, is going to help out. If that's what you want. This is what you want. You want those big chunky code gates, and things like a Teeny or Vampire Nasa are kind of perfect because as much as Unity does boost 1 to 4 strength, this is a 5 credit full break. I'm assuming we'll just boomerang parts of this that really hurt and just get through the Empiricist for the refund off the Chesva.
Yeah. But next time you want to run HQ, it's going to cost you a bunch.
So Botu or Vampire Nasa were both of the unknown cards on the turn before, which means the hand is kind of known here. You're still getting Awaken Plant. I think there's 1 unknown card in hand, and then it's 1 barrier and maybe 2 barriers. But this is not a huge information run, I don't think. This is more about charging and getting Zaya to just do Zaya stuff.
Yeah. We're just like getting value. We get 2 credits back. Yeah, we get our 20 counter at our weight counter, and we get to see both cards. Yeah, I think we
There you go.
know.
Yeah,
We
those
at
were the
least
cards we
know
knew.
the tattoo
So our
is
radius that
probably.
sorry?
I was gonna say probably the tattoo's thrown out,
Yeah,
but I guess
exactly.
there's a chance it could enter.
RPD now drawing up unknown with the pure review. We probably need 2 card combos to fast advance. So we're looking at 2 more copies of Moonpool. We have some unknown influence for more basses or other fast advance tech that you could have access to. The Moonpools do require a lot of different cards in hand, so I don't know if we're super scared about that. But we'll see what St. Famewolf needs to do to make those cheap, efficient runs. We only have 8 cards left in the stack, and this deck has no like long-term permanent economy, which outside of companions, like that's not really a thing you can do in Criminal. Oh, this deck has a maintenance
Yeah.
axis. That's in the bin. That was actually would have been a pretty sick draw at some
Ooh.
point here. I think we
Especially 'cause
lost
right
that to
now with
Botu.
with Twinning and Docklands, we are able to see the whole hand, basically, or at least four cards if we want. So it's pretty threatening for a fast advanced deck to just, especially if you're trying to collect multiple agendas in hand to score.
Exactly.
And the runner can just like look at your whole hand. That's pretty terrifying.
So Famel has been drawing up. Again, the first draw is filtered. We have a sure gamble in there. We're running archives. Again, it's so important that you just boost your Chesva on a central run. You need to charge the twinning every single turn. It's your biggest priority here. And there we go. Not sure we're expecting to find anything super valuable in here. I'm a virus, purges nothing. We do see the tattoo bullet being thrown out, and looks like a peer review is also thrown out at some point alongside that extra Mitra, which the amount of ice this deck has, I'm not sure exactly what the Mitra is doing, unless the answer is obviously some cool Atea trick.
Yeah, yeah, I'd be curious to know what that's.
Oh, simulation reset. Whoa. So we're trashing 3 from hand, and now we can put that same amount of cards back into the deck and then draw.
Oh,
So here we can easily dump the peer reviews, which we might not need. We can dump the barriers, the cheap barriers, which we definitely don't need. And looks like you can even see in real time RPD highlighting it was a Bass, a Regolith, surprisingly, and a Spin Doctor. So a bit of fast advance, a bit of card draw, and then actually a fair bit more money.
money's good. I mean, yeah, it's interesting. I was trying kind of half-heartedly to make like a rush PT deck that did play a bunch of simulation reset and just a ton of money. It didn't really work. I did not play it. But it was kind of fun because you're like, oh, you're just like drawing and playing cards, and then you're like, I need different cards. Like, just trash the whole hand and draw new 5 cards. It's like it's an
I'm interested
interesting operation.
to see where the pressure is here, because the simulation reset is like draw 3, right? As soon as the corporation draws like more than 2 cards in a single turn, the chance of there being an agenda in hand is like relatively high. We did Mindscape, which is 2 more cards, as much as you can put an agenda on top of R&D, as much as that's also pretty frightening sometimes. But we looked at 5 new cards this turn. So Fame Wolf deciding where to put the boomerang. This is actually the highest value HQ run we've had in a couple turns. We'll see if that's where it ends up. It is relatively expensive. I think you can maybe tank some of this Vampire Nasa. But
Yeah,
very important to figure out where this boomerang is going.
yeah, for sure. I think I'm knowing we're a fast advanced deck that's trying to collect agendas, and knowing that HQ is gonna be the most like tempting it's been in a long
Oh
time.
yeah,
I'm curious if you use that mindscaping to actually put one of your agendas on the top of your deck.
I could see it. If your hand's really, really bad, I think you have to do it. We haven't seen any 3-pointers, so this also might be a deck that's running 10 2-pointers, which makes a bit of sense with Moonpool, or even 1-pointers, and just say you have to hit 4 of 10. Looks like
Yeah.
Vampire Nasa is getting the boomerang, so which 2 subroutines if you want to break on here? You can still break with Unity. Looks like we're not going to do any of the credit stuff, so we're going to take 2 net damage and let the corporation draw 2 cards, which sometimes is frightening, but oh my god, that hit a Steelskin Scarring, so actually a fair bit more valuable for the runner. We get so
That's
much
cool.
information here, whether RPD draws or not, and drawing into an HQ axis where you can see 5 cards, your guess is that the corporation was not in a good spot before they drew. So I'd be tempted to dump the twinning into this for sure.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I think there's so many fresh cards here,
Yeah.
and you know that if you don't steal the agendas, like this Atea player is not trying to make a remote. Like they put 1 ice in front of a Charlotte, but otherwise the plan is to fast advance. You need to get these agendas out of the hand and into your score area. Otherwise, I lost a yeah.
The start. Now, this does add ice back to the hand because that's what we have to balance. Bass now for 4 credits. If you trash this, well, that's one way out that they can't score out. You can't trash moon pools, but again, after this run, we did dump the Dawkins. We're going to be getting 5 credits back from Zaya, which is it's pretty cool.
I think you have to trash this Bass.
I think you do, yeah. Any
because-
win con, you have to get rid of.
Yeah, the Trank is sitting there, and it's the other issue with the Bass is like with this many cards in hand, I would not be at all. I would not be surprised at all if the Corp doesn't score with Moonpool, and then the Bass lets you score without holding more than 1 agenda in your hand.
We're going
So
for a
you're
haymaker here.
more likely to sneak it by.
That was only a 4-card axis, apologies. But now, even on this turn without the Cheswa, we're going to R&D. We're going to be dumping those wake counters. Try and get as many axes in a single turn because HQ only barfed up 1 point. Deeper we see. Yagi Uda, we're on game point into the next Yagi Uda.
More agendas in
Huge.
R&D than
8-card
than
axis in a single turn. We'll take it. There must have been more agendas in hand. I'm assuming we got a bit unlucky there, but RPD, they're hoping to draw the combo pieces in the right order and against criminal aggression. As much as the economy there has bottomed out a bit from Zaya, pretty well played.
Yeah, it looks like these two are friends.
Yeah,
in
I think
person.
I've gleaned from chat that they play in the Texas meta, somewhere in Texas. So they play
cool.
against each other regularly, which is really, really cute.
Do we? Let's see. I wonder if we have much time left. I can check the.
Yeah, I'm assuming we have enough time to jump into something. So I reckon we'll just jump into a table that We're pretty sure streaming is okay. Would you be able to
We could
maybe dive
check
into
with
table 13? It's Diogenes versus Hams.
yeah, the other one I see is Cybershark and Wikonometry would be
That's cool too.
interesting.
Yeah, whichever one
I'll check,
makes sense.
I'll check with that.
Thank you.
Uh,
Both players are from Austrian. Thank you, Chris. If you're just tuning in, by the way, my name is Andre, hailing from the Matchball Grid. We're here on the Null Signal Games channel. If you want to give a like to the stream, that's super appreciated. But this is just halfway through, just about round one of our America's Continentals, or sorry, America's Circuit Breaker
we're good.
Invitationals. We're good? Thank you. It's table 26,
Yeah,
right?
yeah, Cybershark and Wikonometry.
Thank you.
Pretty sure.
All right, complex board state. Let's try and unpack this. Restoring Humanity cares about archives, and Class Act is going to be, or sorry, Sable is going to be checking archives here on the mark. MIC going to be broken with Shibboleth and a lot of coffee. We're only on threat 2, so Shibboleth does have good strength here. Looks like we break this for 5. We have no clicks left, so you actually can break this for 2 and just see Wiki if she's going to throw the MIC and open up archives. One face down here, it looks like we're just trying to turn off the economy, so not a huge reason to throw a 6-cost ice at your opponent.
It's really interesting how late into the game and how developed this board state is for both players, and
The
only 2
points.
points are in Spurious. Yeah.
Yeah, 18 R&D,
Yeah.
2 points. Wiki must be totally flooded, and with 3 ice on HQ, I think that has to be the read here.
Yeah.
Hansei, 6
That's-
credit econ card. We also can't
But,
tell
like-
exactly the agenda suite. We see humanoids, which I think means we're more likely to be on Proprio negation list than maybe
Yeah.
the 5-2 Sisyphus kind of
Mhm.
stink.
I think it makes sense to put, yeah, the one off-world office also makes me think that there's not going to be the Sisyphus protocols, because you're
Yeah.
going to be, well, yeah, I guess it goes either way. I don't know. But
Whoa, this is a
It's
knickknack
interesting.
deck. I don't know if I realized this. I was like looking for multi-access. This is a knickknack
Oh,
list.
whoa.
So I'm assuming Cybershark has been selling like all copies of Class Act and stuff like that. If we check the
Yeah.
bin, there's a twinning in the bin. It looks like it was only ruined recently, so I don't know whether that was discarded. But yeah, there's not that many expensive things to knickknack. I wonder what we've been knickknacking in this list. Kind of neat.
Interesting. Yeah, for sure. I mean, the only thing, like, there's a boomerang in the bin, but that's probably not been sold. There's 2 Class X, so we probably knickknacked both the Class X.
Yeah, that one I can definitely see, but I'm assuming you want like open markets and other weird stuff, right? Like where you get it down to 1 and then sell it.
Yeah, for sure.
Speaking of the
That's
boomerang,
interesting.
R&D is the mark, but HQ is where the transfer of wealth is going to go in. Boomerang through the brawn. That last subroutine or first subroutine, it looks like we're going to click through.
Yep.
I
We
think.
got double shifts though, so we're like running centrals all day long.
Oh yeah. You got your Mystic. Your deck is now only a boomerang, so that cheap install hopefully is going to be saving more money than breaking costs. Looks like we will click through the first subroutine. Wiki can riz just about every ice in the format here. We'll see if she wants to, and we're assuming the single access on HQ should convert to points. There's 17 cards in R&D. We're looking at only 18 agenda points because it's probably a 44 card deck, but we're still missing 16 of them. No res. Vemper and Nasa now on the innermost.
We're in an interesting position as a Sable player, because if we decide to clear this tag, then we have a lot of cards in our deck, or in our hand we're gonna have to discard, and then we have
Yeah.
no more deck left. And we don't. I guess I assume we have another twinning.
Maybe we
Maybe,
rip a
'cause we're
Fuji
the-
here and care less. Oh, just a Botu, not even an agenda.
Yeah.
Now, I can't imagine there's that much time in the round. So, again, if you win on points, you win on points here. It's up to Wiki. She needs to make a play in a remote server. And with 14 credits,
for sure.
it's going to be tricky here. Judge just popping in for
Yeah,
a
it's-
second.
We have 9 minutes left in the round. I
Okay,
think.
cool. That's enough time to definitely get points on the table.
Yeah, for sure. We're not super pinched, but we'll probably run R&D
R&D.
here. Gets one more card out of our hand, which is really useful.
Maybe this is 49 card RH. That's been called out by Koga and Chad. I can't add the math up, but maybe this is closer to 20 points. That would be even more surprising considering the agenda score areas.
20.
This Botu is expensive. We're still sub threat 4, but Kurapir is going to break all of this for 6 credits. We are getting 6 credits back from the clean getaways, kind of. Saisentan now with the Echelon at 3 strength is 3 more credits here. We are going to get the click back, so it does make this a click cheaper. But we need to expect the points to be somewhere. like right here.
This run
No, not
this run
even.
gets pretty expensive. Because we don't have our Chef's refill, right? Like
Exactly.
making one run a turn is like, oh, it's so much easier than 2 runs a turn, even with the clean getaway. We went from 14 down to, but the corp has 2 credits, and a 2 credit corp is unlikely to be scoring agendas anytime soon. So that's really good.
Now, do you have to clear the tag here? Like, I'm not 100% sure if you have to. Like, I don't think these resources really
Uh,
matter with 1 card left in the stack.
yeah, none of these resources. I mean, the only thing I'm gonna be doing with these resources is selling them
Yeah,
to
to Nick deck, you're right.
to
So just
the
trash Nick deck, you're done. Yeah, selling
Yeah.
the Nuka
I
when
mean,
it draws your whole deck is like kind of funny.
yeah, that is really funny. I mean, you get the card draw, you're like, yeah, we're not gonna click this nuke, we're gonna sell it and draw our boomerang. Get our credit back.
HQ is the mark here. The top deck was known, so we know 2 of the cards in HQ. Doesn't matter, we're going to check it. I'm assuming we just might full click the Brawn and save our Chester credits for the Vampire Nasa, making it functionally basically free. With the Waken Plan installed last turn, we did drop a Transfer of Wealth, I think the final copy. So these HQ runs are a bit more impactful here. Just checking, it looks like all Transfer of Wealths are
Yep.
in the bin.
Yep.
Triple click on the Bronze. Second Ice still not getting res. Vampire Nasa has some pretty bad subroutines. This card is really hard to break. But luckily, Shibboleth only
Mhm.
boosts once. So altogether, if you want to break all of this, it's 6 credits for them coming from your pipe and hot
Yeah.
coffee. There's a Proprio.
Yeah, I mean,
Huge jump point here
okay.
because now Wiki, with time coming around the corner, she
Yeah.
needs to score 2 agendas to have a chance here. And with the amount of time, let alone 6 credits and that Hermes bounce, it's only going to get a bit harder. I wonder actually if you bounce the server 1, just to say you don't have a remote server here, because running HQ matters, but Cybershark can kind of just sit on his hands and get credits and like wait out the inevitability.
For sure. I think that, I mean, I wonder if it has anything to do with expecting or knowing something about the board state that we
Yeah,
don't
yeah.
know,
That's not
but yeah,
uncommon.
I would agree that ice on HQ hasn't been rezzed. My guess is it's a low strength barrier,
Mhm.
because that's it. We have a Brawn and a Boto, and if we res like a Samak or a Tattoo Bola, we just start losing to
Yeah.
the counters that the Cure Pure picks up, right? My guess is that ice was probably never going to get rezzed. So at least if you throw one of the remote ice back in the hand, it takes an extra click and a credit to get back to the same board state, which seems more useful um, than bouncing an ice that is already not being rezzed. So
We have a 5-minute warning here. Card in the remote server wiki does another Hansei, and she is getting the 1 credit per turn from Restoring Humanity. Now, Shark is down to only 8 credits, and while you probably could back engineer this card in hand, I honestly, with the alt arts, it's a bit hard for me to figure out what's going on there. They are labeled. We'll maybe figure out what we want to do with that on the stream in a bit. But with 8 credits, all the money that's largely going to be used here is Chesva. And when Sable wants to run Centrals, this remote server is way more expensive than any other run you can make this turn, as much as Wikio has only 12 credits to res this ice.
mm-hmm.
R&D is the mark here. Botu now 6 strength. So the Kurapir will buy 1, get 2 free, I guess. No, you know what I mean. But we're going to charge our
Yeah.
Kurapira. Saisantan, you can't always tank this on the last turn if you need to save 3 credits, but we're going to be calling event and breaking for 3.
Yeah, seems reasonable. Get a
Proprio,
click.
6 points up now
Nice.
to 0. Wiki, we get the bounce. Let's see if the card in the server is getting bounced or opening that server up by bouncing an ice. It looks like we're going to go for the latter. And
Yeah.
that's all the
Oh.
points we're expecting. They had to be somewhere. 9-0 Wiki
Yeah.
getting locked out there by the criminal pressure. Well played to both great players.
Sure. Seeing those 2 agendas in R&D makes me think that
She
Wiki might have
doesn't
been
have
less
any.
flooded than we thought. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think she saw the agendas. I don't know. Maybe the 49 card deck that should be like reasonable, but yeah, I agree. I think we might have missed a lot of central pressure and just coming up with very little. So they're probably really stacked in R&D there. Well played.
Yeah. I mean,
All right.
That's never enough.
That can be how the game is. I'm going to just check really quickly. So there's probably only about 3 or 4 minutes left in the round. So I don't think we're going to jump to another table. I think I'm just going to take a second to review some of the stats from yesterday. Again, if you're just tuning in, my name is Andre from the Metropole Grid. Man in the Moon, do you want to introduce yourself?
Sure, I can introduce myself again. I'm Man of Moon, Abraham. I'm a West Coast US player. I played yesterday and took third, so I'm I got a spot. I get to hang out and do comms and
Heck yeah.
not worry not worry about having to win Netrunner games until next weekend. But yeah, I also organize events. I organize the Showdown Series events, and they're just keep being more of them. If you like online Netrunner, if you like watching, if you like playing in these events, check them out. They're
They're great
just
events.
more this year. Yeah.
They're massive events, yeah. So yesterday, that's when you played. We had about 35 players. In terms of the breakdown, it's actually I'm gonna guess a fair bit different than today. We saw a fair bit more HB yesterday, is my guess. You mentioned that we saw like no op yesterday, and that is totally true. There was like 2 op players, and today it is the
Yeah.
predominant corporation identity, I believe. On the runner side, the kind of expected split, and I think in our top cut or our top 5 from yesterday, we saw no Shaper. As much as we saw Hoshiko, we saw Criminal, and I think we saw Seb come in. Shout out to Analyze Chris. But if we jump over
Mhm.
to today, which is almost twice as big as a tournament, which is, generally how it goes, still just the top 5. If we go to our tournament standings here again, see how big that Wayland part of the pie opens up there. Op at 12
Yeah.
players, followed by Ayuko, and then we're getting Restoring Humanity. Even Build to Last is in the top 3 in terms of identities
Yeah.
represented, which is not what I expect from an America's crowd.
I was surprised by that. I thought that I would expect to have seen more Epiphany,
Yeah.
from both Epiphany, winning Worlds, and then it's just been I've a lot of people talking about it, but yesterday there was only one Epiphany, and today there's still it's the most represented MBN ID, but there's more Built to Last than there
Mhm.
is Epiphany, which like really really surprises me. So
I don't know if Epiphany doesn't see too much play. It seems like more of a European deck than an America's deck. There's a couple players that have been like playing a lot of Epiphany here, but it's not super common. But it has been performing. Did Epiphany make cut yesterday? I think it did. Maybe I'm wrong.
there was only one. I mean, I'm not
It
sure.
did. Williams, yeah, 5th spot. Making it in. So
The one
very, very
Epiphany,
cool. The one Epiphany player made
100
it.
100% cut conversion for Epiphany
Yeah.
yesterday, and it could be today as well. I mean,
Could be. Yeah, it's all top 5. Let's go. So on the runner side, we're actually relatively even when it comes to faction identity or faction diversity. I would be really excited for Shaper to really pop off today. Otherwise,
yeah,
not too many surprises. The numbers get relatively small. The top is the Hoshikos, the Lats, even the Sables being less than Zaya. That's kind of the weird thing on that side. But
yeah. So Sable was the most or the second most represented
mhm,
runner ID yesterday. Pretty sure.
that sounds right.
Um, yeah, it was actually tied. It was tied for first. So Sable was tied for first yesterday, and then today there's more Zayas than Sables. That's like one of the main things that was jumping out to me when I was looking at the ID spread. I was like, whoa, that's a pretty big difference.
For sure. The question in chat is how are they working out top cut? So it's just locked in. It's the top 5 from each area. Yeah, to some extent, there's more players playing on one day than the other, but also there's more rounds on one day and the other. So it's a bit of a hard thing to kind of like work out in the wash. So it's just the top 5 from every day. So we're gonna have 5 players today going on, and then 5 players once EMEA finishes in. I think it starts in about like 12 to 15 hours. I'm not 100% sure. It's not the time zone that makes sense for me, but looks like we're going to check
Yeah.
standings really quickly. I'm not sure if we're going to have to throw to a break. It looks like all our reports are in. So we have half the field undefeated. The other half still has a long way ahead of them. It is 8 rounds today. So I do not know what the math is. Top 5 cut out of 55 players is really, really difficult. So I don't think we're going to see things like intentional drawing until maybe the penultimate or final round, depending on how hot that top player is. But it is the
Yeah,
beginning of an exciting and long day of Netrunner. So buckle up. Round 2 pairings are
for
up.
sure.
Do you want to make a call here?
Exciting. Yeah, I'd love to take a look at what we've got.
Please.
Ooh, that's a um. Oh no, that's not the. Let's see. Oh, interesting. Okay, I have a. I have 2 friends on table 5, which are local Seattle
Yeah,
players, and it is an
I was gonna
Epiphany
suggest
deck.
that. That actually seems like a good choice.
Yes, that's I think I'd lean towards commentating that game.
Do you want to jump in and check it out?
Yeah.
Otherwise, one of the options is table 12 is Wiki versus Franzi. Franzi has the deck list of the week right now with a Synapse list, which maybe is even changed.
Ooh,
It performed well at the New Year's Showdown that you ran just a couple
yeah.
weekends ago. And Wiki, obviously, a fantastic player. I guess we just got to see a bit of her court play.
Yeah, I mean, I think it would be fun to catch that Synapse deck. I'd be curious to see this Epiphany deck.
Hmm,
And I had um, Kablushi was actually over last night hanging out while we were playing in the APAC pod,
cool.
and uh, being a little cagey about the deck. So I'm curious to see what they're brewing.
If you want to pop in and ask, that's totally cool with me. Just yeah, if you could tell us if they're cool with it, we'll swing the cameras over there, no problem.
Sounds good. I also think Epiphany is interesting, especially after the.
Y-
Wait, did we get a? Wait, am I looking at something wrong?
What's that?
Oh no, I was looking for the wrong player. Sorry.
Very
Table
cool.
5. I don't see it up yet.
So like we did take a break between the rounds, but I just want to shout out that I spent some time animating some of the art coming from Vantage Point to get us like these interstitial between rounds. And one of them you might have seen already on the stream. It's a card art we haven't seen yet. It's like new to this Continentals. Or sorry, wow, I keep saying that, to the Circuit Breaker Invitational. It shows two characters in an alleyway in some like striking kind of purple clothing. I know it as art number 4, but that's as much as I know. So hopefully you see some really cool Vantage Point art between
That's
rounds.
cool.
Yeah, very cool.
We're good to stream table 5.
Thank you. Okay. Let me jump over there.
Mhm.
All right. Welcome back. This is round 2 of our Circuit Breaker Invitational. Epiphany already has a counter. It looks like we're lagging behind in a warm reception. Some HB influence coming down to server 3. Hoshiko getting the flip. Epiphany gets a counter when you steal or trash, and that counter can be used to look at the top 3 and install one of those cards, preserving their order, which gives you so much power, whether it's things like Stoke the Embers, whether it's knowing with balanced coverage, whether it's like setting up a Holloman play from the top deck. There's so many things you can do with it, let alone the fact that it protects the top of R&D. You know what's there. So kind of really important for the runner to have the ability to threaten to see 2 cards to make that a bit of a problem, let alone the federal fundraisings, which also kind of fall into the same camp.
Yeah. Epiphany is one of my like favorite designs on a corp ID. I think it's a really interesting way to incentivize assets that's tempo forward. I feel like so many of our asset incentivizing IDs like CTM and Gagarin of old disincentivized the
Interaction, yeah.
protected the
Yeah,
assets
yeah,
and
yeah.
disincentivized. I think that the trade-off of if you trash my card, I'm gonna get this like powerful ability that I can use for like Central's defense and like combo potential, I think is like really, really cool and a really like well designed, but also like functionally pretty simple idea. I really like Epiphany.
Yeah, it's really like I've had so much. Ooh, it looks like we're gonna maybe pop off here. We're revealing an artificial crypto crash, 2 bounce coverages, so that is in hand for sure. On the other side of the table, mind you, Ghost Tongue was installed and
Both.
passed,
Yeah.
discarding an Eye for Eye, which is another card you're somewhat frightened to see for a deck that does want to leverage some amount of things like Oppo Research and Tag Punishment to make sure tags are relevant. As much of the ice we're expecting should tag here. But this Ghost Tongue, we'll see how much money it makes compared to a Mystic Miami. It's really nice to have those cheap events, as much as events are not always the best thing at dealing with assets.
Yeah, I mean, Ghost Tongue is it's it can be a lot of money. It's a credit for every operation or every event you're playing.
Mhm.
We also had somebody shout out in chat that, like, are we on Begamot? Like Begamot, I mean, you have to take a lot of core damage, and we're not playing Essa, but like Begamot, if you can get that strength up
It's
or use
good.
like a leech or something, it nullifies so many different barriers that would be really, really exciting to see. And I wouldn't put it past Kablushi
Yeah, you're the
to
barrier matchup in like op, you can totally beat. Holloman is on the table. We're gonna install advanced crypto crash. Your money is gone as much as, oh
nice.
wow, actually no, it's an off-world office. There's a crypto crash in hand. It's a 1 and 2, no?
I don't know. I have
What
I,
happened? Hold on. Some balance coverage revealed agenda and it revealed an artificial crypto crash. It's in hand next to
yeah.
ping. I'm pretty sure. Kablushi missed the 1 and 2 here. I don't know if we're misreading something because there was no way to like shuffle the order of drawn cards. So it is strictly a 50-50 in that hand.
Yeah, I think that there is a crypto crash in the hand, and then there was just an off world in the top three. That's how we were able to. Or
Yeah.
did we throw the Hollow Man down when we
No, the
installed, or
Hollow Man
did
was
we
last
throw?
turn. Because
Okay.
last turn
Okay.
was triple install, so no steal, no trash means that that snowman has no counters. So this Holloman is not going to do anything unless you naturally top deck a 3-2. Looks like we're revealing
Yep.
B1001, the Biroid Enforcer. So we're assuming again Oppo Research, let alone the cards like Ping and Virtual Service Agent, which give you tags if you can't deal with them really well, which ends your runs. But it looks like the hand here is Ping with the B1001, which is a nice little interaction. And of
Mhm.
course, a Crypto Crash we might just put here on top of the Holloman.
Yeah, I mean, we can just put the ping, and then we can put the ping, and we put the B1000 out, and say like, hey, you need to get a way to get through a barrier and more. Interesting. We're just
Ping
putting.
Ping on HQ is our read here. I think we have to know that's what that is. We did draw one card, so there's one unknown. Our read is B1001 in server 7. There's a card underneath the Holloman. I'm not sure when that got there, but Rising Tide, gonna break that ping for 1
Yep.
credit and the tag. We'll see if that's Namun trades the tag removal, but actually it's a VSA, so
Ooh.
ping is still in hand. This will give you a tag regardless, and whether B1001 removes it for you, I don't think you're super upset about that. This does save you clicking 2 credits.
Yeah. Lose a credit, they don't get an access. Yeah, that's good.
Now, still, we're not stealing, we're not trashing. So balance coverage at this point, you have to get lucky. We're assuming you're just going to name Asset here, but Fermenter is ticking up. We have Paladin in the back pocket. Ghost Tongue hasn't mattered at all since it's come down 2 turns
Yeah.
ago, which is kind of goofy. But the Hollowman's probably protected on either, I'm assuming a trap, but I'm not sure. This has to have come down before the Hollowman, so it has to be some sort of upgrade.
It was installed. It was installed last turn, I think, or
It
not last turn,
was.
but
Okay.
or
Oh, because
yeah, but I'm
JNet
like,
puts it underneath if it's not rezzed. Yeah, that makes sense.
yeah. So it was installed last turn, but so it's like maybe a check a Scion or something, but I'm ooh, that purge hurts.
Yeah.
It makes sense.
Gives Kabloosh turn. Again, Hoshiko hasn't touched a card, so if you just want to run a card, even if you don't want to trash it, you get a card and a credit with Hoshiko. We'll see how that matters, but Buzzsaw coming down breaks the VSA for 1, running Kieran 1 and 3. We know the hand is Ping, 4-2 Agenda, Crypto Crash, and a B1001, and unfortunately, we find the second copy B1001. At least here, we do get the Hoshiko flip.
Unless we were really cheeky and installed the crypto crash in server 5.
That'd be really cool. I'd be so down for that. You're just waiting for the runner to get 7 credits before you pop off.
Yeah, we purge, and then we're like,
Yeah.
okay, yeah, you get your credits, and then we'll get rid of them again.
Ghost Egg, sure gamble and get them. No, that's the one. Choosing to reveal ice. The cool thing about double bounce coverage is if you whiff the first one, then you don't whiff the second one. So it's Asset into ice, revealing another copy of VSA. Not a great draw, not a great res here, considering the Buzzsaw breaks it for 1 and has no relevant text. These Hoshiko decks were a lot of times playing things like Dolls, Matryoshka before the last ban list, and now actually playing fixed strength breakers or these sort of conventional breakers makes the VSAs a lot worse in this meta unless you run into an Audrey.
Mhm.
Now, this hand, we should know what's on the table here. It's either B1001. Like, we know all the cards here, I'm pretty sure. Like, this has to either be a B1001 iced up or an agenda. And the card in front of it is probably a ping, and then you just have to run it twice.
Yeah, I'd be curious if the card in front is not a ping, and that's why we're doing this play. But I guess the runner
I think we know all the
has only
cards.
2 credits. Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure. Yeah,
It's harder to
makes
track
sense it's the
online,
ping.
but yeah, because we've been revealing every card we draw. You can actually piece this together.
Okay,
There's the
that
ping.
makes sense.
Tag for the runner, 1 to break. The question is whether this B1001 is going to end the run. It does just give the runner credits. They can run back for 1 instead of spending a click and 2. The question is what this is, because
Yeah,
if this is not an agenda, the agenda is in hand or in server 9.
I don't think you want a B1000.
Ooh, we
I mean,
do.
I guess we do, but like,
It's economical
'cause
for the runner.
it yeah, exactly. Like if our goal is to get them tagged, then it seems to me like we would rather them have the tag.
Yeah. Yeah, it's either
Uh,
they run back for 1 or they spend a click and 2. And so I think this is actually cheaper for the
Yeah.
runner overall, but it is a crypto crash getting 1 credit on Paladin Puemo. Kablushi has to throw out that extra Rising Tide. The 2 strength on this tide probably won't matter. But now we do get a top deck off the Epiphany. Now, unfortunately, you reveal the Stoke the Ember, so it goes into hand. It's the worst possible place for that agenda. If that was in the Epiphany top 3, with Holloman, you score that out so cheaply. It is very, very good, but that is the worst agenda, I think. The worst card that's Naman probably could have drawn on this exact turn.
For sure, for sure.
I wonder if you even choose to like that's a problem with double bounce coverage. If the first one whiffs, you know you have full information, but if the second one whiffs, it's clear that you're hiding an agenda, right? Because why would you not show any other card
Yeah,
of the game? So you might as well show it. It's like really kind of strange.
for sure.
Epiphany off the top rope. It's a different Soak the Embers.
Okay,
Install,
that's cool.
going to get the advancement counter and 2 credits, going to score it out. You have a click left, and this only cost you nothing. It's like free, isn't it?
Yeah.
15 credits. Oppo researchers opened this game
You
up,
like
but a second ice on HQ. I think the only bad face check you're expecting here is maybe a Starlit Knight.
Yeah. The runner's so well, okay, not so poor anymore.
First ghost on credit off the Sure Gamble. We're running HQ. That is a second VSA, so 2 credit break server.
Ooh,
Not the most expensive that you could
that's
hope for. And this card in
yeah,
hand
that
is
doesn't
a
cost.
Stoke the Embers guaranteed.
Yep. And there's only one card we can bounce, so curious if it gets rezzed. Nope. Oh no, sorry, I don't know why I'm thinking there's Hermes installed on this last game.
We'll see what the console is, but that is going to be, now we're taking down the Holloman. That's super important. That's the one thing that Epiphany
Yep,
can really score off with that one counter they got on their turn. A big thing about Epiphany,
yep,
the same way that you played against controlling the message back in the day, is you want to do these batch trashes, which the turn that you steal or trash, you want to steal or trash something else. I wouldn't say the balanced coverages are super important here, and Kablushi doesn't have unlimited economies. Actually, hey, talk about Paladin Puemo. She might get upset here. I don't think there's a card on your table you can trash for to save 4 credits. But
yeah,
yeah, these
that's fair.
coverages are not doing too much besides giving both players information. Oh, Buzzsaw gets
We might have
trashed.
a second buzzsaw in
Yeah,
the
we have
hand
to.
because
Really weird. Prototype
yeah,
revealed twice for 4 credits. Could in theory work. Actually, it's not really possible this turn to bounce the Paladin, but that is a card that you generally have to trash. Epiphany looking at 3 here. Again, 2 Stoke the Embers out is massive because our read is usually these Epiphany decks post Worlds are running 10 4-2s, or sorry, 10 2-point agendas. So there's nothing really Epiphany can top deck here that's incredibly important besides getting a Holloman on the table, and that sticks for a turn. So it's a bit of work for both players here. And there's the Oppo, big Oppo as well, using those credits. 4 tags for the
mhm,
runner. I'm not sure what tag punishment you're fearing in this hand because we actually know most of these cards. It's just the Spin Doctor that broke lock.
yeah. The B1001 is pretty valuable
Yeah.
here, but if the runner does something with a click that makes you want to use B1000, you just get the tag cleared. So unless it costs like running, if you run HQ and you spend 2 and they B1000 you, I guess that's functionally the same as getting tags cleared. But
Yeah, I don't know how quickly you have to clear the tags. In theory, clearing 3 tags is important because then you dodge the IP enforcement, which is like a very important breakpoint. I guess
yeah,
there's
for
bigger
sure.
picture and retribution to play around. That could be important. But like, yeah, just get Sure Gamble clear 3 tags is super reasonable, as much as Paladin Puemo is going to continue being quite upset with the way you're running things.
Oof.
Yeah,
Now
she's gone.
you have to pay
Buzzsaw.
for
Yeah, that's so
oh no.
rough. That's a really
I feel
well
like
timed Oppo.
I would totally play that buzzsaw instead of playing the gamble,
I
but I
would get
guess
rid
if
of the
you
Ghost Tongue. I don't think I believe in this card.
Yeah, that's fair.
Oh, bigger picture was the
Oh
top
my.
deck here, so we can
Oh,
actually take money away or give a second tag.
I think we're getting very broke. Unless it's like bigger picture for tag install
IP enforcement.
Vladimir Vladir's shipment from Vladir's for Crypto Crash or something. That'd be nuts.
Yeah, IP
Um,
enforcement and bigger picture are usually like one ofs in some of those lists I've seen. IP enforcement,
yeah,
mind you, I believe works perfectly with Stoke the Embers, and that's Namun is drawing into something deeper here. Not happy what they have. And again, if the runner's not interacting, you're not getting epiphany counters, which does totally slow down your ability to push the game forward.
yeah. We don't have.
There it is.
I don't think we have the clicks for the if we were to give a tag. I don't think we have the clicks for the IP enforcement, but we could install a 4-2 and play shipment from Vladimir if we had that.
Yeah, I think if
At
you
least I
IP
don't think so.
enforcement, you don't score it. I think you just put it on the table to like be annoying and do Stoke and B stuff.
Sure,
But
sure,
yeah.
sure.
Yeah, bigger picture
Yeah,
removes the
because if you
tag, right? Yeah, it does.
yes, yes.
So Kablushi lost 5, but functionally, if you lost a click in 2, it's like it feels worse than it is. It did give Datsunomun the money, but now Kablushi doesn't have to clear the tag, which does save you something.
Yeah, for sure. But you went to 0 and you
Yeah.
don't have the paladin, right? So like HQ is almost impossible to get into for the next few turns, right? Like, especially if you have to get 4 credits. Ooh,
That was a known agenda on the top because Spin Doctor got popped right away, and we still, after the shuffle, found some points. This deck does have 10
oh,
agendas in it, and so there's only 5 more agendas amongst these like 32 cards and the unknown in server 8. But Kabloosh gonna get the Hoshiko flip next turn. Just click for 2 credits. I don't know what else we're installing here. We're checking for
I
1,
mean,
saying this could be the game right here.
that makes sense. That seems reasonable. I mean, you like,
Prototype, of course.
okay, yeah. You Interesting. I mean, as that's no moon, you would want that second VSA on R&D so bad right now, right?
Yeah.
Like,
Do you need anything? You would love an
that's
Oppo here. I think Oppo opens up so much for you. When the runner's broke, you have all the money and 2
yeah.
B1001s on the table. Is that a read?
Uh, I'm not sure.
I think server 9 is a
Probably.
B.
Okay.
That's my guess based off of the cards that were revealed at the moment. I think it could be an unknown,
That
but
makes sense.
top deck
Yeah,
Epiphany, we're looking at 3, installing 1. Mind you, this ability does not work favorably with operations, but even just knowing the top of R&D gives you the incentive to like, oh, I need to put a Spin Doctor this turn because the one server that's not iced will vomit an agenda. So I need to like get that shuffle. Really, really cool how you
for
don't have to
sure.
ice R&D super heavily if you're doing good Epiphany stuff.
Yeah, I think that's whoa.
Yeah.
Okay.
Whoa.
I wonder if that's a misclick or if that's just
Yeah.
like,
Misclick.
yeah, okay.
The only upgrades you're expecting in this deck is usually 2 or hopefully maybe 3 Hollow Men as like your win condition. So not super upgrade dense. I could see getting a Vladisibirsk City Grid into a deck like this that has extra Stoke the Embers advancements. But it looks like server 8 on top of the working prototype. Again, Kabloosh, we will be starting her turn with only 1 credit.
Yeah.
Stacking some ice tall, getting that upgrade there again. My guess is Hollow Men, but let's see what she's going
Yeah.
to do here.
Yeah, it's exciting. It seems like it's an interesting board state. You at least hopefully know as the corp player that you're not just going to lose to an R&D run
Yeah, exactly.
this turn, which is a relief. That remote is, if that's a VSA and a Hollow Man and an agenda, it's going to be really hard to get that this turn. Um,
Yeah, Starlit
Even if
Knight's like
it's
a
two, like,
disaster. But anything to tags
sure.
functionally ends the run. Yeah, 2 pings would be like the
Yep.
I wouldn't say the best case because you still have to break for 2 and then come back for
Mhm.
2.
Yeah. Yeah, it wouldn't, I mean, it might be the best case of the ice that could be there, right?
Yeah.
Like, it might be, otherwise could be VSA, it could be Unsmiling, I think has been played as like a 1x in some of these kind of constrictor decks.
Ooh. Throwing out an ear is so rough to play this card with double B1001s on the table, or at least singles. Again, we're not 100% sure. Bounce coverage
Yeah,
getting
I mean,
shown. Another bounce coverage. It's Hollow Man into an agenda. This is going to be a close game. I don't think this is going to be a 5-3, but another Stoke the Embers. So can you do
oof.
something cool here? Because you can, I guess, if you have powers that be, you actually can do some 4-point combos if you set them up. But it looks like we're just going to get some ice on R&D. We still know what this card is on top of R&D, I'm pretty sure.
We took one out. I think we do know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now there is,
But it's possible it's
yeah,
like a trashable or something, and
yeah,
then you could
opens
see
it
them.
up. Now, at this point, 6-6, there's only a couple more agendas left in the deck, and there is 1 top deck, or if you get an Epiphany counter, you can look at the next 4 cards functionally after the top deck, or 4 with the top deck. But there is a 3-2 in here. There is usually the 1 copy of Tomorrow's Headline, which if that gets top decked or Epiphanied, you can just fast advance it out with Hollow Man, which is pretty frightening. Even with the Epiphany counter, any agenda that the deck has, you can score with a Hollow Man. So Kabushi, she needs to figure out whether she's going to not touch anything or really shut down all the angles. And all the angles probably is like Pinhole to trash Hollow Man is my guess.
Yeah. I mean, it's a tough spot to be in
Getaway Archive's
right
finding a
now.
Behold in there and the working prototype over
Ooh,
installed. Buzzsaw's down.
that
Let's see. She's running HQ. Gonna pay 2 to see
oh,
half the hand.
yeah. The hold was what was installed on the Hollow Man earlier.
That makes sense. Yeah. Prototype is going to be found in hand here. No steal, no trash. So that's the moon. Can top deck a 3-2 here and score it out on the Hollow Man server. I don't think there's any other tricks we have access to. Looks like the top of the
I
deck
think
is
the
a
only
Spin Doctor, though.
Yeah, I think the only 3-2 that we play would
It's
be
Headline.
Tomorrow's Headline,
Yeah.
which is certainly in the deck, but it
Unlikely.
it could be there.
Spin Doctor
Now that the
revealed.
buzz is down, we have a chance that R&D could just be run through, right? Like we have the credits. If it's ping or VSA, we can see a card on R&D, which would could just win us the game on the spot.
Yeah.
It's an option.
The scary face check is like, and if I'm not mistaken, from the world's winning list, we're looking at VSA's pings, and I think there was one copy of a Starlit Night, which if you face check that, it's
Yeah, that would be
pretty
rough.
bad for you with the B1001s. Threat text at some point will matter, but looks like Spin Doctor's going to open up the turn, drawing 2 unknown cards into hand. So we're looking at a prototype, 3 unknowns, 2 of them just off the spin. Looks like that's Namun. He's drawing deeper. We're at 5 in hand. We'll see if we push something to remote server. 1 click left here, 20 minutes left in the round.
Yep. You're right about the Starlit Night. There was also one Messna Chessfoe,
Oh, right
which would
on.
also be unfortunate to run into.
Card in server 12 could be the prototype, could be at this point also federal fundraising, which would be super valuable if Epiphany is just trying to find that last copy of tomorrow's headline to close the game out. Very important filtering draw card that we have seen no copies so far in this game.
Yeah. The fact that the corporation doesn't have a the fact that the corporation doesn't have an Epiphany counter is really, really relevant.
Huge.
If you had
Yeah.
one counter and you got like a federal or anything set up, you're a lot more likely to win because you can score your 4-2s with Epiphany and the Hollow Man. But without an Epiphany counter, you have to commit an agenda that isn't tomorrow's headline. You'd have to commit it to the board, and right now, the runner can just run like the Epiphany ice is really interesting because it's like paper until it's like a brick wall, right? Like if you don't have the right thing, the VSA and the B1000 like completely stops the run. If there's an oppo, then like the B1000, I guess the B1000 ones are stopping you more than
Yeah.
the ice. But we're just going to see if we can win the game here.
Speaking of B1001, the ping is here. We'll see if we trade the tag for an end to run here. These are unknown cards on top of R&D. She's accessing. No steal, no trash.
Yep.
And I was talking to a bunch of European players at Worlds this year who were playing and refining his Epiphany deck, and they said that this happens where both players get to gain point, which means half of Epiphany's text doesn't matter. And so they'll just spend the whole time as a runner not trashing cards, which means you don't have text, which means it's so hard to close it out. For some of the players I've talked to, will go out of the way to set up these like powers that be combos, where on the turn that you score Stoke the Embers, you can install another Stoke the Embers from hand or from archives and score both of them out. Because going from 6 to 7 in this deck is genuinely quite hard, as long as you're not flooded or like drowning in these Epiphany counters. So Kablushi, she's going to be played safe here, and I think not trash things that she doesn't need to. And then it's up to that Naman, again, yeah, to score something functionally off the table or find the 3-2.
Yeah, I think that's really relevant because like that also turns off Oppo. It turns off
Yep,
Epiphany,
exactly.
it turns off Oppo.
A lot of your
If
cards
you
don't
just
work.
like if you just like try to touch cards, you either gonna win, exactly like you're saying, or I guess you could touch Behold too, but
Oh yeah, that's a bad one. You gotta be careful about that one for sure. Just don't trash it. It's the best you got. Warm Reception, now going to be installing cards after we reveal a third and final Spin Doctor off the top deck. Warm Reception will allow you to de-res these Spin Doctors, so you're actually drawing a lot of cards clicklessly, which helps that Snowmoon get to the 1 in 21 fast events win at this point in the game. I'm not sure you're going to be worried about your Paladin Puemo getting returned back to hand, or sorry, to the top of the deck with the prototype, but we are definitely in a draw for the last card here because it's so much easier than anything else.
It's a complicated position too because you're gonna have more agendas. We're still looking at one crypto crash and maybe a couple of off worlds, and if you draw 4-2s before you draw your tomorrow's headline,
it's bad. Well, you Spin Doctor him out.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't know. It's complicated. Since you don't have, if you had more, if you had federal fundraising in this situation, I think you'd be way more comfortable because you could know what's in your deck, know what's coming, and then the runner would have to trash it to stop you from like controlling the game because there's no R&D multi-access right now. And without that, you're just kind of like hoping like the runner can just click for credit, run R&D, and maybe win the game like any turn, or click for 2 minutes, run HQ, and maybe win the game. I mean, there's also like 3 install. If you just
we're checking.
So running
It was a die
Yeah.
roll to check. It looks like the die rolls HQ, which we're expecting there to be a third spin doctor on the table for a bit of dilution if you need it on HQ. But both of our credits for both of these VSAs, we're seeing a 1 in 5 here. 3 cards on the table saying we don't think that you just put the points on the table single axis. We'll see if a spin doctor gets res. I think 13 to 16. No, that's a spin doctor. So what's on the table is even more of a question mark.
Yeah, I mean, like, I feel like you gotta run one of those. No, it's not behold.
If it's behold, it's like, yeah, the IP enforcement loses you the game on the spot as long as that someone has it.
Yeah.
But it looks like another die roll gets another 2. And we're checking server
I
15.
mean, we're flipside Hoshiko, so
It's a
we're not gonna
prototype.
be clicking for credit. Yeah, we can't get in anywhere else.
Keiko hitting the bin. The prototype is going to be res because we're going to res a bunch of things, and you can kind of stall out the card draw, let alone the economy, from putting the Paladin Poema on top of the deck. You don't really need the 6 credits. It's not super important here. But that's the one I think just needs to re-res and de-res spin doctors until he finds that last 3-2 to close the game out. Freedom of information. Oh, that's of course in the deck, and that's a 4-2 now that's going to be in play somewhere. I don't think we can score it out because double Holloman doesn't work unless they're both installed in the same server.
Interesting. I wonder if there's a world where you stop revealing the cards in your deck.
I think
Like,
you
you're rich,
do.
and like if you stop, like, the information is like actually
Super
probably more
valuable.
valuable to the runner than the 2 credits is to you, but
Yeah, balance coverage is an optional ability. You may choose a card type, and even then, you may choose to reveal it. So you can say whatever you want and
yeah,
reveal nothing.
yeah, you could be like asset, no, operation.
Icebreaker, who cares? Yeah. And that's someone is still drawing. Again, we're looking at one copy of
Yeah.
a 3-2 in the deck, the tomorrow's headline, alongside 6 other points, or 6 points into a total, right? Because no, 6 other points, because we have 12 in score areas. We're looking at 20 altogether. So we're still digging for something. Warm reception just getting rezzed here. I'm assuming we're doing a prototype
Yeah.
bounce with a wage workers. So we can draw one more time. Paladin Puemo. She's returning to the top of the stack. So Kabushi probably going to have to win the game with the card she has in hand. Drawing, I guess we'll just draw the Paladin off the Hoshiko text.
Yeah, this is a really interesting position to be. You've got a lot of, I guess you can safely discard some 4-2s here
Yeah,
because you have
multiple spins.
you have multiple spins, and then, like, if you think about the amount of clicks that Kablushi has, she only has so many actions to try to see cards, right? Like, it takes a credit and a click to run R&D. It takes 2 credits and a click to run HQ. So depending upon like where the agenda distribution is, if you put some in archives, that takes one of the clicks to put the agendas that you've committed to archives back into R&D,
Yeah.
and like limits your options, right? Like,
Looks like there are
so
points in archives. We're challenging and immediately shuffling it back again. I do think you can keep at least one agenda in HQ here, but we probably are going to see something like credit HQ, or yeah, as you said, credit R&D. I like a fair bit as well, and just hope that
yeah,
the 2 unseen shuffled back are both agendas. At a minimum, it's a 1 in 7. It's probably higher than that, as much as that's someone could have drawn the 3-2 halfway through his turn.
for
Die
sure. I
roll.
mean, like, one thing that I would consider as a play for That's No Moon here is if you have a bunch of agendas in your hand, not discarding the
Yeah.
agendas, hoping that the runner will
Oh,
do exactly this. Run archives, you shuffle the non-agendas back, and then bait them into running R&D, right? Because it takes 3 of your click resources to get into HQ, and it takes significantly less to run archives and run R&D. So you have
so we're still
that play
digging.
pattern makes it look like there's agendas in R&D, but
Spin Doctor
there
Res
might not be.
revealing our first federal fundraising. Looks like we're going to de-res a
Oh,
Spin Doctor too. We want to find deeper in this deck. Again, we can clicklessly draw 5 cards, and we're still just looking for a singleton in the deck to close the game out with Hollow Second Ice on R&D there. Going to be installed with the reception, de-resing a bunch of stuff. More Spin Doctor de-reses. So we're going to start a turn
we
here
had
with
a
no counters, but only 12 cards left in R&D. Now it's only 10 cards left in R&D. We can't find the 3-2. I think we found it. We found it.
Yeah, we had a shout out from chat, saying that I think that the we should have derez the ping on I think on R&D, which is a really, I think, good shout where you can derez the ping on R&D, then it buys you a lot of R&D resilience since you're so rich.
I
It's a good
think,
good idea.
yeah, I'm assuming that's someone wanted to de-res a Spin Doctor to get a shot at closing the game there. If you knew you're not going to draw
Yeah,
it, I think you de-res the ping, but I think you take a shot at drawing too, right?
for sure, for sure. I mean,
It's really
we've had
cool
a
to
lot of
de-res the ping.
turns.
Yeah.
You could derez the ping one of these turns to give yourself a little bit more durability on R&D, but
Well played to
just
both.
interesting. I don't know.
6 to 8.
Yeah,
A
yeah,
bit of a grinder
yeah.
was called out there, and we don't have that many games left, so I'm not sure how much time we have in the round, but it looks like there's only like one table playing. I think we might be able to jump into it. It's Sokka versus Wenegon. Would you be able to maybe
Yeah,
jump in and see if they're cool to
I,
stream?
I'll jump in and ask.
Thank you.
Let's see.
Yeah, wild game. Very interesting to watch Epiphany.
Yeah, yeah, that was interesting. I like the. It was an interesting position at the. Um, interesting how it like got to that place, and it's like, okay, what do you actually do as this Epiphany
Yes.
player to like finish this game? Yeah,
It slows down a
we're
fair
both
bit. We're good? Sorry?
yeah, both players are happy to have us have a
Thank you.
stream. Yeah.
Appreciate it. All right. This is the end here of round 2. We have Wenegon playing Hoshiko. Looks like I'm assuming close to the list that you played yesterday is my read. Maybe it's just the card backs, but so far so good on that front.
Yeah, this is more of a vampire style deck. It's got the bling and the
Oh,
chisel.
so true. Yeah.
I was playing something similar-ish, but like a little bit different. I was playing Keiko and Airsair's crew for my ice trashing, but functionally the rest of the deck is pretty similar.
Now,
We see 3 send a message, which is kind of interesting.
yeah, I was going to say, give Sokka any excuse to play Glacier. Such a strong Glacier player, our 2-time world champion. Cloud Eater getting totally diffused by this Botulus. We'll see if there's a Mitra Amon or a Mavirus to be able to reset this at some point. But looks like, however, the Cloud Eater might have got res off a send a message, is my guess. We don't see any tags. That's sometimes what happens if you don't want to tank the damage. And Empiricist, we're going deeper here. We're going to Devil Charm this. I'm assuming we'll have to Simulchip and destroy this. Otherwise, we have to tank through this this nasty scientist.
Yeah, we don't have a lot of like we don't actually have a lot going on
Oh, we're firing
as
it.
far as
Sick.
breakers are concerned.
Yeah. We look at the simul chip there. It's like one chisel. It's surprising because there's only like 8 cards or 9 cards in the heap, but we haven't ashened. Like there's just not a
We're
lot of
just
cards in the
firing.
heap.
We're firing.
We're fine.
Wild.
Yeah. We're gonna see 3 cards off the twinning if we want. Empiricist can make the top card a known quantity, and there's still an upgrade we're gonna have to interact with here. So we'll see what Sokka wants to put on top. I don't know if I'm expecting Sokka to play Bite as, you know, a soft ambush. But Sokka is thinking carrying.
Bite would be a good way to just end this runner's game right here.
Really mess the runner up.
Take a bunch of damage and get bit.
1 Steel Skin, 2 Strike Funds out, and Ashen not accounted for, Buffer Drive not accounted for, as much as I don't think we have anywhere enough time in the round to go through our second cycle.
Yeah. We're just looking to steal some points here, I think. We've got 8 minutes left in the round.
The thing is, like with 8 minutes left in the round, there is something cooking in the remote server. It's been there for a while on top of an upgrade. Adrian's on HQ, so we're assuming the card in server 1 is either an agenda that has another upgrade on it that's defensive, or everything's bluffing and you just have to cook Lacosta. But it looks like next turn Sokka can be 6-on-6, and then time, you know, you don't want to go for that draw. You'll take it if you can get it, but
yeah.
Sokka is very much pushing to close the game out in a couple turns.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is a position where you definitely need to make a play. You want to take an opportunity, and you want to win you want to get your last points as runner, right? With the Adrian on HQ, it makes me wonder how where the agendas are, right? Like this deck usually plays 8 agendas as long as it's the 49 card version. If we have 3 agendas in score areas, 1 in the remote, and the Adrian's committed to HQ, we're in a position where we could easily
we jam
just
next
like
turn.
have almost no agendas in this. You have 20 cards in R&D, right? Like
Botchos Tattoo Bola.
With a Botchos, that's a bummer.
Not a massive good interaction for the runner. Well, they'll break it for 1, you will pass it. And as long as we have a swap, which we're assuming we do here, that Botchos will be discarded. And you do have a Rising Tide if you want to break this Tattoo Bola in the future. But yeah, my guess is the setup is that you can score out of 5-3 next turn and then jam the next agenda. But Antibiotic Void going to stop the run here for sure. We do know what's on the top, but 2 cards and 2 credits to trash this. These Hoshiko decks are running usually a full place at a pinholes, but actually if we look in the bin, red team got trashed out. So I saw some red team Anarchs. I think Barem Wu was playing one at your New Year's Showdown earlier this year, but this is a virus red team list. Very cool.
That's cool. Yeah, I think this reminds me a bit of Baramu's deck. I
Yeah.
think it was a similar kind of virus, but yeah, the red team is a really fun card. This is very, I feel like this is typical Sokka play where you're like, I'm gonna put my defensive upgrades on my centrals and just like wait until my remote is impregnable, and then like
Yep.
you're never gonna get into anything.
But we're gonna try here. Hannah running the remote server with the threat of a tag. We have a bow 2. It's only 6 strength, so it is as big as it can be. We do have a devil charm, and we've trashed the program, so you can just simulchip chisel this to destroy it on site as long as we haven't passed the priority on the wrong window. Looks like we're just gonna pay 8 and say whatever's next we might destroy, because it's MIC, we don't have a great option to solve it.
Yeah, we wanna destroy this. This MIC, I think. But another thing that I'm looking at here, we got these twin encounters. Like, is there a world where we could just
Hammer
is there a world
RD.
where we could just run HQ and win the side game?
It's just
Win the game.
yeah. I mean, sometimes the game plan is win the side game. That's for sure. I don't know. There's still ice to be res. There's 17 credits. The size and on. If you lose the side game, you can probably run back once. We're gonna call a judge here in the windows because it's really important. So the priority on this end the run, unless the runner spends this trash can ability on the MIC, you can use at any paid ability window. So on approach, technically the runner has priority. The runner, if they cede priority, then the corporation has priority. Then on encounter, the same dance happens. That means,
Yeah.
in theory, the last time that you can commit the devil charm chisel, the chisel I think needs to be there before the encounter because it's whenever you encounter. So if you install the chisel, you pass priority. If the corporation doesn't do anything, then you encounter, and then the runner can destroy before it does anything. But if you want to pop it on approach, the runner keeps their devil charm, which I think actually you want to chase out the devil charm here is my guess. Yeah, Wendigon just wanted to make sure. If I use a chip to put chisel on MIC, there's a response window to use the ETR before I chisel charm. On approach, there is for sure. On encounter, there isn't, and it has to be installed on approach. So you cannot
Yeah.
pop the MIC for fun, but
Yeah.
you're gonna lose a devil charm here, the short of the long.
I mean, you can use your chip. You have to use your chip to put the chisel on that MIC.
Yeah.
And then the corp can pop MIC if they want, and you lose a click, but
You keep the charm,
you keep the charm.
which I think
So
the
it's a
charm
question of
is so valuable in the matchup, especially because you can have another simul chip, you can run it back that turn, or let alone just lose a click, keep going.
yeah. I think this is a situation where it's interesting. I feel like we have only 4 minutes left on the round, and I would be I guess 5 minutes left on the round. So, but yeah, this is an interesting situation. Oh, there's a 2-minute extension on this table, so that's relevant.
Oh yeah, sick.
Um,
Wow, JNet's cool.
Yeah.
Well done, JNet team. That's sick.
Yeah, and B. Kelly again, the
Yeah,
hero of
yeah,
the-
I know. I think Kelly's kind of the
Hero of
best. All right, so it looks like we're gonna go through this priority, right? Shout out to our judge off 1515 for stepping in and talking our players through this. So we'll see. Again, we have to use the chip now, and then if you're gonna use the devil charm, it's up to Sokka. I'd be surprised if Sokka trades the devil charm for a click loss. The devil charm is a card that you cannot recur. It does get removed from the game, and they're incredibly valuable when a lot of the ice in this deck is 5 or 6 strength.
Oh my! So OF1515 played last night, then must have slept some or something because that was like 2 a.m. and I was judging this event, and maybe TOing the next day.
Yeah, I think that sounds right.
Whoa, that's some commitment.
Built different. All right, there we go. It goes down, not having active text, but this card here actually could end the run. The best we have is a simul chip for a botulus, and it'll come in with 2 counters. So that will get through most dice you expect. I guess worst case is Brawn, which you click through, but there's still a defensive upgrade here, and we're assuming this is an agenda. So this could be it for Wendigon. Wendigon might have enough pressure on this remote server. And of course, we get the click back if this isn't a successful run, but I'm assumedly there'll be something like an Anoetic here. Managarm will not cut it.
I'm impressed with how much has happened, and that like
This is a good
Sokka
turn.
hasn't spent very much money,
Yeah.
right? Like it's only been 2 credits on the Void trigger and then 6 credits on the Bota res. Sokka's still really rich. Like you can't really challenge HQ with 2 unres dice in this situation too. It's like it's really you're it's impressive how well defended this is for how little money it's cost.
This game doesn't make sense to me. Like, we are 40 minutes in. There's only 14 cards on the heap. Like, Hoshiko's only gone through. Like, maybe this is bigger than a 45 card deck. It looks like it is, but like this game has been progressing at such a steady rate. Oh, whoa, that's cool. Now, this is not going to be good enough because you can still just botulus this with the simul chip, but this is blanking the rising tide. So if you do want to get in here, it's going to force you to use your simul chip, and we put a botulus on there, and it means we can run it back. So if it's an anoetic void, the question is whether you can get through the Botu the second time. That's the most important.
I mean, this is like a really unfortunate place for a botulus to be, which I think
Yeah.
is like what Socket knows, and we're our chips are like our most
Whoa.
valuable resource.
Wait, Botu
Wow.
doesn't do anything anymore. You just run this back, you win.
Huh.
Botu's useless. Sokka, no cards in hand.
That's a
Anoetic
really
doesn't do anything.
that's
Botu
a
doesn't
really
do
good
anything.
point. Wow. Are we
Credit,
not gonna see
credit.
that though?
No, we're definitely going to see it. Yeah, there you go. So take 2 net damage. You may trash a card from HQ. There's no way to fast draw. The Afron is going to be broken. We actually did just break it for 8. I don't know if you had to do that. Wendigon feeling pretty confident. And there's the last points, taking it off for 2-time world champ. Well played to
Oof.
both. Looks like the Adrian on
Yeah,
HQ, like maybe there was enough points in there that you had to get it there, whether you need the extra line of defense, but very good judo-esque pressure on R&D, swing to the remote server, and just crush through that ice.
I'm also really curious about the just run. Wait, Wentagon broke the Boto.
Yeah. Paid 8. Was so confident that the game was going to be over, maybe. It was
Just
8 or
flexing.
2 damage, took 8. Paid 8, which is like pretty funny.
Yeah. Just flexing. That's
Yeah.
that's okay. Like you could run archives, also, which is an interesting position to be in.
Yeah, there's probably points
I
in
guess
there.
like I think that like so many times you look at a Boto and you see the two it just like is an end the run in the mind. So it's like if you can just say, oh, I can click for credits and break it, then you get in. But it's funny to think, yeah, there's no cards in HQ, so you don't need to actually break that Boto. You can just walk through it.
Yeah, really interesting card. When it comes to those board states, I love to see those when you can just hammer it down and take the damage.
Yeah, I had a play in Worlds where I needed to trash a nano management from HQ. And I installed a botchless on a Boto and I ran the Boto and I broke just the first subroutine and I let the other one fire. And my opponent was really confused about what I was doing.
It's
What are you doing?
sabotage deck, but we're
What
using
could it
your
possibly?
cards.
And they were like, "Okay, I'll trash a card from my hand. They get an alco trigger." And I got like flustered. I was like, "What I need to do is just," and then I just install my Garmin Run HQ, and I could see both cards and make sure I get rid of the nano management. But somehow the runner was so confused by my play
That's cool.
that I got concerned of my own plan, and then I changed my plan and lost the game.
Wait, I
So,
shouldn't have believed in myself the whole time.
yeah, exactly. That's all right. It was a really cool game. It's a good game, but.
So we're just
Yeah,
wrapping up here. That was a good run.
round.
That
Yeah.
was a pretty cool round. And we have, again, 6 more rounds ahead of you. We're going to take a small break, I believe, between now and the start of round 3, which shouldn't be far along. My name is Andre from the Matchball Grid. I'll be running your stream and being with you all today. Man in the Moon, I think you have to jump out after this round. Is that
Yeah,
cool? Thanks so
So
much for sharing the mic. Do you have any shout outs you want to make before you head on your way?
yeah, I want to just quickly thank all the people who are spending a lot of effort to make this event run. I know there's you have at least 4. This is functionally one event, but there's like 4 events in it. You've got the APAC pod, the Americas pod, the EMEA pod, and the cut next time. So we may even have 4 TOs, judges, stream teams. It's like big thanks to everyone who's doing that. And then a little shout out for some things that I have coming up. I've got the shutdown events we've talked about a little bit on and off, that I run coming up in 2-ish months, right around like a couple weeks after the release of Vantage Point, will
Cool.
be the next showdown event I'm running, and it will be set up for the APAC region. This is going to be one of the first times I've run an event. I love playing in APAC events, and almost all of the showdowns I've run have been uh, with a time zone that's like US and European players can play, and then
Yeah.
there's like 1 or 2 like diehard players that wake up at 2 a.m. to play from the APAC region. But this will be like a US evening or North American evening, and I guess all of America's evening and like a daytime for the APAC region. So I'm excited about that. I'm excited about the new Vantage Point cards. It'll be a fun event. So
Heck yeah.
hope to see people there.
I'm really looking forward to it. Again, you can find that stuff. If you're plugged in, there's usually some great posts on ABR, and the prize support's phenomenal. But Abraham, congratulations. I'll be excited to watch you play next weekend. Congrats on your placement
Yeah.
yesterday. And thanks so much for joining me.
Yeah, it was great chatting. Have a good time with the rest of the event.
Thank
Take
you.
care.
We'll be throwing it to a quick break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a moment with round 3. See you in a bit. Welcome back to the 2026 Circuit Breaker Invitational. We are in the Americas pod today, 55 players. My name is Andre, and it looks like we're off for round 3. I'm joined by Thrantar, who's joining me on the microphone. How's it going?
All right, thanks you. Always great to be back.
Sorry?
I said, all right, thanks you. It's always great to be back.
Oh, great to be back. Yeah, of course. It's great to have you back. We are starting hot here. Again, both of these players, I believe, are still undefeated. We have a whole bunch of players still at 6 points. We're vying for the top 5 to graduate onto next weekend's CBI, which 5 out of a field of 55 is definitely a narrow margin here. And Nuveng is the corporation choice. I believe we're on 50 cards, 54 cards. I'd have to do the math really quickly. I think it is looking like 54. And a quick check on archives is showing us nothing too surprising in a Nuveng list. Pivot and wall-to-wall is kind of expected. Now with the shibboleth down, Bravado going into R&D, there could be some program destruction, but instead we're going to find a cheap code gate, break this for 1. We might have seen this earlier with Xayah and get our Xayah credit off a central touch. New Fang is fascinating because it was a deck that was like a real darling deck mid-year last year in the Continental season, a bit earlier than that, and it kind of fell off a bit, but it's a deck that I know appreciated a lot more in the post elevation meta. We haven't seen it for a while. I don't know what sort of New Fangs we're expecting besides like maybe seamless launch and then some measured response threat.
Definitely fixes measured response threat. It's also a deck that can go very fast if there's any sort of alternative plan for using lots of money. It can generate lots of money. If you're looking at some sort of like big deal angle, you could maybe import one. And of course, with the Project Atlas replacement, Wayland continues to be able to tutor singleton cards potentially.
Yeah,
which can make single influence spends go a little bit further.
This is one of the most important cards of the matchup, and a Basalt Spire grabbing an unseen card from R&D is always a bit terrifying. But that Jailbreak is going to convert 14 credits of 15. It's nice to steal one of these Basalts early before the measured response threat is online, but the next agenda Mosquito touches, he's going to have to watch out for the potential of a double, even sometimes a triple measured. So you're going to have to keep your hand size up, you're going to have to keep your credits up, but that might be a problem for another day. Card in server 1 here, unadvanced, pushing forward, looks like wall-to-wall, or maybe an Antil Excavation is what you're expecting. Some of these decks are playing seamlesses and recurring seamlesses, but just a Hermes and saying if you do push out something aggressive here, we might be able to open up HQ with no view on the transfer of wealths. Sometimes those can swing the tables really hard. Compilation.
It's just an anthill being rest here.
Very good
Again,
card
some more
from
setup to be
Elevation.
done.
Man, I like this card so much as putting something in a remote server. Descent also going to get returned to HQ. Either way, you want to replace that or just go ahead and use its expend ability. It looks like we are going to expend it. So you got to draw a card and reveal it's 4 points of off the books is getting shuffled back into R&D. Now, knowing where these agendas are is really important. And knowing that there's 2/3/2s in the deck, I'm not sure where that forces this deck, which direction you expect. I do think off the books are still quite good with seamless launch and in a way of kind of like playing tempo mid-range and pushing yourself aggressively into the remote server. But Maparelli second ice on the remote server until once it clears out, we probably have a place to jam here.
Definitely, and there's still a little bit of stuff coming through for the runner. Needs to find a complete breaker suite. Shibboleth, great. Shibboleth also limited, of course.
Here's a transfer. Boomerang is going to get you in there unless it's something like a Logjam or I guess a Pharaohs. You can take one of those subroutines. So the Winchester also, maybe you'll trace through one of them. We'll see if the res is here. If it is a Logjam, we're only getting, I believe, 3 extra counters, but no res. So Antil, touch an HQ, easy trash for 1. It turns on things like Oppa Research. I don't know if you're playing around it, but instead of trashing for 1, we're going to grab it for 1. I wonder if Compilation has better targets, things like sometimes Biotic Labor equivalent or Seamless, but maybe we're just going to run back and dump the Antil this turn while the Boomerang is still getting you into HQ.
I was gonna say this could be a read that there is the pressure here with the Boomerang, and the unwillingness to res the HQ ice was just demonstrated. So this potentially opens up much more pressure on our run back.
Now install advanced events saying, okay, you have HQ pressure, the Boomerang is there, but I can now jam into the remote server. And we have drawn through, again, with the math, it's a bit difficult. I think we've drawn through about 20 cards here, and we've only seen 3 points. So there probably is agendas in play. I guess we did shuffle 4 points back. Wake is installed, trashing a Boomerang with the meat damage. So HQ pressure pretty high on this turn, but we're not making a run. We'll see if Maparelli here scores out of 5-3 and gets a Basalt counter. In fact, gets 2 Basalt counters with seamless launch. We can score out anything here.
So I was to shout out the Boomerang being trashed. So there's no Boomerang trash. What one he's looking at?
Basalt getting scored here. It looks like we are just playing some sort of Jai-esque list. So we're going to be grabbing a card back. Hermes is going to be bouncing. The cards we can grab back now, any installed card can be threatened to be a double seamless play. Because you can grab a seamless on the runner's turn. You can grab a seamless on your turn. So any never advanced card can be a 5-3. And we are getting closer and closer to the threat of measured response at threat 4. Click left to repair R&D is quite nice here. Face check on a sentry can be scary, but we're going to start by checking archive, see if we can chase out a Basalt counter. Looks like we are. So cards getting trashed and added back to HQ. So probably we lost an agenda and just showing a hedge fund and a good mid-range barrier. Carmen, 3 credits here. The Winchester still is relatively expensive at 5 on HQ, but that HQ ice is boomeranged down. You think there's an agenda in hand here, whether you just send the compilation, it looks like Mosquito is happy just to build board state and pass.
Yeah, I do think having this boomerang on a unknown face down ice long term is a little bit concerning.
Yeah, I'm surprised the pressure hasn't converted off of it. Like Maparelli might have wanted to not res on those last turns to keep enough money to res what's on the remote server, which was protecting the basalt. But there you go, getting replaced. That boomerang now getting deadened relatively hard. Yeah. So we'll see what ice we want to put on HQ here. This deck has relatively reasonable ice. A lot of the barriers, obviously we don't even have a barrier breaker yet, but they're pretty good. Maskarovka on face check feels really, really good in the standard format post Cleaver Band.
Exactly.
And now any card in the remote server can be frightening. With only a single Basalt Spire counter, that still gives you a lot of flexibility.
There's no threat, yeah, but there's still 4/2 threats.
Oh, wow. Iru coming down. This looks like it might be more like a Tag Me Zaya, the sort of ones that play Manuel that are not playing a lot of resources. So we're going to see 2 off the top. Looks like nothing, and we're probably going to have to clear the tag to protect Iru herself. But now Archives is actually a really hot server. Every turn, the runner can see 2 from the top and get 2 credits back with Zaya, which pays you as much for the economy or the credits for clearing the tag, less so the click.
For clearing the tag, yes.
Really starting the turn. Card in server 1 wasn't res, so it doesn't look like an anthill, doesn't look like a wall-to-wall. Some of these lists also are running sometimes a copy of Holloman, sometimes 2, but it looks like triple advance above the law, taking down Iru. On the turn that she was installed, this deck probably was only running like 3 connections. So we are on game point. If we top deck a 3-2, if we have access to a slash and burn, that is game. Any card in the remote server can easily be game, but we have an open HQ with a compilation. We'll see if Mosquito just fires off here and totally builds those weight counters, let alone empties the hand. Docklands for more entry into a jailbreak. We're going to be seeing so many cards here.
Okay, so HQ's, that's what, 4 cards?
Yeah, I think we can see almost all of them measured. We are massively on threat 4, but that's not getting trashed. We're short a credit.
There's no credits.
Pivot into log. We saw 2 measures on that run. You need to have enough cards in hand. You need to have 8 credits because Maparelli can easily do double measured. With 4 more credits, it's triple measured. I think we're still short. If there is, what's it called? Petty cash in the bin that will only take you up to 13. But we're close to triple measured.
For triple, but double.
Yeah, you can't this turn.
But Mosquito needs to get a credit.
Sing pivot. Technically access to another measured, but not what you want here. Mosquito needs a credit here, or they will lose. They don't lose here. They just do double measured and knocks you to 1 card. I'm not sure Maparelli wants to do that. Looks like, oh no. Yeah, you lose. Oh no, we're 1 credit short. Yeah, you have to click for credit. Yeah.
You have to click for credit.
Bummer. Seeing the 2 measures in hand, you need to have 8 credits to stop the damage because you cannot take 8. My math there.
And you need to have, less click needs to be for credit.
Yeah, so much pressure there on HQ. That open server was unfortunately a bit of an ambush, but Maparelli taking it with a clean flat line in a very scary board state. Things are going to get a lot worse for the runner with those points and the basalt counter. We'll play to both. All right. Again, we are just starting round 3 here, so we're going to be jumping over to another table. Would you maybe want to see? There shouldn't be that many games finished. If we want to jump in, could you check out maybe table 5? It's a Zwicky versus Maggie, which I think is going to be a really fun matchup.
1 second.
Thank you. Again, if you're just tuning in, maybe you're playing later on this weekend at the EMEA, or you played yesterday at APAC. This is the Circuit Breaker Invitational, one of the few, or in fact, the only invite-only tournament that Null Single Games runs. So we have players who've won tournaments from across the year, getting their invite, cashing it in to play in this massive weekend tournament. Top 5 from each section will be playing next weekend alongside our reigning Kikai, our Circuit Breaker.
You said table 5?
Yeah, it should be Fame Wolf and Diogenes.
Yeah, that should be table for side. Jesus, yes. 1 second.
Yeah, if we look at our standings in terms of like making the top 5 is obviously going to be difficult. We still have about a quarter of the field that's undefeated. That's what the math should suggest. I think you're allowed to lose 1 or 2 games out of 8 and still make the top 5, but I believe every player is still in contention here. Really interested to see how Op is going to do today compared to how much Op or how little Op we saw yesterday. Clearly one of the decks to beat that we've seen in this new Post Worlds format. We also see a lot of the epiphanies doing really well, which is shouldn't be unexpected at all. But every epiphany we see is like within the undefeated section. Really, really good. Just give us a moment. We're going to figure out what table that we can swing in on. Sometimes it's a bit difficult to I would say like intrude on a game that's like halfway through, especially if it's in the middle of a turn or a paid ability to figure out if things are good. But hopefully everyone's doing well. If you're watching the stream, mind you, and you're on YouTube or Twitch, if you want to hit that follow button, hit that like button. That does really help these channels grow. I think Null Signal Games would be super appreciative about that sort of thing. Any dice?
I went in here. 1 second.
Thank you.
All right, yes, we are good on table 5.
Awesome. Okay, appreciate it. Let's see what we can get. Okay, let's swing over. Looks like we're 1-1. This is the Zwicky group, Invisible Hands. So the first time a turn you get credits from an operation or an agenda, you can draw a card. You can do some pretty good fast advance stuff with this. If we look in archives, we are looking at 2 measured responses and then what you kind of expect. A bunch of operations like Armed Acid Protection and Extract, and then Plutus, which, mind you, any card in the remote server should and could be a Plutus here. On the other side, Diogenes, well, we are running R&D here. Maggie is relatively well set up. All the breakers, a BOAC getting rezzed for free and a card draw. Let's see how we're going to break this. It looks like a revolver is going to pay 4 and half the bullets to get through this massive lizard. Now we have no multi-axis here, so this is just a raw single. But often these wiki decks, there you go, running all these 1-pointers, they have a big amount of an agendas. So single axes are actually convert relatively well. As much as you need to steal a lot of agendas, this deck is probably running no 3-pointers and maybe like 10 to 13 agendas. Well, more than 10. It's probably like 13 to 14 agendas. Maggie on their side has a pretty good setup there. It looks like Shaper is doing well. Lilypad, we have the DZ engine. We have our knickknack, and we're probably selling things like coalescences. I'm imagining some amount of apples. Looks like 2 Principias in the bin. And just the bin right now, outside the cupellation fermenter, this is just full gas. And we have access to, again, that cupellation for pressure. Really good spot here for the Shaper. Fame Wolf has to do a lot to now score 7 points. Oof on the R&D axis. Going to be throwing at the Game Dragon. And with Maggie, when you discard to hand size, you can install a hardware program. You have to pay costs, but making Rising Tide a 4-strength breaker is quite nice with the Maskarovka. Maybe you're going to find yourself, what could you see? Like whatever that 4-strength advanceable barrier is.
Oh, tree line? Yeah.
That's the one. Petty Cash. Gonna spend a click to gain 2 credits. Draw a card. Pretty nice in Zwicky. Card in the remote server. So there's some options here. We don't see a lot of influence. I think Moonpool makes a fair bit of sense in a deck that runs this many agendas that wants to fast advance. A Plutus at this point is a bit harder to res because we have nothing to forfeit as much as you can discard cards from hand. If we look into archives, we do have transactions, but now outside of the petty cash, we have no transactions that could gain you a click. So no fast advance transactions, but it does look like one of these is an upgrade, whether it's a Tucana, sometimes a Malapert to get the right pieces, but I'm not expecting defensives. I'd be very excited to see what's in this remote server. Maybe we have a Zato and a mean setup as much as Simulchip will have a lot to respond to that. Diogenes, 11 credits. Breaker Suite, so set up. Pinhole threading just to check on archives. We're going to be selling a coalescence to make money on the way in. This Breaker Suite is looking very, very good. And the Sandstone going to come in at 5 strength means you still have to pay 2 with the Rising Tide to get through this, at least for this run.
So that'll be, I think, very temporary. Long term, there are still a couple more factors that could potentially be bin for this Rising Tide. There's Propeller on board. And especially if that Rising Tide gets up to 5-6 strength, the Propeller's not doing very much anymore.
Looks like it was a Malapert. Now, you can't tell really easily on JNet whether that's the new card or the old card. Again, maybe we pinholed one of them prior. Now, this card doesn't do anything unless you score an agenda. And with this Breaker Suite and this lock, I think we're going to be contesting this. A BOAC could be hard res for 14. I'm imagining that would have a big impact on Fame Wolf's economy, but it is only a 4-credit break as much as it's going to start taxing out your entire armory of revolvers.
There's 2 Simulchips. Like this is 3 revolver setup here potentially. So
Yeah, for sure. And
It'll
with
take a while
muses.
to run out of that many.
There's the BOAX. So the gun is going to be used here. I don't think you throw it. I think you're going to want to knick-knack that later unless you find one Sentry subroutine you care about. But only 4 credits for the server. It's a virus. Not impactful. And the Data Vault. I'm assuming we're going to keep this. This does give you a bit of tempo if you score out a green mail, but 4 credits is a massive trash cost for not the most impactful upgrade here.
Mhm. Especially if there's no agenda found. Still taxed out 14 credits from Fame Wolf.
Yeah, huge. That's a massive number. Now, Petty Cash will bring you back a clickless 2 credits removed from the game here. Chillin also did come down with Magdalene. Eventually, this will hit 6 strength, and the BOX will just be 3 credits, which is kind of nonsense. But Hedge Fund, not going to draw a card here. You do kind of want to like peter out or meter out those cards, but looks like card in server 2, and we're going to replace the ice. Not sure what we can imagine to be the most taxing for the Shaper rig. Seems to be in a pretty comfortable spot here.
If I can just move to the echelon, that's
Oh yeah,
that's
right.
the
Yeah.
right now.
Oh man, 3 strength, or sorry, 6 strength, 3 credits to break it at BOAC is pretty good, it turns out. Algeny is on 5 credits. We haven't seen any multi-access. We're assuming there's access to a conduit. I don't know. I'd love to see a Stargate, but we're just checking the server with 5 credits. You always can panic and pull in a Coalescence if you need to go +4. But +2 off the knickknack. MIC, wow. Only 2 influence for a very good code gate. Very expensive though. This is going to be a lot of money with the Oiler, honestly. It's going to be 2, 4, 5, 6. I guess you can lose a click and save 2 credits. Looks like we're going to pay all of it. Oh, sorry, that was the res cost. Yeah, we can still decide to break. Again, you could flicker the Oiler, but it's not massive value because you're not expecting to run this server more than once this turn. So I'm assuming you don't pay 2 and you lose a click. This card's really cool. One of the worst face checks in the modern format for a mid-range code gate, and still really taxing for most code gate breaker suites. I don't know if this Oiler deck is also playing Unity or Buzzsaw. Usually it's not only Oiler because it does have, you know, those turns it comes in, it's really, really good. And you don't mind having extra breakers in a knickknack deck, let alone Maggie with those free or clickless installs.
Mm-hmm.
So deciding whether we go deeper here, you definitely don't want to take the face check. So I'm assuming you're breaking no matter what.
If you do take the face check, obviously the one will land and you'll chip the turnover. But with 3 credits, how much of a scoring opportunity actually is this for the Corp?
It's weird. It's like if they score at an Eminent, that seems like the best thing. But the Eminent, if it gets a BOAC, like you're breaking the BOAC. I think the thing that you're more worried about is if they Eminent out, like sometimes a Valen Chow sneaks into these lists just to get like a higher range code gate. But it looks like we are going to spend 2 of our simulchips. So our recursion is relatively limited. Maybe we're not going to need it on the Revolver, but Coalescence Oiler. So now we're just breaking this for 2 credits instead of 4 to 6, which is a significant difference. BOAC for 3, card on the remote server. It's just a Plutus for 3 credits. I think you always have to bring this card down. It does sneak up on you. It looks like 3 credits is going to send the God of Finance to the bin. Rejoice. Things are
And the
looking...
Malapert lives for another day.
Things are looking rough for this corporation here. Green mails, there's only 1 more in the deck. That's the one. And it's not even an econ play, really. Principia coming down, Telver coming down, so much value on the Shaper side. And all of this ice, unfortunately, we have hit turn 12 and the Shaper has set up well. We have a 7 strength echelon. I think we found the green mail. Last copy, install advance. Now, this just gives you your money back. It does draw you a card, and with Malapert, I don't know what card you're grabbing here. I would love to see a fast advance card. Looks like it's going to be Zwicki first. There should be 2 left, but it doesn't do enough. Like, I don't know what you grab here. Like, maybe you have to go for an armed asset protection because it's like your big bounce back economy card. But I can't imagine this deck is running more than, I want to say more than 1, but hey, you do need transactions in this list. Maybe actually a copy of Sokka on a KPI would be pretty good here. It looks like it is an armed asset. Nice. So now with the virus in the bin, armed asset protection, you do gain 1 credit, +1 for the virus, 1 for the operation, 1 for the... No, Plutus, we have an asset, so you are getting a fair bit of money off of it. Now we've only seen 5 points, and there's 15 cards in R&D. So every central server must be chock full of those precious agendas. Diogenes is probably going to touch at least 3 more agendas to close the game out. And we have a compilation in the bin as much as it's a bit stranded. Sandstone, up to 5 strength after the purge off the Mavirus. Looks like we're just chipping it down, making a run, getting our knick-knack. That's really cool that you can get a knick-knack and the run while still getting like board progress. Very cool. Telework for 3. I don't know if we have to make a run here.
Yeah. Say, especially if there's a lot of latent money on this runner board, it does take a little bit of time to convert it out with the knickknacks, with clicking the telework.
This is gross. The buzzsaws come down. The Game Dragon will definitely slide over there. And that means that this MIC BOX server is going to cost like 4 credits and a click, 5 credits if you want to.
5 credits.
That's so wild. Armed Asset, jamming still in the remote server here. Going to get the 3rd ice. Again, this format doesn't have a border control. It's hard to imagine what's going to make the server even more taxing. See if Diogenes slides over the Game Dragon. 4 strength buzzsaw is what you want. So I don't know what would be the most taxing thing here. Like maybe an envelopment. I'd be surprised to see. Another BOAC is still just 3 credits.
I mean, have to work on like a large log jam.
Yeah, that could do something until the hush shows up.
Yeah.
And we're going to find out first click. Going to sell our Coalescence, 2 credits, 1 card draw up. Fame Wolf only has 5 credits. So yeah, actually even Long Jam we can't even do here. I don't even know if Diogenes needs to like pivot to pressure off centrals. I think you can just camp this remote server. This is not easy to watch.
So Diogenes is down to 1 card in stack. So
you think rationing?
Well, I'm not sure. If there's no action though, the amount of value left in selling this board is like it's high, but it's finite.
It's not. Yeah, it's not infinite for sure.
And there's not much stuff left that's free to sell to knickknack. The coal can be sold, but then you start selling breakers, and then the echelon gets worse. The rising tide maybe gets a little bit better, but
another Coalescence coming down. I think we can start to do an influence check here, right? Like we see Buzzsaw, Revolver, and Rising Tide. So that's not too much of a spend. Like, I don't know if you have to play an Ashen in this list. Yeah.
I don't know if it's being spent on an Ashen, though, is the thing.
Eminent was scored in the remote server. Hannah also coming down for more remote lock and throwing an extra copy of Knickknack. We have 5 cards left in hand. You can do a full influence count here. Looks like Gracing is going to be the start again. That card doing so much more when you have the Plutus on the table.
Yeah, I'm only seeing 9 influence. 9, 12. I'm guessing there's a second Revolver, and that makes it the last of it, but...
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what else you spend influence on. Maybe you do have like some sort of multi-axis plan, like Awake or a Dawkins. Second Revolver seems... Yeah, twinning also, like, I don't think we have a way to charge it, do we?
I don't know how you charge it, yeah.
There's a wait here. Hannah. I guess we want to use the Hannah click here to get the click back. Feeling pretty good. No information gained, which is really funny because there's no card to draw with the knickknack, so that's totally fine.
Yes. I guess we'd have like 1 Finality. I think Finality is 3.
We're going through this Outermost Ice. We have 8 credits. Wasn't res the turn before on 5. As much as we do need to keep some credits to threaten to score out their remote server, but Fame Wolf is just pushing in this remote server. Now, this wiki deck usually doesn't have that many other cards to put in a remote server that aren't agendas. Like maybe you play wall to walls, maybe you play anthills, but it's usually just agendas and fast advance pieces like BOX, or sorry, not BOX, Plutuses. So we'll see if we're just putting points on the table. There's the Plutus, 3rd Plutus.
But I mean, with so many of the agendas being these 1-point agendas, being these 2-point agendas, there's space to feed agendas to the server, to the runner, tax out the economy, and then not have lost yet.
Yeah, with 10 cards left in R&D, like, I don't know if you have enough time to even get your points up. There's the Conduit getting installed. That's our pressure. Again, every 3 credits is Conduit counter. We've come to click for credits territory. And Magdalene, you cannot fire her text anymore. So I'm assuming we don't have an Ashen, or this is not the time to fire it. Whether you want to empty your Coalescence next turn with Knickknack and then Ashen, but maybe even your Nuka, I'd be surprised. Petty Cash is a start again. 8 cards left in R&D. Wiki's ability is a liability at this point. Still installing turn after turn. This ice still not being rezzed. Famewolf has to score 6 points. In fact, at least 3 more points to win on time. We'll see if Diogenes still wants to camp the remote server with Hannah or just says, go, Conduit, go. Looks like we are going to be pressuring the Conduit here. Biowac. Just 3 credits. We're going to see most cards in R&D before the game's over, and it's up to Famewolf to have enough cards in hand to push the remote.
And I think at this point, you can even look at selling the lily pad, potentially selling off Hannah, and just turning these into more credits to trash cards out of R&D.
Yeah, you can get rid of the DZs. I don't know. Yeah, the lily pad at some point, like on the final turn, definitely sell it. But we'll see how, like, this is really cool to see how metered Diogenes' play is going to be. Whether it's going to be always camp the remote server, whether it's just going to be build up Conduit, or it can just be like, hey, 1 run a turn, 1 Knickknack, 1 Conduit run, click for credits, and say you do not have enough time to get the 7. And your agendas, barring like above the law, probably don't have relevant text here. Eminent Domain will just take a card out of R&D and shuffle, which is like not incredible. And I can't imagine an ice being a problem.
Exactly. There's not enough time to score out if cards are being trashed out from R&D. And with the Conduit, a lot of cards are either trashable or agendas. And if you have the money to trash them, 1, that's just more freshets on the Conduit, but 2, that's just an implicit clock. If Famewolf runs out of cards in R&D...
Oh, extract trash the card in server 2. I can't imagine what that is. We've seen 2 Spin Doctors so far, and again, measured response now on 19 credits is something you kind of have to worry about, but there's only 1 measured response left, unless there's like some weird Spin Doctor recursion play, but... Oh no, did we trash the Malapert? I guess we trashed the Malapert, so the card in server 2 stayed there, excuse me. Yeah, that makes way more sense. Diogenes can see 2 cards. Notably, Zwicky, Famewolf denied the effect to draw. It is optional, so when you're down to 6 or 7 cards, you know, that gets much of a harder thing to do. We're going to be starting to sell our MU, DZ, MZ getting trashed there for 2 credits and a card draw. No cards to draw. Yeah, big deal setups being called on in chat. I mean, that's a possibility for sure. I don't think we've seen enough influence to count that out. If you big deal out like a Basalt, maybe the game actually gets really interesting really quickly, but it looks like Famewolf either is in a bad spot or really needs economy. So might be a mix of both, but Spin Doctor, breaking R&D lock. Gonna be shuffling some cards back in. A Mavirus back makes so much sense with 6 cards left in the Conduit, soon to be on 2 counters, and an armed acid protection. Oh, Mavirus off the top. That's the worst time to hit it for the corporation because you get the purge immediately. That gets trashed, so you can come back and see new cards anyways. Finding that halfway down buys you so much more time, but this did not buy a lot of time here. Diogenes can and probably doesn't really need to go back for another counter. Told Jaina to put it on top. I'm not actually sure you want it on top there. Drone deployment, we have 5/3s. That's massive. Trashing the empty revolver. So our Echelon is sneaking backwards. You can move the Game Dragon over, but the Biowac is getting stronger here, actually. So we might see more pressure next turn, sliding the Dragon over to the satellites. Running Conduit to see 2 cards.
I'm surprised that the Propeller is being kept.
Yeah, interesting. It's still something you can use. The Revolver, there's not much you can do. Ooh, there it is, a big deal. Let's score an SDS, trash something. It looks like that's the play here. We're still at 4 points. I don't know what you're targeting out. This is so important. It's going to be the Echelon. The remote server might be bulletproof. R&D actually might be bulletproof. If Maggie does not have a Muse in hand or a big like rewind card, a card like Ashen or even a Levy AR Lab Access, Diogenes might be locked out from the 2 most important servers. That's a massive big deal here. Famewolf has enough time to do install advance events next turn. You might have to click for credits for a turn here. Whoa.
But servers are solid. That's fine. Let's do something in archives.
We're going to check for 1 credit here. Let's see if we knick-knack some more of our MU. It looks like the way that we're trashing our board, I don't think we have a rewind. Famewolf found an angle here to kind of close things out. 3 cards. Looks like it's Petty Cash and 2 ice, a Fly Swatter, and a Logjam. But every other server has a sentry. Winchester's the one that you can consider tracing through with the credit differentials. So maybe you can go for an important single here. We do the math. We are looking at 11 agenda points with 4 in R&D and 5 in HQ. So the HQ runs are pretty hot here, but oh, there's a Muse. So it's all coming back. Echelon 5 strength. Fame says crap in chat. Yeah, I feel you. Yeah. If Shaper's going to do anything, they're going to recur their programs. We had a nice little window there, but maybe 3 cards left in R&D. Fame Wolf has to click for credits. We're going to petty cache first. So actually you can do install advance and say you have this turn to run, but the remote server has kind of spoken for exactly how much it costs to break it. Asking for action. I'm not sure what that would be here. Fate Wolf's thinking. 5 credits is enough for install advance. There's no more green mails left. So everything has to be on the table. Looks like we have hedge fund. I don't know if we've seen enough influence. There could be another big deal somewhere, but 5 influence, it's kind of hard to imagine. In terms of remote server, we've seen 3 Plutuses. Could be the last Spin Doctor. No, exactly. Sorry. All Spin Doctors are accounted for. And a single measured response is the one thing Diogenes might have to worry about. But with 11 credits, you're feeling pretty good. Look at that stack. A Muse hosting an Echelon hosting a Game Dragon. So 3 credits if you want to check R&D. This turn, you can see every card in R&D. Any agenda wins the game. You can also run HQ. It's not super expensive. It's 1 or 2 to break on HQ and 3 more for the Winchester, 1 for the Maskarovka if you want to give the credits over. So you have a lot of choices. The question is where you put the pressure. Of course, the remote server, it's hard to imagine this remote server wins the game for the corporation, so it's not your priority. Surely that's an agenda. There are so few cards left. There are so few cards left. And we've only seen 11 agenda points out of expected 20. Diogenes thinking where to put the pressure. Again, the economy is limited here. You can still start knickknacking. You can knickknack your lily pad this turn, probably. Maybe you get rid of some of these cards. It does impact your echelon, that's for sure. So the DZ can, the Hannah can go. Let's just say that.
So chat is pointing out there is 1 measured response left.
Yeah, I don't know if 1 measure is going to do anything. Like as long as you keep +8, right? Like with 3 cards, yeah, it does matter. I know I've played and seen Wiki decks that only run 2 measures because it's your backup game plan, but we're charging the remote server with the Hannah. Sandstone is getting rezzed. And you trash Hannah while you're using Hannah? That is bizarre that you could do that. That's awesome. MIC here. Broken for a bit more. You're going to have to boost with your Buzzsaw. So this is 4 to 5 credits. Paying 1 for a click does make sense, but the money could matter here if measure does come across the table. I'm assuming Diogenes has done the math. Breaking 5, spending 1 for the click. If you just click for a credit, I guess that's reasonable. Bioac for 3. Now the Echelon is rebuilt at mighty strength. Just a virus. Now the Purge doesn't matter. The 1 net damage, you could pay 3 for it. We're not rezzing it, but now that's going to be in the bin. So Diogenes is now only on 3 credits. If you don't win this turn, you can risk the game of losing to measured. If you can't get to 8, single measured close the game. The question is, Fame Wolf has it, or can you just win the game sooner than later? With only 3 credits, that's only 1 run in R&D you can make here. So you can click for a credit, run HQ.
You cannot trash the measured.
Yeah, you can't trash the measured. I think you have to win. I got 1 more run in me. The question is where you put that run. Again, Biowack, you have to break all the subs. Winchester, you technically don't have to break all the subs. It depends on the context. Maskarovka, you could break that for 1 credit. Probably Archives is actually really funny. Again, we're waiting on finding the last 9 agenda points across 7 cards. So it's like the agenda points are higher than the cards in play. So your average access is at least the 1 agenda point you need. Things are looking so good, and we've got to a bit of a goofy end state here. And again, maybe Wiki's not running 3 measured. Maybe time is going to be a problem, but Diogenes looks like, or feels like he has 1 more turn left. Thinking this through, again, we have time in the round. Double credit, triple credit even. We're checking HQ. I like it. If the agendas have to be somewhere, they're probably stuck in here. So Maskarovka, you can break this for 1 or 2. I think the 2 credits for the corporation doesn't hit any meaningful breakpoints here, unless you're worried about Biotic 3-2 and Nano Management, excuse me. Doesn't really.
So if there is a lot of influence still floating, like this deck does have the influence to afford nano management.
Oh,
I
finding the
don't
measure to
think it
1.
does.
Diogenes, it's going to get flatlined. Not finding any points on the last turn across that density. Single measure response. We thought Fame Wolf was cooked by that Shaper late game, but doing the cooking himself. Boom. Both Basalts in hand, missing a 50-50 there to close the game out, making the right choices. So 6 of the 9 points. It looks like there's one more 3-pointer, maybe an R&D or a 2-1. So that turned around way quicker than I think we might have thought. Well played to both players.
Indeed.
Very cool. I love seeing Wiki at any table, let alone taking wins. So well played, Fame Wolf. That's awesome. Thanks so much for the game. That's sick. Well played. Real nail biter for sure. All right, let's throw back to some Cobra and see where things are standing in the standings. We have a couple players. We've seen some results there at the top table. So Changeling versus Davs. Shout out to both these players. Phenomenal players, have played in top 16s at Worlds. Davs rocking that Seb instead of Essa. So that's going to be cool to see how Davs plays, playing, mind you, in a time zone that's probably a bit less convenient. Then we see Nuveng taking that game on stream to that very clean double measured on an open HQ. And we start to see some of the other reports coming in. A couple corp wins there probably in a row. Awesome. I think we're going to have some time here before the beginning of round 4. We're coming to the halfway point. Now, I'm going to pause and talk a bit slowly, so hopefully a TO can help me out here or someone in chat. There's usually a lunch break in these things. People need to eat food.
Yes,
I don't know.
Be a lunch break after round 4.
Okay, cool. So don't go anywhere. We're going to have games coming up before the lunch break. We should be back in about 5 minutes is my guess of how much time is left in the round. But again, you're watching. This is the Circuit Breaker Invitational 2026. We have 55 players today in this pod. We had 35 yesterday. We'll have even more probably tomorrow for the EMEA slot. And then we have the top 5 from every bracket coming to return next weekend. My name is Andre from the Metabolic Grid. Super excited to be here on the Null Signal Games. Joined by Thrantar. How's it going today, Thrantar?
That's going pretty well. Just wrapping up some lunch myself.
Perfect. So we're going to take 5 minutes, stretch our legs. If you want to leave a like on this stream, that's super appreciated. But don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the 2026 Circuit Breaker Invitational. We're just about to start round 4. My name is Andre. For the Metball Grid, I go by he, him, joined by Thrantar. How's it going?
All right, thanks. You?
Doing well. We have 8 rounds today to figure out our top 5. And tuning in on the standings, mind you can follow this along at home at t.nullsignal.games. You'll find it there. But we have 7 players who are currently still undefeated. If we look at what we're looking at, we have 3 Ayuko decks and Epiphany. We have a Leo, and then 2 Wayland decks, Wiki and Nuvang, which is a pretty cool distribution. We have an Atea there just sneaking in right behind on RPT. Now, for this round or 4th round, right before the break, we're going to be diving into, I believe we said table 1, which gets to see some IDs that I was expecting to see at this event, and I'm excited to watch at this event. We're looking at Leo Construction versus Moosely Hot. Just give me 1 second, and we'll jump over there. Cool. Should be in. All right, Leo Construction. Very cool identity that emerged competitively over the last bit of the Continental season. This is 4515 HP identity from Elevation. You're going to be playing Biroids, a fair bit of the Biroids. Kind of expected what Biroids you're going to play, but you can trash them once per turn to end the run during a run on the attacked server. Just trash a card. Now this start, Leo is going to get a hedge fund, and Moosely Hot is going to be drawing icebreakers and run events. At the beginning of your turn, you can look at the top card of your deck and draw the card if it falls into any of those categories. And run events are actually really hard against Leo. I'm not sure this matchup exactly how it swings. I don't have the reps itself, but constantly the matchup of like Sable versus Leo gets pretty tense. And we're starting here with Boomerang Transfer, which on 9 credits, JO3 can res just about anything, but it's not a Biroid. That's a bit of a disaster here because we're going to go through, we're going to Boomerang through that, going to see a vulnerability audit and get the transfer across. I cannot imagine a better start there for Plural. That's absurd. Now, if there was a Biroid, you could trash it to end the run, and then you have an open HQ. So I'm not sure if you're happy about that, but now with the Carbon in hand, you are breaking a drafter for 4, but Plural stealing, which is probably one of the 7 agendas in this LEO list, unless it's on more of the jammy 4-2s, which I don't know if the vulnerability audit suggests one more than the other.
Yeah, I can't seem familiar enough with the lists to know. We do see a clean getaway coming in here, checking checking R&D, just getting some additional credits.
Now, Hedge Fund not building a bigger board state, so the top card of R&D is known there. Shibboleth also going to be drawn to hand. Moosely Hot, a lot of the decks were playing Matryoshkas, and now you have to care more about ice types, and we're going to be drawing cards in the right order, but that's a really quite powerful R&D run. Going to see a single Carmen coming down for 3, and then we're going to get a draw. So Drafter, still, you are breaking that for 4, which is not perfect. You could ask for better, as much as a nice run event will make that a fair bit cheaper. 3rd hedge fund, 1 a turn, filling up the bin, and we're going to build a remote server. Big thing about some of these LEO decks is they're only on 7 agendas. You have to steal 3 of them as the runner. That is massively, it's like a 1 in 6, 1 in 7 on the single axes on centrals, which means that you can actually survive an open R&D. You do want to get at least an ice on the table because half the agendas in the deck just about are send messages. So getting a free 6-cost Biroid or even an MIC, that's a really big important piece of text on that 5-3. Moosely Hot, we whiff here. We're 2 for 3, which is still pretty good. But the top card, either we chose not to reveal it, but more accurately, it's probably a hardware or a resource. Or a sure gamble. Still just checking R&D. Plural, there you go. Just what we talked about. Getting that MIC on the table is exactly what you want. And so now we're looking at only 5 more agendas in the game. Oh my God. Oh my God.
Well, sometimes.
I mean, when they're not drawing ice, you assume that the top of the deck is going to be ice, but oh boy, Plural. Undefeated continuing on. Sometimes it do be like that. Yeah, it looked like a rough mulligan, and unfortunately did not get better. Well played to both players. 1 more agenda in hand. There's only, again, 7 agendas in this deck is my guess. Feel really bad for JO3 there, but sometimes that's the way it goes. Well played to both. All right, I guess we're gonna turn to.
Well, that was fast.
Yeah, that was fast. Let's just jump into another game here. So, if you would be kind enough, maybe to check in. I don't know. We're gonna see a lot of Ayuko, I'm imagining, over the weekend. So maybe we want to watch. Would you be kind enough to duck into maybe table 5? It's Jeff on BTL, Jeff N 2001 versus Betty on Lou. There's a lot of good games to choose from. That's table 5. Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, hot singles in your area. Oh man, did Plural just send it down there? Some of those were like, clean getaway runs. Some of them were just like touch cards, and hopefully you can get out of this before the glacier kind of builds up around you. And hey, when it works, it works. That's really good. We'll take it. That's awesome. Shout out to Plural. Plural does great work for NSG, working on the web stuff. Like, mind you, Cobra we're looking at right now. Plural is kind of the coolest. I'm assuming that's the only game with a report that'll be showing up sooner than later. At a casual tournament, when a game ends that quickly, I'll often ask my my opponent if they want to play another game for fun. On an online tournament, maybe both players are just going to stretch their legs, get some air, make sure they're in a good spot. So yeah, you want to get that sort of game out of the way sooner than later in your tournament. All right, again, if you're tuning in,
All right, I'm
this.
still waiting to hear back on table 5.
Sorry, did you say you haven't yet heard
I
that?
said I'm still waiting to hear back from table 5.
Oh, okay, perfect. Thank you. If you're tuning in again, this is round 4 of 8. We're just at the beginning. We're only 2 minutes in, so we're going to see most of a round 4 for sure. Just to show you a quick standing of how things look in terms of the identity diversity on the runner side. Pretty good. On the corp side, things really swung Wayland compared to yesterday, where Wayland was by far the minority, actually eclipsing Jinteki, which is kind of massive surprise. Ayuko has been performing incredibly well, even since the last ban list, losing false lead, doing really well at a lot of the major tournaments, but not even the predominant identity here, seeing a lot more ops, and then even BTLs equaling the amount of RH Glacier we're expecting to see here today. On the runner side, I don't think we've seen anything too spicy yet. Like, everything we've seen is a known archetype, and admittedly we're pretty late in a meta that, if you want to count worlds and the next ban list, seems to be solved, but I'm assuming we're going to see more spicy stuff on the corp side than on the runner.
All right, well, I am not getting a response from this table, so
Okay.
I think I will check elsewhere.
Maybe we can dive into, do you want to try table 6? See some RH Glacier versus another Moosely Hot. We get that criminal aggression game. Both great players. In fact, these are all great players we're going to look at today, which is just a treat.
I mean, as the invite-only tournament populated by winners of previous tournaments.
The cream or whatever. Yeah, excuse me. Just bear with us for a moment. We'll be able to jump
We
over
are
there.
good to stream
Thank
on
you.
table 6.
All right, we got to see Wiki. Oh, whoa, there's a knife there. So, unfortunately, I can't show you the text of Jaichinyo on JNet. It loads up as Nebula Talent Management. So let me tell you the text on this
That's
card.
a fascinating.
It's a weird one. So this is a one-cost hardware. It's unique. You install it, and if you make a successful run on all 3 central servers, you can add it to your score area as an assassination agenda. It's not worth any points, but when the 3rd assassination agenda is added to your score area, you do just win the game. So while Chenchling might be able to just touch agendas, and it looks like we have already, more so it's about running all centrals 3 times and bringing in these knives for the alternate win condition. Now against RH Glacier, I would say that's a bit of a nightmare choice. I'm assuming Wiki is playing something similar to what we saw built out in one of the games we saw earlier from Sokka, would be my guess. So there's a lot of defensive upgrades. We saw Anoetics. We saw a Cloud Eater on Archives because of the Proprio Negation text. So this Cloud Eater is going to connect. We're going to lose our Shibboleth. We're going to take 3 net damage. Well, we're going to draw cards with raindrops. This is definitely an oh dear from Chenchling here. Now, my guess is Knives is a really good read into like Epiphany, maybe to some of the HB decks that are going horizontal, but against as much RH Glacier, maybe even against Op, it's good. Losing an Estebrado, losing another Shibboleth and a window. It looks like 2 Shibboleths are in the bin. I guess that one was just trashed. Spin Doctor's going to protect some cards in Archives. There's 1 face down there, so a Knife doesn't look like it's going to connect this turn.
Definitely not.
Yeah, I cannot feel like the Knife player in this matchup is really excited. So maybe you just have to get lucky singles while you can. But the problem is with 2 Estebrados out, that is your like generate access card, regardless of board state. Looks like it was shuffled a Hansei and 1 unseen card. So assuming an agenda back in R&D. Carpe Diem on HQ, I can't imagine we're making a run with no breakers. We're going to float 2 tags. We'll see if a Mindscaping shows up to make that slightly more awkward in the near future. Excuse me. I don't think we have the tempo or the time to clear these tags. Now, Wiki down to 5 credits. A Hansei will do a lot to put her back financially up to 10, which can res most ice in the game, let alone get that face down card in archives, which is a credit a turn. Looks like Hedge Fund will do its best facsimile and a card on the remote server. This deck is advancing it, so easily could be a Proprio Negation, and Proprio Negation into Moosely Hot Knives is just a nightmare. All run events can be rerouted. Now, this could just be Charlotte. That's not unlikely. Wiki on only 8 credits, a Boomerang could contest this remote server, so maybe it's a really, really cool bluff play if this is an agenda where it looks like a Charlotte, but a Proprio Negation is going to blow this matchup from unfavorable to disaster territory. Summon plural. Changeling drawing up. I'm not sure exactly what we're looking for, but with 2 decoders in the bin, there's a chance that we might not have any other ways to break code gates barring boomerangs or tricks. Carpe Diem. Archives is the mark. We're not going to go toe to toe with the Cloud Eater. $14 credits. Your window is closing. If Wiki can get 3 ice on a single server, it's hard to imagine they're going to be able to contest a knife. I think you have to pivot to agendas, which means you really have to hope Wiki draws awkwardly and things flood up, or you get just lucky off the top. Hey, we're charging, cards in hand. Anything that has to end the run, or this remote server, the Charlotte will go down, and Braun does end the run, plus a bit more. You can install a card from Archives or HQ. There's no ice, so I'm assuming this text won't actually matter. Wiki is down to 2 credits. Oh, we do get the ice there. Quite nice.
That's from HQ.
So a Charlotte here is really important. Throwing out the Wizard's chest and a direct access. And of course, it is the Charlotte there for 4 credits and a card draw. Okay, starting Petty Cash. Lovely card in RH. Either you discard it and keep it face down, or you're going to get your clickless economy eventually. This is just a click for 2, and Wiki wants to make sure she has enough money to ensure that the second knife won't sneak through, as much as the third one's the one that she'll be really well defended for. Click for the Charlotte.
So you can overdraw and discard start on RH, but now it's install.
Yeah, the overdraw's
on
quite
HQ.
nice. That it's akin for credit. But here, the defensive upgrade on HQ, again, 1 defensive upgrade is going to be such a problem. If that's an Adrian, I do think that doesn't care for knives, but if it is just a hard end the run of Anoetic, or even a Managarm, it makes it nearly impossible for the knife to go off. Marjan, I would say, dumped from hand alongside a Wizard chest, which seems a bit ambitious, but I do think you're going to need one of these if you are going to go for the knife plan. Did we whiff Moosely Hot this turn? Yeah, we did. No, we revealed the Marjan, excuse me.
Marjana.
And Wiki still now drawing through her deck with the Charlotte. Quite nice. Card on top of Charlotte, a Lacosta makes a lot of sense. The pre-advance, though, could mean it's a defensive upgrade. I still think if you have a click left, advancing Charlotte is akin to clicking for 3, or clicking for 2 more accurately with the Charlotte's alternate text. There's a Mayfly. So that's a nice way we might be able to contest code gates as much as it only lives for a single run. With the getaway in hand, the question is...
Essentially a way to...
Yeah?
Sorry, go ahead.
I'm just interested in where we're going to get this Mayfly off, because it's obviously not enough to run 3 Central. So contest the remote server. Mayfly does not line up well against things that hard end the run, like Anoetic or potentially an Adrian, but second knife is down. The question of the Changeling has the surprise tech to get in there. Like maybe you go ahead and like window of opportunity a Cloud Eater and then just like blow a hole open in other Centrals when Wiki has to spend 10 to re-res.
To say advancing the Charlotte manually, even with Lacoste, is very nice because you can still set up to trash the Charlotte for the credits and then install on top of the Lacosta.
Yeah. Yeah, you pay 3 for this turn to get the 4 from Charlotte, but you're going to res your Lacosta this game no matter what, so you might as well stomach it now if you can stomach it.
It's a way to sort of borrow a click against the future, and that's always very nice.
So Wiki has 6 cards in hand here. Only 10 credits, and it's really important that she doesn't overextend. Maybe she's relatively confident with the Cloud Eater on Archives and only 1 knife so far. One of the big things you do want to do against a knife deck is only overprotect a single server. It might be right to ice up all servers, so they have to worry about Debrado or Mayfly. But the big thing is 1 server. As long as they can't run that, they're kind of good because they have to run all of them. So a lot of times you'll see this 3 ice defensive upgrade and let the other ones be taxing enough, but not impenetrable.
Mm-hmm.
Mayfly's revealed. This is 2MU and we have no console yet, so this can't be installed. the second Mayfly is taking up, half of your MU until you find a console. And this console might just be I don't know, maybe a Hermes for disruption. It could also just be the whatever the run based console is. I forget the name right now.
What's the influence cost on Bling actually?
Must be like 2 or 3.
It's like I look at these very cheap icebreakers, right? Like and the Wizard's Chest, the Morjana.
That's kind of fun. I'm assuming it's 3. It must be 3, right? The Changeling's thinking here. 6 cards in hand. The Charlotte and their remote server, things are only going to get worse and worse. It's kind of like, playing this sort of deck and having a Mersh on the other side of the table. Like, you kind of feel like you have to act now before you get the money to res all the ice on the table.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the cool thing with the timing of Chichinyu, which actually does show up as Nebula, or not as Nebula when it's on the table, which is nice, is that it is unique and it's end of turn. So it's not like you can score this Chichinyu and then Wizard's Chest, because Wizard's Chest is a paid ability, so you have to do it functionally during your action phase. Or, yeah, right? No, because there's a window after your turn ends. Wait, hold on.
Yeah, but you still can't knife twice in a single turn.
That's for sure. But can you knife and pull out the second, or excuse me, the third knife?
I'm not sure.
I think we'll find out all together. Because this is a paid ability window, but there is a paid ability window in your discard
Yes.
phase. Yeah, my guess is probably not. A lot of thinking, but it's just going to be draw, click for 3, discarding cards again. We're going to need a lot of money for depending on the Mayfly and throwing out a transfer and a clean getaway. So cards in hand have to be pretty impactful. I'm assuming the last Desperado. Maybe even like always have a backup plan window. Like you need these like cheat cards that can surprise. Even if you get into HQ first and like drop a Mag Electric, maybe that opens up something, but it's hard to put all these cards in your Muesli Hot deck. Petty Cash, we're pushing. Upgrades on top of Server 2 Wiki. Very like consistent, very methodical play. And that's exactly what you want to do here on the course. The later the game goes, the more you're favored. And so she just needs to get to that point.
Mm-hmm. And with both the Restoring Humanity and the Charlotte Drip econ, very soon all 5 of these pieces of ice will be resible.
Yeah, she's getting a credit a turn. We've only seen one hedge fund. I think one Hanse was shuffled back. She has a Petty Cash on deck. So she's going to need a bit more money here. But I wonder if she does feel confident jamming. Maybe the Mayfly is putting enough pressure. I know my deck has Sentry Breakers. Oh, it looks like Changeling's just drawing for a Sentry Breaker here. With 13 cards left in the deck, I'm assuming we're on double revolvers and hoping that Muesli Hot gets there before you run out of bullets. Maybe we're on a Carmen. Wookie still just getting that Charlotte draw every turn. And 4 credits off of the La Costa. We now have a stack of upgrades. 1 in Server 2, 1 on HQ. We're going to go up to 24 credits, removing the Petty Cash from the game. And with 3 ice on HQ, 2 on Res and R&D, a Cloudy on Archives, I think Centrals are locked down here. The question is whether the remote server now is what's Changeling is camping. And I think actually scoring to 7 is maybe easier than having to make the 6 successful runs required to get the 2 last knives in.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's more than 6. Let's be honest. The upgrade on HQ means it's going to be like 9 successful runs or something like that. All right, Shroud's gone. Install Advanced Advance. Now, you don't have to install Advanced Advance with La Costa. You're technically playing around Pinhole, but this is really cool because Wiki can score at whatever this agenda is and then jam the next agenda. So there's no turn that La Costa's. Exactly. Yeah. You want to make sure your La Costa is doing something every turn. I like this sort of play style a lot. Card by DM. Muesli Hot, the Marketeer, going to reveal and draw. So a 3 credit econ card. If you're going to run all centrals, who cares what your mark is? It does still matter.
Yeah, sometimes the order in which you run the centrals is very important.
Yeah, for sure. For Prio Negation, if that gets scored, like that makes it so much more important. If a Sisyphus gets scored here, like, do you just scoop for the mental savings as the runner? Like, it's hard. I'm not saying that Changeling should. Very good player can probably play out of any bad situation, but things are only going to get worse the longer Changeling waits for this corporation to set up. Thinking. Again, 2 tags probably isn't relevant. I don't think this deck is going to have a lot of resources. Maybe some card draw stuff. 16 credits. There is an upgrade in Server 2, and I think the worst case scenario is an Anoetic Void, which means you have to figure out how to break a Brawn multiple times. And while Mayfly is only a one-time shot, we haven't seen a Fracture yet. Carpe Diem, Marco's Archives, we're not, again, running that Cloud Eater. Up to 19 here. Again, we're just looking for breakers, then drawing up. So we haven't seen a Fracture. Oh, sorry, we have a Fracture. We have a Marjana. What am I talking about? Excuse me. It is very expensive. It's like 11 credits. How much is it? 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. It's 10 credits? No, 11 credits to break a Brawn. That's not good.
5, yeah, 11 credits.
Definitively quite expensive. You might have done this on System Gateway at some point and then realized probably not going to do that again.
I could play a better Fracture.
2 cards extra in hand here. Well, only 1 click. So we are going to be discarding stuff, just jettisoning whatever we can to get to our breakers, to get to the pressure, to get to our tricks. Only 19 credits here. And that's one of the painful points, is that this Moosely Hot deck that is knife-based is probably running no multi-axis whatsoever. So if you do have to pivot to the scoring out plan, your single axes have to be great. Oh, trashing the Marjana for the second Mayfly that we've known's been in hand for a while, either not having or not finding a console. So now we have 2 good runs in us before we just can't break any more ice for the rest of the turn. Quad advance. Sorry, up to 4 Proprietor Negation. Okay, this card, it's not an Nisei Mark II. It's actually much more interesting in this matchup because the run can be redirected to Archives. And if you haven't made the Archives run so far, that's fine with you. However, that's a Cloud Eater. And we have another card in the remote server threatening to bring Wiki up to 5 points next turn. Chenchling, revealing a Baya Bands, drawing for 2. This is not looking good for our runner. Undo click on a card draw? Let's see what Chenchling's working on here. Not sure what happened. Maybe we initiated an ability. Wiki's confused. Yeah, you can't really undo card draws for obvious reasons. So there might have been something going on where, like, yeah, we clicked on a wizard chest or something, or clicked on an install and undid the install. Yeah, because I don't think the cards actually changed in hand size, because we should be on 6, 7, 8. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, cool. Yeah, so it's not visible to us, but Chenchling was trying to install a program and it said MU is an issue. In theory, if you say don't trash, it will nullify that action. But if you undo click, technically, you just get back to the same board state before. But it looks really weird in chat. Wow, we're making a run. Baya Bands. We're just sending it in HQ saying, I need to snipe the points here. But the way that Wiki has been feathering into the remote server means any agenda in hand is only going to spend maybe a turn there.
Probably these 3 ads.
Like, do you just proprio this for pain? Like, you make 3 ice be broken and proprio into the Cloud Eater? I think with 2 Mayflies, maybe you just wait and just say, okay, this is going to be more important later because there's no way you're going to knife on this turn. This is a good bravado, though. Tachibula, break for 1. And then we still have a defensive upgrade. My read is an Adrian, maybe?
Probably Adrian.
Oh, we're firing this. So we broke the Botu to prevent the hand. I guess we wanted the MU anyways. We got money back from the bravado. Yeah, interesting run.
To free the MU back up. There's a revolver for the Cloud Eater, but
yeah, that'll get you somewhere, but now you can only make 1 run in which you can break an end the run code gate. With MICs in the list, I don't know if there's any other code gates we expect that end the run. Vampire and Asa, Atini, they can and do show up. Those don't end the run. They have text that's bad, but second Proprietor Negation, this is a nightmare. Wiki can now install a 5-3 and then win in 2 turns. Chenchling here just draws maintenance access. Actually, that's kind of sick. The issue with that double Proprietor Negation is like the Cloud Eater is confirmed to fire because you can only break 7 subroutines. And with double Proprietor Negation, you can force 9 Cloud Eater subroutines in a single run. This is not favorable for this runner deck specifically. Let alone, and nobody wants to play against double Proprietor Negation, but yeah, it's rough out here for sure. Wiki's doing a great job here. Tethering the cards on remote server. We're pinholing through the Cloud Eater. Trying to maybe bring the Lacosta down is my guess to slow down and buy yourself a turn. This is really quite expensive. This does count as a successful run on archives, which does matter. But Cloud Eater, we're going to break for 4 and then half of the bullets in our gun. Actually, no, we're going to fire this. 3 tags. We don't care. Sorry, 2 tags. So we're going to save a bullet. That's that makes a lot of sense, actually. Of course it does. That's great. Pinhole threading.
This revolver is worth 3.
Oh, and a wake off HQ. I think we're sending it this turn. I just don't know how we have the money for this. Let alone MIC. Like, if Wiki wants to send to MIC. But now on any run, you can wait for the bow 2 to get broken, the tattoo bowl to get broken, and then you can just proprio back onto the Cloud Eater again. And then you don't have enough clicks to get the second knife, and because of the MIC, it is going to cost Wiki board state. But when Wiki is 2 turns away from closing the game in the remote server, she might not matter. Unless she overextends with these tools, and then the remote server can be assailed. But yeah, Anoetic on HQ, that had to go down if your plan is the knife. Ooh, maintenance access as a double. The question is, how many points do we think there's in HQ? We've seen 6 out so far. Probably another agenda in server 2. Same idea, tags. Deeper into the tag hole we're going to go. We're going to break the other 2 subroutines that matter a lot more on this board state. I don't know if you proprio this. See cards in HQ. I think this hand is clean. This is, mind you, only a single. So we have run HQ. So now we can run R&D. The question is, can you run R&D for 4 credits? Wait, this doesn't count as a run on this is not a run on HQ, right? Does maintenance access work with JChinU? I don't know how this interaction works. It says run archives when you would approach, instead change the attacked server. So you made a successful run on HQ?
Yes, you made a successful run on HQ.
Neat. As a question, is there window to jack out after proprio negation counter? No. The runner moves to the outermost piece of position, uses ability. They approach
yeah,
and
they
ice.
approach. Yep.
Yeah. They can jack out. Yeah, that's rough. There's also like a nightmare situation where if you run, in theory, there could be an Afrun and you can blank the revolver. And then you send someone into the Cloud Eater and the Afrun blank text is still active. So you can no longer use the revolver to break the Cloud Eater. Yeah, no is pretty intimidating there in chat. Gentling, not feeling confident about it. I might be SOL here. Going to be forced to introduce yourself to the Cloud Eater. And 4 credits is what you need for the Cloud Eater. You can't spend a single credit running R&D. Let alone you have to run R&D twice now. Yeah, very, very hard here. There's been a lot of effort to like ensure that the second assassination goes through. I don't know if the remote server was more assailable. Again, the breakers don't seem like they're phenomenal at breaking this mid-range ice, like Braun or MIC. I guess mid-range is probably not the correct term here, but pretty big stuff. Changeling is thinking. At any point in time too, like just double excuse me, I'm forgetting the name of the card right now. The one that lets you do 3 net damage if they have 3 tags. Mindscaping?
Mindscaping, yeah.
Yeah, that also could just close the game out of nowhere. I don't know if you have the slots for that sort of thing.
I mean, Mindscaping does have some other utility. It
Yeah,
has
it's
a
okay.
little bit of econ attached. It's got some R&D protection attached.
The second and very important question, is there a window to jack out after breaking the Cloud Eater before using a proprio counter? I'm not 100% confident on that. I would have to double check. You can jack out between runs at like the pass window or the pass event. I don't think you can jack out during approach.
Pass, and then
So my guess is no.
I mean, shouldn't the runner have priority first when they pass?
Yeah, but you can use this during an encounter. Right? Like, because this is a paid ability window. As long as you use it before they pass, they just send it backwards suddenly.
Yeah.
Yeah, if proprio was like worded in a way that you could only use it during like the movement phase, then maybe you could jack out because you'd have priority.
You can pray before they pass. Yep.
Yeah, but you can pop this whenever you want. We'll figure it out. Yeah. Folks in chat are saying the idea is, yeah, once they break the subroutines, technically they pass priority back to the corporation.
Yeah.
And so the corporation can just use this pay to ability
Yeah,
window
they
to
pay to
make you
break,
approach
they
again. Yeah.
make you approach again. Yeah.
All right. Looks like we're going to confirm maybe with the judge here how this interaction goes. I do think Wiki is probably just a turn and a half away from closing a game
I
out.
believe that's should be the 4 fire subs, so at least you just have to at least you don't take the subs twice if you're double prio during double prio during an encounter, but
Yeah, this is really hard. At any point that Chenchling makes a run here, I think he's not flatlined, but he's going to lose 3 cards in hand at a minimum. Because any ice that you break, you can force yourself into the Cloud Eater twice, which means that has to be bullets and 4 counters. So guaranteed, those are rate limited. Well, more accurately, you're credit limited here. So it's either going to be Trash and Assault Runner card or take 3, if not both. So, excuse me, they're just going to chat with a judge here. I think maybe for the sake of the stream, we might just want to duck out and watch another table. Because I don't know how this is going to end. Or like I have an idea this is going to end, and I don't know. I feel mean about the idea. But yeah, the proprio, it looks like our judge is coming in. Okay, so we should be fine. Yeah, this card is really strong. So Nisei Mark II, that idea has been around since 1996. Shout out to Data Fort Remapping. And this new version of it is fascinating. There's a lot of cases where it's worse than a Nisei counter. And this is one of them. When your corporation player puts one of the scariest dice in the entire format on archives. And now things with Afron can force you into this now 3 times in a single interaction, which is pretty wild. So Chenchling has to be really careful, especially because I don't think this deck has more than one more extra revolver in it, and then you have to use your Mayflies. 6 strength also, pretty nasty. All right, I think for the sake of the judge thing, we're going to just jump into another table because this might take a while to sort out, and it's probably not the best television. So we're going to see some of these games close up. Would you be able maybe to duck into table 5 and see if they're okay to be on stream? Of course, if you're
so
watching.
that's what I checked earlier, and that did not respond.
Oh yeah, right. That was the one.
And there are only 2 other tables outstanding at this point.
Okay. Maybe you want to duck into table. Is table 13 still live on your side or no?
No, only 9 and 17 are left on.
Okay. Do you want to duck in
Jane
maybe
F.
to 17? It's Epiphany versus Sable.
Yeah, let me check on 17. 1 second.
Thank you. Of course, sorry if you're watching this and we have not a nice conclusion, but we'll obviously alert you to the result of this match. This again is round 4. At the end of this, we're still going to have some players who are undefeated. And to make top 5 today, obviously undefeated is a good spot to be.
On table 17.
Okay, huge. Thank you. We're going to duck over to that. All right. We're jumping in halfway through this game. It looks like it's 6-4. We have Hexnet on the top, Canadian player. Playing Sable, setup seems pretty good. Debbie is empty. We got 4 tags though, and Spider Bro now has 3 clicks to figure out what to do with these tags. This deck usually runs tag punishment. Of course it does. So we're looking at things like IP enforcement. We're looking at things like the one that gives you double tags, or sorry, adds a tag or takes your credits. But also, we can just score off the top of the deck with something like freedom of information. Looks like it's a Stoke the Ember. Spider Bro finding the combo from the top, using the counter. Going to have a click left here, scoring out a very cheap Stoke the Embers, putting you 6-4. Now, we have a powers that be combo here. So in theory, you might be able to actually close the game out if you can find a freedom of information, which should be a 0 agenda here. If you can put it on the table from hand, powers can just close the game out. So Stoke getting scored out, 1 click left, 15 credits, and advancement pending on the Mesta Chesfo. And Spider Bro still has a click and a powers installed from HQ or R&D. Now this means the top 2 cards in R&D are known because of Epiphany. Looks like we're installing a B1001 in the remote server. Hermes is now going to bounce it. So unfortunately, that's not going to do it. Now we do have a click. It looks like B1001's back in server 10. So HexNet, unfortunately, with 4 tags, will be unable to make a successful run here. So Spider Bro can always hope or set up with federal fundraising, but the top of the deck is either the last Stoke the Embers or a freedom of information if HexNet does not clear enough tags on this turn.
And Hexnet very short on credits here. Only 2
Oh, yeah.
credits.
Yeah, it's hard to imagine here. Like at this point, we play no clean getaways, but they're unplayable. If you click clean getaway, they just trade the B1001 and you lose 6 credits. So that's a disaster. Notably, HexNet's playing Gachapon in this deck, which is kind of cool. I haven't seen that in a criminal list, but as a way to get your companions down or set up your twinning consistently, it's actually kind of nice. Looks like we're running. And here you could just let the runner either deal with the VSA or break the VSA. And breaking the VSA actually does cost you 3 credits. One of them will be from your pockets, 2 from Cheswa. But now you can just let this run through or remove the tag. And it looks like remove the tag is what we're going to do. So technically cheaper than removing the tag on your own.
Yeah, cheaper, and also threatens here into the HQ. Any agenda touch is a win.
Yeah. Now, top of the deck is known. We have no shuffle abilities. So if it's sitting there, it's sitting there. That's for sure. But federal fundraising probably set up the deck in a way already, and then maybe you didn't draw. There's some things you can do here. It's hard to tell. Jumping in halfway through the game, especially with balance coverages as well.
I mean, the B1001 makes the board state completely safe for...
Yo, Lilo to remove tags. I have never seen that since Elevation has come out, but we're down to 1 tag, which is important. It still means freedom of information can be scored off of the Holloman off the top deck without Epiphany counters. So that's kind of cool. It's a 3-2 in the list. It also means IP enforcement can't just take an embedded reporting, put it on the table, and close the game out, because that won't be installed from HQ. So Holloman has some good text. So now we have to do all the share return triggers. 2 credits from the public access plazas. Federal fundraising, going to look at the top 3, rearrange. You can choose to draw. Balance coverage will get 4 credits. Not really impactful on this board state. And Spider Bro just needs to find a 3-2 here. And it looks like freedom information is found off the top. HexNet clearing 1 tag too little. So that's going to be installed on top of the Holloman. Spend 4, scoring out 8-6. This is the second time today we've seen that squeaky 8-6 finish with a bit of a tag punishment endgame. Well played to both players. Good game. Shout out to Spider Bro. Spider Bro, if I'm not mistaken, runs the Maker's Eye, which is a phenomenal website to do some recap on tournament stats and meta stats. Really, really good stuff. Both of these players are really nice folks too. Well played. All right, I'm going to return to the Wiki Changeling game. Looks like we got our judge call. I need to do some more reading. We'll get an extension. Oh no, we're still in this. So this just becomes our screensaver as the judges figure out what's going on here. I really appreciate the judges. There's a fair bit of work here. Don't come back, Changeling. We're back. Oh, actually, Changeling, yeah, we're definitely back. I guess you're not seeing any other information here. So we might just call it here and go for a break. There's going to be a bit of an extension, but this is the last table, and the judges are doing their hard work figuring out how this interaction works. Yeah. All right, cool. Good luck to both of you out there. Hopefully get a nice conclusion to that game, but we will dodge out for a second. Okay, actually, hey, it might be more than for a second because there's not that many more games to watch at this point. That's the only table left.
That is the last game ongoing.
So that means we're going to be throwing to a break. And the breaks, if I'm not mistaken, are about, I want to say, an hour. I will update it on the stream if you're following. If you're in, mind you, in Discord, it'll tell you how long the break is. But we are going to have a break here between rounds 4 and 5. We are just hitting the halfway point of this day. We've seen some phenomenal Netrunner already, and I don't think that's going to change anytime soon. This is, again, the Circuit Breaker Invitational 2026. My name is Andre from the Metropol Grid. I'm he, him. Very excited to be here. Joined by Thrantar and Mike. Thrantar, how you doing?
All right, thanks.
So we're going to be throwing it to a lunch break. We should be back. I don't want to say anything too hastily. I think it's within an hour. So go stretch your legs, go hug a loved one, go get some nice tea and a sandwich, and we'll be back here in just a bit.
So I do see the timer for
Yeah?
round 5. That starts in 48 minutes.
Okay, 48 minutes. So currently it's 3 o'clock here. We'll be back a bit before the hour. So don't go anywhere. You're watching the Circuit Breaker Invitational. This is the Americas section. We'll be back in just a bit.
Transmitting signal. Now.
the Wayland Consortium. Build to last. The Wayland Consortium. Builder of nations.
back to the 2026 Circuit Breaker Invitational. We're just about to start round 5 here. We still have some players who are undefeated, so before we sit down at tables, let's do a quick recap. And I guess we're going to start the recap with ourselves. My name is Andre from the Metroball Grid. I go by he, him. I'm joined by Thrantar. Thrantar, how you doing? How's your break?
All right, pretty good, thanks.
So we are starting round 5 of 8 today. So just to make sure we're all on the same page, this is the Circuit Breaker Invitational. So all of these players over the last year of organized play have won an invite. They do that by coming in usually first, sometimes second or third, depending on how big a tournament is, and they can cash in that invite to play today. Today we're seeing players in the Americas time zones. We saw yesterday, last night, it was the APAC time zone, and just in the near future, we'll be this weekend seeing the EMEA time zone. The top 5 players from each of these different brackets will be moving on next weekend to our Circuit Breaker Invitational Finals alongside our standing Circuit Breaker Kikai. So that'll be a clean 16. And speaking of a clean break here, we have 3 players who remain undefeated 4 rounds into this tournament right before their lunch break. We got Bullfinch playing Ayuko and Hoshiko. I'm not super familiar with that name, but dang, that's a strong SOS. We have Plural, who is going still undefeated on Ayuko and also Moosely Hot. We saw a Moosely Hot game that did not take a lot of accesses to close that off. And then our world's finalist, Davs, playing Ayuko as well, and Sebastian Souza Pessoa. So it looks like all the Ayuko players here we can see are undefeated, but we still have a lot of players at 9, and even some of the 6s I think are still in contention. Again, we have 4 more rounds today, and we should be jumping straight into another round. How are we looking on the table we wanted to scout out?
It looks like there are some possible JNet issues here with some
Oh no.
lag and latency.
Yeah, that's all right. Hopefully if you're watching this, maybe you're playing this weekend, maybe you already played, but we've had some really exciting games so far. All right, give us one moment as we figure out what we can do here. In terms of the meta, it's going to be really interesting across this weekend to see as the changes change between the different pods. So far, we've avoided watching any AUCO on the stream. I think that's going to change relatively soon. But Wayland is the big winner, it seems, today in terms of representation and conversion rate, too. We see at the top here, some of the top 8 players, top 10 players, we're seeing 4 different Wayland identities so far, as much as there is, again, still more day to watch out. All right, I'm going to jump over. I think we're on table. It's Cat versus Davs.
I think that was 2.
Yeah,
was table 2.
Perfect. So we're in, and it looks like Cat. I can't tell if there's a keep now or a mulligan. It looks like Jane has been a bit buggy, but an open HQ is exactly where Sebastian wants to find himself. That's a transfer of wealth. There's usually 3 of these in this deck, and not only will this be like a 9 credit swing, but these 6 credits are also going to give a tag to Sebastian, and Sebastian loves getting that single tag, allowing him to install a connection from Grip, paying 2 costs fewer, and there's not that many expensive connections. So this is going to be just a massive amount of value. Friend of a friend, a nice way to clear the tag. Oh, and double transfer turn. Looks like we're going to be floating a tag here, and Cat has no way to duck, so just a ridiculous opening here. Looks like we haven't seen any ice after that Spin Doctor draw. This is still, I think, the first turn. Yeah, turn 1. Wow. Davs' start was Audrey double transfer. Really, really good.
Although the second transfer, you're losing out a little bit of ID value, because it's when you take 1 or more tags if you have no tags.
Yeah, the second one won't install
a little
anything.
bit of lost value on the second one being fired immediately instead of spacing out for a future turn. But on the other hand, there is, of course, the tempo from draining the credits.
Yeah, it looks like Cat, unfortunately, we might be running into some JNet issues, so we'll see if we have to pull off to another table here, but definitely such a strong start. Now, 2 tags is kind of awkward. It's worth noting that Friend of a Friend is kind of protected with Sebastian's text. So clearing a tag, or sorry, trashing the Friend of a Friend is a bit more annoying. That is 1 card out of hand. All right, we're trying to figure out what to do here. Mind you, cards and archives, these could be agendas. This is a 44 card built to last deck. And we've seen a bunch of different iterations. We've seen some jammier versions of BTL. We've also seen versions that are running as few agendas as possible. Just 18 points is just 6 3-point agendas. And you just keep install advancing cards. You have to figure out whether that is the eventual clearinghouse that will sneak up to high advancements and just blow the runner up, or whether they're agendas that were seen as launching out aggressively, getting those counters on a Basalt Spires, and then continuing to just like windmill cards into the remote server. Yeah, looks like, yeah, I think we're just gonna jump to another table. It looks like Cat unfortunately is having internet issues when it comes to Jaina. I really hope all this gets resolved because that's a huge bummer when it comes to online tournament. But both of these players are phenomenal. Hopefully they figure out a way to get to the end of this match. All right, bear with us when it comes to technical difficulties. That sort of stuff definitely happens on online tournaments. So we're just gonna swing over to a different table. Why don't we jump up to, I believe, table 4? Give me 1 second to make sure everything's good on our side.
On table 4, 1 second.
Thank you. So here on the top here, a lot of Anarch at these top tables so far. You do see a good spread of them, whether it's Sebastiao, whether it's Lu, and whether it's Hoshiko. This is one of the last major tournaments before the new set Vantage Point does come out in just about 2 months. So this meta is going to be affected by Worlds on the last ban list. So very interesting to see whether there's some unknown archetypes. And I think we're seeing some stuff come out on the Corp side. All right, give us 1 second. We're going to jump over.
We're at no on the table.
Okay. Fair enough. Let's go in a different direction. I think we're just going to jump to table 1 for the sake of it. I think it's going to be really simple that we get in here. I don't think we've seen both of these players so far, but we've seen one so far. And this game is chugging along. We saw Plural won in like 3 accesses earlier today, playing this Moosely Hot. But Bullfinch, top of the standings right now, playing Ayuko. When you play against Ayuko, again, one of the most powerful identities we've seen in Vantage Point, doing really quite well across the entirety of the competitive season, almost regardless of the ban lists. We have cards down in archives, 2 Bladderworts trashed, 1 taking away, and is threatening to do a single net damage. Plural on the other side, looks like the net damage off of the last Bladderwort might have hit the twinning. We have some tech here in the bin when it comes to Glacier, so Game Dragon. Bummer, okay, hold on.
No on 1.
Huge apologies. Give us 1 second on the production side. We need to figure out what table we can watch here, so just give us a moment. So sorry about this. Okay, would you be able to check table 3 kindly? I think we might have seen RPT play Atea before on stream, but very excited to see that matchup regardless. So I haven't done the math. I think you can push this math into a calculator online to figure out what is the expected result to get to tomorrow. Again, this is the top 5. While it is currently about 55 players, it's not uncommon for the later the day to go on when it comes to online tournaments.
You're good on table
3?
Whatever table I'm at.
Thank you. Okay, give me 1 second.
Cold Lava versus RPT. Yep, table 3.
All right, we're in. All right, we've seen this list before. RPT is playing Fast Advance Atea. Tranquility Home Grid's the remote. We have a Regolith cooking a Botu with a Chisel working its way down. And the other side of the table, Cold Lava is playing a Lu deck. We're assuming this might be mulch-like. A lot of viruses, a lot of ice destruction. And maybe we're playing 40 cards. Maybe we're a bit over there. This deck, RPT.
There's 2 Chisels in the heap. There's the Chisel. Yeah, it's definitely ice destruction based.
We have a Propeller in the bin too, which is really interesting. So we're assuming some Simul chips will bring that back. We saw RPT earlier, I think in round 1, if not round 2, but playing a lot of 3-2s, as many 3-2s as you can play. We saw some Flower Sermons. I don't think we saw any 5-3s, but this list is spending influence on things like Tranquility Home Grid. But for fast events, we have access to the clickless install with Atea for Moonpool, and also the clickless install of Bast Chiraboga, which allows you for, it's a bit of money, 6 credits just about. You can score out any agenda from hand or any of the 3-2s. So I'm assuming RPT is going to need 2 more scores out. And with an Empiricist on HQ, I think Cold Lava's Lu is really going to need a way to blow this ice open and open HQ where you can get that strong pressure. Gachbon, we're looking what we have inside. Botchos for free can start working on the Empiricist. Coming with 2 counters means you can run this turn and just take a 1 net damage and a tag. Maybe you want to allow the corporation not to rearrange the top of the deck and the hand. We also have access to a Chisel, which... we check the heap. 2 Devil Charms are in the bin already, but it looks like we're just going to be chiseling down the Botu. Now, this is a fast events deck, so it doesn't actually really need the remote server. So we'll see if the pressure is it's better positioned on centrals or the remote. Now, the Gachbon, you're going to have to remove 2 cards from the game. Almost all these cards are great. Lago fires consistently with Atea. Pinhole might be not important, but it's a Lago and a Botchless that are leaving. Audrey coming in with a counter. Now we're going to run both of these Chisels tap their way down. So this is going to be -5 strength, blowing up the ice immediately. Tranquility and Regolith is expensive. We can trash all of this. Lu does get a card and a credit back. And once per turn, if you trash a card, you also get the Audrey counter whenever you trash an installed card. Or sorry, not even an installed card, a card you're accessing. RPD's board state. Not too much to write home about. But again, this deck doesn't need a board state to do its combos. Install a 3-2, install a moon pool, pay 3, get some cards out of your hand, shuffle them back into your deck, and you are on game point that quickly. Just draw a click for 2, waiting for the setup or not having enough credits. I do think the Bass combo does cost, I want to say 6 credits, so we'll see if there's another nano management or some other fast advance that might be a bit more expensive.
I will say, as much as 2 chisels and 2 devil charms have gone by, like there's a worry that a take can run out of ice on centrals and then can be very, very pressured.
Cold Lava taking a turn off there. Charging the twinning, you do have to do that every turn. That is your multi-axis. And so installing with the Paladin Puemo, getting on the buffer drive and the fermenter. Now, I do not know if this game is going to go long enough for the buffer drive to be super relevant, but an upgrade on R&D, I think we saw that RBD is running at least, well, I think we saw 1 or 2 Mitra Amans. If you look in the heap, that means the Mitra Aman can bring back a Botu, or even if you have a breaker, or sorry, a piece of ice that's really good against Botulus or AI breakers like Samaksumun, that can be very, very rude. While a Fencer and a Lago is going down, that's not additional pressure on RPD as another turn to find some fast advance combo.
So I will say, as much as the buffer drive interaction with the Steel Skins, with the Strike Funds, and the Audrey setting up the sort of loop at the bottom of the stack might not come up, it is still net damage protection against key pieces being sniped. This list does have incidental net damage. The Empiricist does some net damage. There are potentially other sources of net damage as well. So there could just be, sort of the conventional
for
buffer drive
sure.
value.
But I'm assuming we're going to be on game point in a turn. In fact, that's this turn. We're revealing from hand. This is a peer review. Yagi Uda. We're scoring that Yagi Uda. The peer review got shuffled back into the deck with the moon pool, but this is game point. Only on 2 credits. This is a good turn for Cold Lava to be aggressive. Not a lot of ice can be res. That's where the Mitra Amon can be surprising. But it looks like agendas are back in R&D, and Cold Lava has at least 4 agendas to steal. Cracking the fermenter up to 10 credits now. Simulchip on the table, which we can use at instant speed running. And there's that Mitra we talked about. You can just use 3 credits here, or you can swap an ice in. We're on 5 points. So if you want to get that Botu in, it's a bit too expensive, but it will have a lot of strength. Tattoo Bola will be the res.
A little bit awkward for Audrey to break, but certainly well within Audrey's breaking ability. Also, Chisel an option here.
Just going to open it up. And again, if you can lock R&D, you can make sure that Cold Lava can stop RPD for drawing. We're going to dump into 220 charges, hybrid release, getting a counter on Paladin and Fueno. In fact, we're fully loaded up, 3 points to 5. Top of the deck is now still known. We did not trash. We stole 2.
Of course, stealing 2 does mean that the companions are now unhappy. Paladin and Fencer both at 3.
Fencer just shows herself out immediately, but Paladin.
A little bit.
Yeah.
Surprise. Yeah.
Using the Paladin to trash the Fencer, so you don't have to pay for one of their costs. And RBD just clicking for credits, reinstalling ice on R&D. That could have been the top deck, so this might be known. And with 3 object counters, I think Cold Lava is pretty happy running here and seeing 2 cards, if not 3, with an install from the twinning.
Yeah, it's all using Paladin credits. I could see the 3rd access via twinning.
Now the breakpoints, again, if you want to use Moonpool to score out, you have to res it and you have to get at least 1 advancement. So that's going to be a 4 credit score out. So if RBT has the perfect hand, in theory, this could be the game point. That's unlikely. Bastia Boga combos cost about 6. Can get cheaper with things like peer review, but we are checking HQ. Empiricist in the way here. We're probably going to break that with Audrey unless we're going to botchless it. But first dice is the question. We've only seen 1 Moonpool so far in archives. Nothing incredibly important for the fast advance game plan. There's another Tattoo Bola. So you could bounce on this and just say RBD doesn't have enough money to do anything relevant next turn. You can pivot to R&D. You can trash this. The thing is, like, the Simulchip is not active, I don't think, right? Like, you have to trash your Audrey. That seems very expensive.
Yeah.
So we're going to bounce off of it and then just pivot R&D where we can see again. We did install a card, so we can see 3 here. The second Tattoo Bola. If you want to mulch away your Audrey and chisel into the Tattoo Bola, it's definitely an option. It's a bit expensive.
Bouncing then install using Paladin credits, charge the twinning is, I think, also appealing.
I think the 20 might have already been charged that turn with the Simulchip install. So we'll see if we have the Rising Tide. Like, sometimes you do have the one of Breaker, but it looks like a second Audrey. So now one of these can go with the simul chip, but specifically not breaking the tattoo bullet to make sure RPD stays on low credits, so you don't have to worry about fast advance threat. So we'll see what the play is here. It might just be click for 3 credits. We're going to be drawing up a bit. Very importantly, Moonpool does require the right cards in hand, so you do need to hold things safely between turns. Cold Lava double drawing up. Only 9 cards left in the stack. Triple draw as well. If you have a Steelskin Scarring, you can just send it to the Audrey instead of drawing. Looks like we've seen one
Yes.
Steelskin, one Strike Fund, but just getting the Devil Charm down for the twinning, saying you can start the turn on 3 credits. Next turn, we'll see if that Charm uses the Empiricist or breaks the Empiricist. Again, this is an Atea deck, so RBD might have the double install here. Single install kind of looks like a Spin Doctor. Looks like it's a Regolith.
Regolith, money.
Ooh, hitting a Steelskin off the top with Lagu is incredibly good. Bottoming it. Now we're going to start a turn on 8 cards in hand. This Regolith money is actually kind of important, but RPD is threatening to close the game with at least 7 credits. Looks like Olaf is going to be pressuring HQ here. Chisel this Tattoo Bola, then we'll simul-chip Chisel down the Empiricist, opening up HQ entirely. We can make 2 runs to see 3 cards twice if we really want to. We're going to flicker in that same Chisel. We're going to remove from game the Devil Charm, giving the Empiricist -6 strength, which means on encounter it is totally deleted. This board state is sliding backwards. See how many cards we want to see with the twinning. I'm assuming we'll see the full 3. Sericulture is a start. Is that 2 Sericultures? That's the game. Haul them in to follow it up. Another really cool fast advance option, but getting the pressure just where we need it at the right time. Good game, Cold Lava taking it with that Lu deck, pulling apart a bit of this Atea fast advance. Well played to both. Yeah, really cool. We saw this Atea before. It's doing really well this tournament so far, but Cold Lava's been playing this sort of like Ice Destruction Lu Anarch, I think for a while now. I think we had the pleasure of watching him play this for about a year or so. I feel like I've commentated him before on stream, but well played to both players. Excited to see both of their decks.
One definite thing I'm noting about this Lu build is with the Gachapons and with the Gormons, the effective deck size of Lu is so incredibly low.
Yeah. Yeah, hopefully it's consistent enough. You definitely need to get your engine in the right order, but hey, I think we actually are allowed to jump back to the Davs versus Cat game. Oh, Cat is saying test. No, it looks like technically things are bad. I'm going to stay out of that for a second. Let's go find another game if we can. I think we have enough time in the round to watch something. Okay. What can we watch? Wood? Maybe table 12? I'm assuming that is a matchup that probably can use the time in the round. If you'd be so kind to go in and check. It's an Earth Station versus a Magdalene. Again, this is just the beginning of round 5. We're halfway through. There's 3 more rounds in Netrunner today. We've had some great games on stream, and I don't think that's going to change anytime soon. If you're watching, by the way, either on Twitch or on YouTube, you want to take a second to give a like to the video, that definitely helps. If you're not subscribed, No Signal Games does a lot of regular organized play, so you'll get some notifications. In fact, that will be returning for the EMEA Circuit Breaker Invitational in, I think, about 8 hours. It can't be that long from now.
All right, so table 12 is reporting that they're having bad lag and JNet issues.
Ah, bummer. Yeah, it seems like that is pervasive. Yeah, we've got reports that other tables are doing it, or are receiving technical problems. Let's see what else we can do. Yeah, I'm not sure if us jumping in is going to hurt or not. Would you be so kind, maybe also to check out table 17?
Table 17?
Thank you.
So looking at 17 just on JNet, I only see 1 person in the lobby, so...
Beans, okay. All right. Apologies for those watching. We're trying to do the best of what we have here. I'm just going to double check to see how much time is in the round. I don't think we're going to throw to a break, but like maybe that's what we do.
So with JNet issues being this pervasive, I suspect there will be a general extension on...
Yeah, we're getting a report from our judges. It looks like JNet's having some issues. If your table's delayed, please post some CBI judge calls. We're trying to make it make sense. Okay. That's unfortunate. Hopefully that gets all sorted out really well. Okay. All right. Maybe we'll still try just to make sure we have something that makes sense. Would you?
So I mean, table 12 was fine with us spectating. They're just having
JNet issues?
JNet issues. Yeah,
Oh, okay. Then we can spectate a bit and see if it makes sense.
that's just I'm not sure how good the viewing experience is if nothing is.
Okay, table 12. Diogenes versus A. I think both these players are playing from similar geographies in the States. Diogenes, we saw before, building out this ridiculous Magdalene board and still, unfortunately, in the much late game, finding himself on the wrong side of a measured response. On the other side, Zay, Earth Station is flipped. This is one of the few flip corporation identities in the format right now. So that remote server, you can only have one of it. And while it doesn't have ice, it does cost 6 credits up front to make the run. So you can't just put agendas without ice. Technically, imagine there's an ice that costs 6 to break. Like, sometimes you can swallow that. But double advance here could easily be an agenda. I'm not sure if we're just building a slow clearinghouse. Some players play big traps, and they actually want to build up, check this, I'll install advance every turn. But whether it's a clearinghouse or a 5-3 agenda, I think we're going to be finding out one sooner than the other. Oh yeah, this looks like it's bad too. I've been trying to discard and install this coalescence for like 2 minutes. Hopefully this gets sorted out. That's definitely a bit of a heartbreak if JNet falls out here. Okay, I think we're gonna pull out from here. Okay. I think we only have about 50 minutes left in the round. There's a chance that this round will get an extension. I think it might make the most sense just to stop like joining and leaving JNet rooms for the sake of the tournament, that we probably are just going to throw to a break for about 15 minutes. If things are really good, we'll come back in 5 if everything gets sorted out. But it's likely, unfortunately, we'll just be back at the beginning of round 6. That should be in about 15 minutes or so. So I'm really hoping for those out there playing that things get sorted out on JNet. Of course, there's a lot of traffic. But we'll be back for sure for round 6. And if we have any updates, we'll jump in sooner to tell you. My name is Andre for the Metropolitan Grid. I'm joined by Thrantar. Thrantar, how's it going?
All right. Thanks.
All right, we're going to throw it for a break. We're going to put on some music, throw up some art from Vantage Point. Bear with us for some technical difficulties, and we'll be back in just a bit. 2026 Circuit Breaker Invitational. This is the America's Pod. My name is Andre from the Metropole Grid. I'm joined by
Fantar.
Welcome. Thank you for your patience there. Round 5 we just got through. It looks like we had some technical difficulties. It seems that almost all of the players that are having problems are from the same region in the States. So it looks like it's not maybe obviously JNet's fault. Hopefully that stuff is sorted out. It looks like we did get through round 5 and we have results. So let's just peer at the results really quickly. So again, it's 5 rounds today. I believe you can take 2 losses and still make the top 5. So just about everyone we're seeing on the screen right now has a chance of making it on for next weekend. Bullfinch and Davs still entirely undefeated. No, they've lost 1 game, right? How does this work? With the round of 5, so the 15. No, they're undefeated. That's simple. So they are going to be playing each other this round. Ayuko and some Anarch, Sebastian Hoshiko. Then we have a whole bunch of 12s and then some 9s as well can make it if they go undefeated from this point forward. So it does look like we have results on everybody so far. At this point in the day, some people at the lower tables might be dropping. There is an incentive to keep playing because if you hit the top half, you get a really nice foil shiny white space, which I'll be honest, if you asked me a year ago, white space as a prize support card, I don't know if I would be anywhere near as excited as I am today. So that's a really sweet choice of a card. It turns out in 2025, 2026. Cool. Do we have a table we can jump into?
I'm not seeing a table 3. However, I believe that is
How about,
you want to call Lava versus Soulstorm.
yeah, they're on table 2
Yes,
for
they're
some
on
reason.
table 2 on JNet for some reason.
They figured they found each other, so that's all we need. Yeah, we see here on the left a whole bunch of Wayland again. This tournament is mostly Wayland, and Wayland seems to be converting. Ayuko is the Jinteki we're most likely to see, but Restoring Humanity is doing well. We've seen a bit of Atea as well on the corpse that we've seen some Atea as well. Otherwise, no huge surprises. We've only seen a couple Shaper players, but that's by far the minimum.
Right, we are good to stream Cold Lava and Solemn Storm
Thank you. Okay, we're in
on this table, which
this
is
table. Yep, it's technically table 3. This is Cold Lava playing op. Oh wait. This might just be an undo click. So Cold Lava's been playing op competitively for a while now. For a minute last year, dipped into some Mirror Morph combo. I think the big op deck most people are playing around today is the Scrops, which is we just started a bit early. That should be fine. Scrobs is a sort of combo deck in which you have Basalt Spires that you want to score out in a really high tempo way by popping things like Wage Workers and Bast Chiraboga. Once you have that scored, you have access to Slash and Burns almost infinitely, let alone measured response as of Kill Fork. We do get that HQ Ice you're expecting against the Criminal player and Solum. He's playing Zaya. So Central Servers, if R&D is open, you might as well run and check. But hey, this is like a 59 card op deck. So I don't know if big op is still a thing, but this deck looks a bit less consistent than we might hope. So we'll see what the face check is. Maskarovka is the best you could ask for, getting res functionally for 1 credit and still having money for an Antil if that's what's in the remote.
or potentially to res the HQ Ice, depending on
Single and an Axis. Looks like it might be a trashable. Zaya will get the credit back. You do want to learn about this. Okay, Zato Grid. I don't think it's super common in all sorts of Scrops decks. So I'm assuming Cold Lava's might playing something a bit more combo or tempo, or something a bit more like mid-range scoring. Maybe it is full combo, but Antil on the remote server is kind of perfect. Not only will this eventually trash itself and become a 2-coster, this is going to get you that card draw and the credits and upgrade on server 1. So many things this thing could be. Mavirus, it could be Yakov, could be another Zato. So it's very hard to play around this.
Is seeing the Zato, because then you have to consider every time you think about an upgrade. Could that be a Zato City Grid? What does Zato City Grid do here
Yeah.
in this position?
Or like I said, Chad, I forgot Cold Lava was playing this list. I think we're going to find out together what this sort of list is, but I assume it's some sort of big, maybe it's a mad combo list, 59 cards. You definitely have to be up to something. Criminal gets a Boomerang. We did Steel Skin Scarring, and it is a second Zato, so this Boomerang will be stopped. Maskarovka will be thrown at the runner. This will become a 2-cost card of your choice, and you can force the end the run. Maybe you could just get the credits, but the end the run, it's going to become a Descent. Cheap code gate. We'll see if Solom Store with 1 click left. I don't think there's an easy way we're expecting him to get into this remote server, so it looks like that Anvil is going to convert into maybe a Regolith, maybe a Wage Workers. We'll see what the 2-coster you want to pull out here with Op. 2 credits you could check centrals here. Maybe an HQ run makes a fair bit of sense. With 2, there's not too many things that can be rezzed, and Solom Storm is gonna
Get away.
yeah, maybe you get worst case find a Kessleroid, but you're hoping to get your 6 credits back. Again, this is a 7 credit run with Zaya as well. Oh no, it's a
Ooh, it's a descent.
descent. So trying to push the luck there, but losing so much. Oh, come on from Solom. Expecting the Afshar, expecting a 3-coster, expecting a Winchester, but unfortunately losing so much value that turn. Massive res for Cold Lava. Feeling bad about it there in chat, but of course you can res that if it makes sense, and it did make a lot of sense.
Now the Anthill ticking down, converting.
Just a Regolith.
Regolith.
Slow money. Eventually, this will become a 1-coster the way Op goes. If you're not familiar with his identity, it's been out for a while and is such a darling for a lot of players because it gives you so much flexibility. It says once per turn when a resed card gets trashed, you can search your deck for a card that costs 1 less and res it for no credits and install it for no credits. So anytime a card that has an ability that trashes itself, it just becomes the next thing. This one Anthill will become a Regolith, which will become something else, and so on and so forth. Soul and Breaching Archives, I'm assuming we're mutual favoring, so that run functionally is the same as anything else. But now with the Shibboleth down, you can try and attack the Regolith, but there's a big chance it'll become a 1-cost card. So just getting this on the table and passing the turn.
And I mean, especially with the Regolith, especially you some slow money coming in with off the Anthill, being able to click it twice, being able to, on the turn it comes in, being able to install it clicklessly, like it all adds up and does make the money on Regolith. Even if it's not quite fast money, it's certainly faster money.
Yeah. Taking 6, leaving us at 3. Again, this last 3 credits in some ways is the most important because it means next turn Cold Lava has a click to go get a 1-coster at the same time. And while the Zato grid represents the descent become a 1-coster, that 1-coster, I can't imagine what it'd be that'd be super important. You have to be careful you don't run last click because then you can grab a humanoid, just put it on the table. You have to watch out you don't allow Op to fire on the last run of the turn. And Solom here is struggling again. We did lose 7 credits on that getaway. And so far after a gamble, a bravado, and that failed getaway, money hasn't looked amazing. This bravado might change that tale. Into the remote server. Funny thing here is if you pay 1 to break the descent to force the Zato, you do not pass the ice. That being said, I don't think you have a big reason to pop here because this run, they'll give you another credit, but those credits are after the run is successful, so you can't actually trash anything in the server.
Yeah, everything here's safe unless there's an agenda that needs to be protected.
Oh, Yakov.
That can't be the case. There's a Regolith.
This sneaks into more decks than I think it does, but it also is a prime card for mutually assured destruction combo decks, which this is still kind of looking like it is. When this is rezzed, it basically makes its res cost back, because when you trash the Regolith, you get 2 credits whenever anything is trashed from the root or protecting the server. That makes the Zato technically into an econ play, which is a pretty weird spot to be in. Throwing out a cup of coffee. That is a Chesva. I'm assuming there's another in hand. I don't know if you need 2. At least 1 is what you want in every matchup. And that Yakov with his feet up on the table, we'll see with the Regolith what 1-coster it becomes, whether it's another ice. And there's no 1-cost and the run ices, I think, in standard right now. So maybe it's just a Malapert for a big trashable, or hey, a humanoid. We're going to protect that heavily, and a sprint to get some filtering. And then we'll see if we can get a second ice on the descent remote, because that remote server is actually quite easy for Solom to challenge.
So the sprint is interesting to me and definitely suggests that there are possibly cards that are actively desired in R&D and not in HQ.
Yeah, I would say like for most mad combo decks, that's the truth. But I know I've seen some great Op players really like sprint anyways, because Op inherently wants cards in our R&D that you draw them.
Exactly.
Yeah, like things like Afrun is pretty common for that sort of combo. Looks like the
Right,
compilation.
the Afron combo.
Yeah. Sprint is going to be picked up with the cup. We've seen no agenda so far, and Ops R&D generally gets more dense the game goes, but Humanoid is going to pop off this turn. Cold Lava. We are in a post, Cyrus Sand Harvester ban, but Cold Lava is just trucking on forward. This Humanoid usually becomes a 0-coster. We'll see if it's a Mitra Amon or whether it's just the Spin Doctor. Both the 0-costers that sneak into these lists. Oh God, it's a clearinghouse. I see now where we're going. I think this is going to get a couple advances relatively quickly, and the Zato might try to lock this down. This is what Cold Lava is playing today, and so far it's doing really well. We'll see if Solom's prepared for this. Ice on Archives to stop the pinholes. We haven't seen any so far. We'll see how this thing gets advanced up, whether there is some extra trick, but well, that's new is quite correct. I've never seen this before in Op, and I'm excited to see it for the first time. Yeah, 2 descents is it's a bit odd. This is a 59 card deck. So we'll see how we advance this, because we can't play La Costa because it's another region. Estebrado Hermes. Now, if this outermost ice can't get rezzed, we're going to just pay our way through the descent. You can see 3 cards in HQ here, and with the Hermes, you can open up the server and then just force yourself through the descent. The question is what that last upgrade is. Maybe it's a Mitra, which maybe you grab that if you can. Maybe that's in your hand, but I don't know what defensive we're playing here, if we're playing another or a defensive upgrade. Atomized Ice on HQ. Economy is not the issue here. Cold Lava can res any ice in the game. 27
Cold Lava
credits.
can also just res whatever this last upgrade in server 1 is.
Yeah, it's about the outermost ice, right? Because that means you can
Right.
charge this with the descent just for 1. And Zato, like, the more it fires, I don't think it's going to get better.
Yes. Yeah. Certainly with the defense, so you run through the entire stack, through the last ice at them, run through the entire stack, through the last ice at them.
KPI first, Basalt second. We're grabbing a card from Archives after the Hermes bounce. So we'll see if we just bring the Sprint back. Whether we bring back a Maskarovka seems kind of valuable. We don't have a Fractor in sight. It looks like we just grabbed the KPI back, or sorry, we grabbed the Sprint back. And the third axis was another copy of Key Performance Indicators. Server 1 is blown open, so we're charging for the descent. The Zato can trash the descent to go get a 1-cost card. There's no end the run 1-cost ice in the format, so I think the only 1-cost ice you can get here is Tithe. I might be forgetting something.
Like 8 credits to cost to trash everything face up in server 1. Plus,
Yeah,
of course.
Each of these trashes does give 2 credits to the corporation, as much as money might not be the issue. So it looks like we're getting wall-to-wall on the table. That was last click, so we can't even bring this down. It doesn't entirely matter, but if Cold Lava gets more ice on this, the problems can get worse and worse. And again, anytime you face check, if you Zato an ice destruction or, sorry, program destruction subroutine, that scales really, really quite well. Now, wall-to-wall, we're actually not drawing a card. We're only gaining a credit. That actually tells you a fair bit because credits don't seem useful here. Card draw almost always is useful, so maybe Cold Lava is happy with what he has. Maybe he has enough ice to protect server 1. I don't know when we're going to start advancing the clearinghouse because we don't have any tricks in the format to add a lot of advancements really quickly.
Right, there's no, Reddit Planet couriers or something.
Yeah, no reconstruction. KPI though, that's a nice way to get more ice on this and also advance the clearinghouse. Quite cool. So the second ice is showing up with Zato. That is going to be a hard server to challenge, especially when it comes to the threat of Zato with things as simple as like Stavkas. Buttoning down R&D, 3 ice on the table and advancement for a single turn, still on 28 credits. And I wonder also if Solomon is playing around mutually assured destruction, trying to make sure that it doesn't run too much to allow Cold Lava to res more and more cards. That's a big reason why upgrades are really common in these big mad decks, if this is a mutually assured destruction deck, because it's one of the few cards that you can protect in the same server, and you have the agency to res on your own turn, let alone, well, whatever you want.
Yes.
Solomon's drawing up only 10 credits. Estebrado is really interesting. I'm not sure if this says much. I do think 1 or 2 Estebrados can sneak into any list, especially if you're playing twinning. It's a really kind of cool haymaker against LEO in the late game. Just drawn up here. We've gone through 2 steel skins, not a lot of resources. I'm guessing this might suggest that this deck is one of the Tag Me Manuel versions. Because we've seen no Nukas. We've seen no, what's the one that gives you 6 credits to install jobs? The market.
Oh, open market?
That's the one. We do have a revolver, so at least we can break a Stavka, but the problem is Zato can force the subroutine by launching the Stavka at you. No amount of breakers will stop that. Quad advance. I wonder now also if you're worried of face checking, because if you face check and it's a damage subroutine, that can be thrown at you and that takes cards out of your hand. Yes. And then if the clearinghouse survives, you're cooked to the start of turn trigger. And if this deck... Sorry?
So the one thing about this wall-to-wall, of course, is that this wall-to-wall is a pinhole target.
Yeah, you're right. That actually is a huge liability. Archives was buttoned. This wall-to-wall is the easiest server to pinhole. That can be a huge way for Solomon to get in here. And I don't think there's any upgrades in the format right now that the unres upgrade can protect the clearinghouse. We know it's not going to be a Makoto Langate, which is the closest, but we can't have 2 regions in the same server.
Yeah, B1001 is an asset and requires a tag somewhere.
Yeah. Yeah, there's no like... whatever that Biroid guy was that made things harder to trash or more expensive to trash. Solomon's drawing up, maybe looking here.
Hostile architecture?
Yeah, it's an asset. You take some damage, so
That's an asset, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what this would be. I'm assuming it's like a Managarm or even a virus to purge to get a piece of ice at some wrong window. Solomon is drawing up, again, 8 credits. This deck, if I'm not mistaken, might not be running any class acts, which is one of the panic buttons you can play on a turn where the clearinghouse gets to 6 and you can buy yourself in a very important next turn. A clean getaway into a wall-to-wall, just a 3 credit access. Again, I think trashing the wall-to-wall is straight wrong. If you want to play around that pinhole. It looks like Solm does see that, going to leave that wall-to-wall ticking. It's just been a credit a turn. 5 cards here in hand. Getting all the breakers down. The problem is Zato sometimes does not care. So Cold Lava just needs to get that clearinghouse to 2 more advancements and just hold. Whether it's hold the remote server, whether it's install a spin doctor on top of the wall-to-wall, or in fact, anything that can trash itself like a virus would be good enough.
I think there's basically no chance that the Zaya player here is on the Airblades.
Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah, Hush or Airblades does beat Zato, which is kind of neat. But yeah, I'd be very surprised. That card was quite popular for a minute last year, but has fallen off a fair bit. Double advanced clearinghouse sprint to manage the hand. It looks like the wall-to-wall is the one weak service Solom might be able to pinhole around to get rid of the clearinghouse. Just drawing up again. Very hard to charge this server. Having to beat Zato is nearly impossible. 1 click left here. Triple draw. 18 cards left in the smaller stack of only 40 if Zaya wants. Double pinhole is what I'd expect, but we've seen nothing so far. Solom might have 1 click left here. And with Zato, this is a good game. It's either find Classic, find pinhole, find Stone Chip. But I don't know what else protects you here in the whole format.
I guess it's 6. Yeah.
We're charging. This should not matter. Zato can throw any end the run subroutine at you, stopping you in the tracks. This is probably it. Not even rezzing the outermost. Innermost, though, has to get rezzed. It's a Maskarovka, and that is going to be a good game. Right before the 6 damage comes through, Soulstorm not finding the pinhole, not finding the tech to get in here. And Cold Lava just setting up, sprinting away whatever flood that comes and building his horrible server. Very cool deck. It's called out. I want to know what that upgrade is, but man, yeah, that early clean getaway getting stuffed, I imagine hurt a lot more than we could maybe feel. Must have offended my class acts and pinholes. So Solm has all of them in the deck, which can't be too surprising, but everything in the bottom 18. Well played to both players. All right, let's jump over to another table. We should have some time in the round. I don't know what we're looking at here. Maybe we could do stalling while I think. Would you be so kind to check? Table 7 has 2 great players. It's Cybershark on RH versus Matushak playing some Sebastião. For those who were tuning in earlier, we did have some technical issues in terms of like JNet connectivity. I'm assuming it's all been sorted out by now. I really hope it is. But it looks like a bunch of players from the same region in the States were having connection issues, either to JNet or just in general. It's obviously such a painful thing to happen during a tournament, so kind of have to play it the best we can. Again, after this, there's only 2 more rounds. If we search, we're down to 23 tables, so it looks like we have a couple drops so far. That's not super uncommon when it comes to online tournaments, specifically with such a narrow cut. A lot of folks have an understanding whether it's impossible mathematically to make the top 5 cut and decide to do something else with their evening. I have no doubt there's...
We're good to go on table...
said table 7? Thank you.
Yes.
Give us 1 second, kindly.
First agenda has just been scored. Let's send a message.
Perfect. All right, we're looking at Cybershark playing some Restoring Humanity. We can't really do the math. I can't do the math quickly enough to tell if this is a 44 or 49, and I've been told both of those decks are kind of alive and well at this tournament. But Matushak, a great European player, playing Sebastião. 20 cards on the heap. You have that teeny on archives, both for Prior Negation, but to play around the Praxis. And it looks like our console suite is Amanuensis, so we are floating a tag, which this is definitely one of the matchups where floating a tag seems to be safer than doing that against NBN. Sometimes it's a bit risky against Wayland. Check the heap. Buffer drive is out. We haven't seen an Ashen so far, but all steel skins are out. Prices are out. Manuel's in the bin. R&D is wide open. And this remote server looks like we just scored out. So Lacosta not ticking forward. Matushak?
This is a 44 card.
Okay, thank you. Anoetic Void is found on the top of the deck. And while that card is unique, it's a cheap trashable for Audrey, let alone your badge. And Friend of a Friend getting dropped. Assuming we're just going to take a tag here to play a crew and going to pass the turn tagged. Cybershark, if he wants, can spend a card and 2 credits and a click to trash the Aquaceres crew. It is expensive, but the crew alongside things like leeches, but also devil charms, are going to mean any of the ice you're playing in this deck get blown up on site. And we've seen no devil charms so far in this game, so we'll see if that's a priority. Again, floating a tag can be expensive, as much as Sebastiao does have text to protect his friends. Yeah, there we go. 2 credits, a click, and a card from your hand if the runner is tagged there. Now, this engine is super smooth. Start a turn, Solidarity Badge, you can remove a tag. And amanuensis says when you remove a tag, you can remove a power counter to draw 2 cards. So this clicklessly becomes a wild side of sorts. So you do always want to keep a counter on the amanuensis at any point, and you want to be constantly trashing 1 card a turn. R&D is still wide open. Gourmand means you will be getting in there with only 1 option in hand. If you're making sure you're locking the top of the deck, you're forcing Cybershark to draw. Transfers coming through. 8 credits will be down to 5. This Vampire Nasa is going to require some cards and some virus counters, but Audrey definitely has what it needs to get through here. You could, in theory, let some of these subroutines go through. Losing 2 credits might not be that impactful, but 2 virus counters will get you through 4 subroutines perfectly. We definitely want to see a trash here. You do get the access, getting down a friend of a friend as well, and Hansei Review is the 1 card in hand. We're going to gourmand that.
That's gourmand.
Really fun thing about Hansei Review is if you have no other cards in hand, it doesn't have an additional cost because it's not formatted like a cost, if there are any. A very cute interaction. So Matushek now can run R&D or just replace the little guy. And we have hit perfect efficiency on our amanuensis Solidarity Badge engine as we pass the turn. So we're drawing unknown cards here. And if Shark can just find anything that goes on server 2, whether it's a Charlotte, whether it's an agenda, that server is looking pretty good. Now, the Anoetic Void, that's the 3rd on the table. It doesn't really have active text if there's no cards in hand. So you do have to watch out. And Botu as well, as long as you can tank the damage, only matters if you have cards in hand. So actually, if you install a card here and then just let the Botu fire, the Anoetic is useless, which is like a really fun interaction. These 2 cards together require the same resource. And currently, Cybershark is low on that resource. Like, Matushek could tank this. And as long as it's not a spin doctor, you're going to get in.
And if it's a spin doctor res,
yeah,
you're
fine.
Well, that's spin doctor, okay.
Yeah, really, really cool if you can force this bottlenose in an awkward situation. Badge clearing the tag, amanuensis drawing 2. Matushek has all the options. 6 cards left in the stack. We've only seen 2 of the transfers. Generally, our influence is double transfer, buffer drive, Ashen. I think that covers all 15. So we'll see how careful we have to be. If we do lose that Ashen, where it's not coming back. I'm not assuming we're playing a Katurga here. But just draw. Again, Botu, you can force the issue.
Yep. R&D is also completely open here. There's a Gourmand for guaranteed trash. Well, not quite guaranteed, but...
We've had the Solidarity Badge firing every single turn. I think Matushek really appreciated that, but we're definitely drawing for something here. The question is, what is the something? Whether it's Manuel, I think Manuel's accounted for. If we want to transition to our Archives pressure, we haven't seen our partner. And 2 practices are left as well. 1 crew, and I don't think we've seen any Devil Charms, which I'm assuming we're playing at least 2, if not 3, because I don't think we've seen a Leech either. Brendo, gonna sprint away, giving you 5 credits and a tag. Yeah, I think a lot of these decks don't run Chisels because they don't run Simul Chips. They just run Crew Charm and then Praxis.
Yeah.
Whoa, we drew twice with amanuensis. I totally forgot you could do that. That's awesome. It's not once per turn, it's whenever. So we have 2 cards up in their stack, 11 cards in hand. Matushek is clearly looking for something. Whether it's the last transfer, it looks like we do have this. With Vampire Nasa, we're going to let some parts of it fire. Even just getting a Gourmand fire here means you can tank the Botu to some extent. Now, this can draw cards on the Vampire Nasa. That's part they probably want to break. We are boosting Audrey. Cybershark wanting to play around time. Again, we have maybe 10 to 15 minutes left in the round. So runner's going to lose 2 again. Their credits are pretty strong here. You're going to actually let Cybercheck draw cards. So, oh, it is a Spin Doctor. We're drawing up to 6, so there's has to be points in hand that we want to hide here in the 6-card hand. Otherwise, the Spin Doctor res into an Axis is pretty sketchy. Unless you're trying to make the runner think something that's not exactly happening on the table. Fuji's the hit. This damage could be massive. Hitting the Devil Charm and a Botulus, not the Ashen, is super important. With only 7 cards left, the Ashen is amongst there, and that does stop all of the recursion. But Fuji's 3 points for Matushak. Not getting a Solidarity Badge counter with 1 click left on the Gourmand. That's
not getting an Ultra counter either.
Yeah. Yeah, I wonder if you just swing R&D to ensure that you can get all your triggers. Like, I don't love Gourmanding the top of R&D. And again, if you find another Fuji, heaven forbid you lose your Ashen.
If you get another Fuji,
it's really bad.
Awkward.
Devil Charm, another really valuable piece here. Going to get the Manuensis counter by floating a tag. Blowing up the Teeny is also another thing Matushak might want to consider. The last Aquaceres crew is unaccounted for, and if you can get the last Aquaceres crew, you can open up archives, and 2 of the cards in hand have to be Praxises, Privilege Axes. And you want to fire the Privilege Axes, all 3 of them, you can before you Ashen, because it just gives you so much value, it brings the crews back. And Cyber Shark is not in the like the mid to late game restoring humanity that you expect on turn 10, where there's like 5 or 6 ice on central. It's like things are really, really focused on the remote. So blowing all this stuff up before you Ashen, I think is ideal, especially with 29 credits. Spin Doctor popped prior to mandatory, putting in 2 more hedge funds, card going straight into server 2. We think that easily could be an agenda. Clicking for a credit and just trashing. Do we trash something? Oh, no, we advanced. Excuse me. We advanced the card in server 2. So this threatens to be a 5-3 next turn.
No Ultra counter set up.
Yeah, we'll see here. You can clear the tag to draw 2 cards. It's a bit more expensive, of course, but you get through your whole deck. Whether that means you can jam a crew, blow up R&D, Praxis, something like that. Praxis is a bit tricky because you can't play when you're tagged, so you're incentivized here to remove the tag with Manuensis. Or 4 Manuensis, more accurately. So Matushak, thinking through this again, such a treat. Oh, popping the hand is really cool too. That's a clickless way to remove the tag to draw with Manuensis. If you want to, it is optional. But now we have a massive turn. The card in server 2 could be a Charlotte. We've seen none so far. Oh, sorry, we've seen 1 so far. It looks like we're going to draw out our whole deck. So now damage really matters. Any errant damage could knock out the massive recursion piece. So with the Devil Charm, we do have 1 more crew. What do you want to drop then? Just start sending Praxises is my read here. And we are in threat 3, so you get the full, there you go. You get the full, all the text on here. And there's a lot of text on this card. Here's the Atini. Aquaceres crew will trash it for 2 credits. Now that's reduced to -1 strength. That Devil Charm removed from the game. And this is such a valuable run. You do not access cards, but you can install a card from hand with the tag. You can install a card from your heap with the text, and you can install a program from your heap on threat. So we'll see if we just get a Botchus on the Vampranasa, maybe even on the remote server if we want to challenge it. Bringing Gourmands back, that's also pretty cool, really cheap. I don't know if we have a connection in our hand to install. Like maybe the only one we have is Iru, because I think she's not accounted for. Looks like it's another Hannah, so that also makes that install or that crack make so much sense.
Yeah, then crack the Hannah for the...
God, this turn is absurd. We're going to practice again, right? Like our 3rd practice is probably going to go across this turn. There you go. Like we're still in 3 clicks. We've done so many game actions, installed so many cards. Solidarity Badge also got its counter. So we'll see if Matushak like finishes his beautiful turn off with an Ashen. Crew is now back. I don't know if there's another program that's going to challenge this ice besides a Botulus, because we have no other breakers. The bin is only 3 Botuluses. We have 1 more MU if you want to. So it looks like it's the 3rd Gourmand. The whole gang is here waiting for dinner.
So I will say if there's like really, if there's not the Ashen here, has to be concerned about damage from a Fuji score out.
Yeah, Fuji score could be here and blows the game open, but we're going to play the Ashen. So we could have told what the hand was there. I believe the hand was Iru, the 3rd Devil Charm, which you cannot install. Now we're making a run on archives, finding a Managarm and an Empiricist. So just flipping Jinteki RH. Charlotte's going to be rezzed on the Riposte to get 4 cards in a card draw, which is a pretty smooth spot. But Matushak, gone through the deck once, now is ready to contest everything. The question is, how many Devil Charms are left? How many crews are left? And if you look at the cards removed from the game, it looks like it was okay. We lost a Lago, we lost a
Double Charm
Price,
out.
one Botchless out, one
The
transfer,
Double Charm routine, yeah.
but moving the Solidarity Badge is totally acceptable. So we still have every Aquaceres crew in play, every Praxis in play, and Archives is open. Up to 15 credits in a single turn is pretty astounding. We'll see what Cybershark puts with one ice that they can install. Also, card straight in server 2. Yeah, that was such an absurd turn. The amount of actions Matushak took was astounding. All right, badge, Amanuensis. We're clearing to drop 7 cards in hand. R&D was iced up. Archives is open. That being said, Praxis doesn't really matter with no cards in the heap, so that's not a problem for right now, as much as Eero could show up. The card in server 2 seems to be better than Charlotte, so our guess is that it's a slow roll of an agenda or a Proprio Negation that can be scored next turn. We have a crew charm, so any single ice on this remote server can get cracked. The question is, can you find another way to open up the other unknown ice? It looks like we're swinging HQ here, and this is the server we're going to blow open.
You possibly just look at opening up HQ or R&D and then farming Audrey counters with the Gourmands.
Yeah. Crew from hand off the first crew is pretty sick. Now, there's no leeches here, but it looks like we're just going to double crew it. So you keep your Devil Charm. That's incredibly good. Getting the Solidarity Badge, trashing, opening up HQ, and the single access here. We don't have to Gourmand. Well, we want the Audrey counters, but it's a Manic Arm. You can pay 3 for sure. Going to pay 3, get that Audrey counter now. Solidarity Badge is only first time per turn, so you can't get more than 1, but we're going to go back. Send a message.
More Audrey counters.
Massive score here. We'll see what's rezzed. We still have Devil Charm, Aquaceres crew, and an Audrey. And we can get this Corporation down to 1 card in hand. You might be able to contest server 2 here, saying that Anoetic doesn't do anything. That's what Matushak is doing. Just opening up the hand, saying Anoetic has no text. Oh, but hitting a bite. Now, I don't know if that's going to change the story too much here, because this is still a really cheap trash. Hitting a Steel Skin, hitting a Valentina.
Yeah.
Server 2 now can be contested. Anoetic does not fire. As long as this outermost card has only 2 subroutines that matter, this server will just blow up, assuming it's an agenda. I think Matushak has an amazing 2-turn narrative and is looking to find the ending of the story. Bite, of course, getting trashed. Cybershark paying 11, down to 1 card in hand. There's a run on the remote server again. Anoetic doesn't matter. It's a Vampire Nasa. You have to break the draw card subroutine on this at a minimum. Nothing else really matters here. And luckily with Audrey, you can break all of this for all the counters. I'm assuming you can just let the draw and the lose credits go through. Or sorry, you can't let the draw go through. You can let the lose credits and the plus credits go through.
We've seen a bite.
You think it's a remote bite?
Remote bite, is a loss.
There's no way. I'd be so stoked. But even remote bite shouldn't be lethal here. I think you just need to cast out 2 cards, so you'll be fine.
2 cards for the Audrey, and then charm the the Bodo.
Yeah, Bodo will be deleted. So let's see how we want to cut it. We're going to use all the counters, just break all the subroutines on the Vampire now, so it looks like. Going to throw out a friend of a friend and a Lago Pranois Shelter. Botu 6 strength is perfect for Devil Charm. Doesn't care about the threat text. All is the same. Just what a series of turns. If this is an agenda of the remote server, we did see a send a message in hand. So if this is a 4-2, you got to push something because Centrals are getting really pressured. We're in. Anoetic does not fire. The unknown card in server 2 probably access first. Matushak finds a send a message.
And that will be game.
What a beautiful 2 turns. That absurd setup straight into the Ashen, into blowing up everything, taking all the cards out of your hand, tanking a bite, and still pulling down the scoring remote server. Just really well played. Great game to both players. Yeah, Cybershark is saying, IBS, maybe Atina should have gone on HQ. I think that's likely, yeah. Because the triple Gourmand really does attack the Anoetic Void in a somewhat obvious, but also not obvious way. Very, very cool. Well played to both. All right, we can't have that much more time in the round left, so maybe we won't jump into another table. It looks like we just have a couple of reports that we're waiting on. So looks like we probably only have 5 minutes left in the round. Again, this is round 6 of the Circuit Breaker Invitational. So far, we've had a really exciting day, and we only have 2 final rounds to finish this day out. It's been really, really fun. For context, World Championship in Edinburgh back in, I want to say, October at this point.
October 19th-ish, yeah.
Yeah, since then we've had one ban list, banning out a very important runner card and a very important neutral corp card, and this is the meta we're in right now. And even just between 12 hours, the meta looks, I would say, somewhat significantly different. So who knows what the EMEA side of this tournament is going to bring. We have 2 more rounds of high excitement Netrunner. We're going to throw to a little break, put on some music. My name is Andre from the Metball Grid. I'm joined by...
Myself, Trantar.
And we'll be back in just a bit. Don't go anywhere. Hello and welcome back to the 2026 Circuit Breaker Invitational. This is the America's Pod. We had 55 players start today. We're looking for 5 left to graduate to next weekend. My name is Andre, go by he, him. I'm from the Metropol Grid, and I'm joined by Thrantar. How you doing, Thrantar?
Hello. All right, thanks. You?
I'm doing well. We got 2 more rounds today, and checking really quickly at the leaderboards, we have 1 player still undefeated with a strong SOS to boot. 18 points for Bullfinch on Ayuko and Hoshiko. I'll be honest, I don't recognize this name, so I'm not sure who this player is, whether it's their first tournament or they're playing under a pseudonym. Well played regardless. Then we have a whole bunch of players at 15 again. 7 players still at 15, and we still have 2 more rounds to get to our top 5 cut. I think at this point, Bullfinch is, I wouldn't say guaranteed. Maybe someone will ID against them. We'll see if that's an option, whether that's something that he wants to ask for, but we still have a lot of Netrunner ahead of us. Are we looking for a table to jump into?
All right, we are good to jump in on table 6.
Awesome. So table 6 will be Passive Mold playing Epiphany versus Wikinometry on Lat. We got to see Wiki play earlier today. It's always a treat. She's a fantastic player, but we haven't seen the runner side of her play yet. So that should be changing in just a moment. Welcome. This is round 7, the penultimate round of the Circuit Breaker Invitational. On the bottom side of the screen, Passive Mold, he is playing Epiphany Analytica. This won Worlds earlier this year. It's still doing well at tournaments post-Worlds. Not really addressed actively by the ban list. Maybe there's a change on Runner's Breaker Suites. But 4515 says the first time the runner steals or trashes a card, you get a power counter that you can spend to look at the top 3 cards of R&D, and you may install one of those cards, returning the rest in their proper order. This ability is fascinating, and we've seen so many people interact it with different ways based off of different board states. Usually we're looking at the 10 2-point agenda lists, which either side need to score 4 of the 10 agendas from the deck. More agendas means more Epiphany counters, and you also don't end up in the weird situation where they steal a 5-3 and then they're relatively close to game point, as much as Oppo does care about a threat 3 text. Other side of the table, Lat, Ethical, Freelancer, 4515. If you're matching hand sizes, you get a card draw. Epiphany is okay dumping the hand and playing on lower hand size. Of course, we have Spin Doctors, which we can res to kind of play around that, but there's not too many other tricks. We'll try and see what Wiki's Lat deck is going to look like. I'm assuming this might be a knickknack list. We'll see what the console is, whether it's Onicom for events or whether it's something bigger and slower like the Lily Pad. We've also seen a lot of Shaper lists recently cut copies of Azimuth, and that's going to matter as much as there are going to be a lot of assets to trash. Sometimes you avoid trashing them and do batch trashing, which Azimuth's not amazing. Azimuth wants to trash one thing a turn. That's kind of exactly what you want to do with Epiphany, or what Epiphany wants you to do to it.
Want you to do, yes.
Yeah. Round has begun. Good luck and have fun to both players. Looks like we all should check this, but Passive Mold going for the mulligan has a reasonable start here. Double install and an ice, while Wiki is happy with her 5. Coalescence is a start. An engine piece for spec work. Gonna sell that immediately. We're already on 10 credits, 5 cards in hand, and just Stone Chip and install, or actually more accurately, Creative Commission pass. See what Passive Mold is going to do. And that denies the Epiphany. Do you think you pop the Stone Chip here to chase the card draw? I think there's a chance you do. I don't know if this is going to be valuable in the matchup. You can. There's a window here, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, Wiki's asking a lot of draw after Stone Chip. In theory, you don't have to say whether you have another Spin Doctor, but it looks like we're going to get it there. So 6 cards in hand. Now on turn 1, admittedly, there's not too many cards that you have to trash on the table, so you're generally fine letting a Balanced Coverage or a Federal Fundraising firing once. Balanced Coverage is going to call Acid. It was just a hope, but it does reveal the powers that be, which not the most important trash here. A lot of the agendas in this deck are a 4-2, which aside of the Hollow Man, usually these decks don't have, and actually they do have Wage Workers, depending on the list. So a Never Advanced card isn't always a threat. Now, a lot of cards on the table. Wiki needs to get down to 3 cards if she wants to draw, and you can start checking some of these if you want. The question is whether or not you feel like you're going to have to trash the Balanced Coverage on turn 2. Federal Fundraising, probably the one you want to deal with.
It's certainly very hard to both check these and match hand size, depending on priorities.
Onicom is a console.
Is the Onicom?
So the first time an event is trashed, and mind you, events are trashed when they resolve, you get a card draw. So it looks like Sure Gamble to Unity, and Unity is nice. You're going to be breaking virtual service agents for 2 credits for the whole game, barring some tech. But that is good because you don't end up taking a tag, let alone turning on B1001 and stuff like that. Warm Reception. I don't know if we're going to end up in combo town here, but this allows Passamol to de-res the Spin Doctor to get more card draw, which allows Passamol to really overtake on the board. We're going to be zooming out a fair bit, but seems like a pretty reasonable Epiphany start. I'm interested to see what it takes for Wiki to feel like she needs to interact with this, but I don't think you can let the Spin Doctor fire twice per turn cycle.
Mm-hmm. It has to be sort of part of a longer term setup for working prototype.
Yeah, that's
and that
the
can really
nightmare.
cost some tempo.
Yeah, maybe the most expensive, like I'm not sure what the most expensive resource is going to be, but even bouncing a stone chip, I guess you'd always just crack it. It does slow down the lat card draw, but hey, it's turn 3. We have 9 servers. Technically the numbers go that high. So the question is, any of these could be agendas. Any of these could be, I guess, a wage workers to get some click compression. Wiki's going to start with more options in hand, assuming she's not going to get down to 2 card draw or 2 cards in hand, especially with the Spin Doctor res de-res thing. SMC on the table. We'll see if we go overclock here, trash one thing while pulling out an Azimuth. That's usually the line. And it looks like that's exactly what it's going to be. So server 3 is, I believe, the warm reception we have to take down for 2. That's the line. So this perfectly leaves you for 2 credits. You can trash this and then still use the Azimuth on something else. It's the nicest way to get this thing down.
I know Azimuth's being used on the warm reception.
Wait, did I do the math wrong? It's 3 to install the Azimuth. That doesn't line up to me. Something is wrong. Right?
Yeah,
I think she might have wasted credits on the overclock. Because Azimuth installs for 3, overclock is for 1 with 5. Yeah, I think she might have overspent because she used the Azimuth instead of the overclock. Yeah, I think she's realizing here. That got me for a loop too. But you should have 2 credits on the Azimuth left over so you can hit the table. Yeah, meant to use overclock credits. That tracks. You could ask for a take back here. There's technically no information gained. It's not up to your opponent. It's up to the judge. So I think Wiki should be confident maybe to call a judge in here. I don't think you want to wait for your opponent to say you can take that back. It's the judges who decide that. So she wants to have a judge. This is a 2 credit loss this turn, which can easily matter. Finding a balance coverage that was a known card revealed from the first balance coverage. That's coming down again. Only 1 Epiphany counter. And then ending with a sure gamble. We've already drawn from Onicom, but healthy 12 credits. Holloman's being rezzed here.
res.
Now either pass a
Potentially an agenda on the board.
Yeah, or just hoping Epiphany finds any agenda you can score off the top of the Holloman. Best case, stoke the embers. Worst case, 3-2. Oh, the Unicom card draw went through, so information was gained from the overclock. Yeah, so it's harder to take that back. That makes sense. But it looks like there's an agenda on the table. Nothing installed with powers. Res and server 4, a great turn from passive. Let's see if that's an off-world office or a crypto crash doing a fair bit of damage to Wiki's credit pool. It's going to be 4 advancements. Holloman paying 4 for 3 because we have not installed a card from HQ. And it looks like it is a crypto crash. Wiki going down to 5 credits. And powers that be going to install a card on the table from archives or from HQ. So we'll see if the reception just keeps coming back to reset the Spin Doctor and keeping Wiki busy. Looks like
balance coverage.
It's just the balance. So getting the money up is important. Passive did go down to 2 credits.
Mm-hmm.
So Passamol probably not going to be able to ice up the Holloman. Just going to do a small oppo there, bottoming out. Now this means the balance coverage on the table cannot be rezzed. It does cost 1, but it's leaving Wiki with 2 tags. Now, not sure what 2 tags represents. Bigger picture can maybe swing credits over to Passamol's side, but we know exactly what all cards on the table are besides server 5, which even if it's a B1001 cannot be rezzed here. Wiki just going to shed those tags.
Represents is 4 credits and 2 clicks.
Yeah, that's the lowest, but also a very impactful bottom amount. Looks like we're going to take Azimuth down for one of the balance coverages, the rezzed one, importantly, giving Epiphany 2 counters. Oh, there's another balance on the table, excuse me. So passive is going to start with 2 credits on the turn. Now, Epiphany here still can score out a Stoke. I think on 2 credits, you can score out a Stoke if you get lucky, looking the top 3 here. It's not very expensive, and every interaction, the way that works with Epiphany, gives you money back. So Holloman should be paid for. We'll see if it is. It is. Oh, that is so bad. It's so surprising. On 2 credits, like Corpse starting on 0 credits is going to score out and still have like 4 credits left over. It's such a wild interaction when you ever score a Stoke off the top of the deck. It seems illegal. Because, right, we're still going to pass the turn with, 3 credits and a free advancement. We're halfway
Mhm.
towards 7. Click left over
And there's
as
a lot of
well.
board to deconstruct at this point,
Yeah.
and not any resources to do it with.
Powers is
There's
firing.
2 credits on the Azamat, and
Yeah, this is the thing that I've learned playing against Epiphany is like the Holloman, it just has to go. You have to get lucky finding the Stoke, but oh my god, do points come out. Like if this Holloman's not dealt with the Epiphany counter, you can threaten another Stoke. Now you still have to get lucky. You do know one of the 3 cards. So yeah, now Wiki is flushing out that Holloman. Cards on the table, one is unknown, the other one was installed. It is a card from HQ. So actually
it's the
neither of
balance
these are
coverage.
known. Yeah.
I thought the
10 is a
counter has.
balanced. 11 and 12 are unknown.
Oh, yeah, okay, yeah.
Yeah. So it looks like it's federal, double balance, and a public access plaza. We're on threat 2. So Passamult is going to have a lot of control here. Money should be guaranteed off the balances as long as you do the federal fundraising first. And we have 2 Epiphany counters, which means we're still looking for Holloman. Wiki does have the breakers required to face check safely into ice on low credits. That would be ping and VSA. We're revealing a spin doctor with the bounce coverage probably twice in a row. So that's going to be +4 credits.
I mean, the ping will still provide the tag on res. That's not.
Yeah, we're not sure what server 5 is. I think at this point it could easily be a B1001. I'm not sure if we've seen one so far this game. Maybe we did. But this deck runs 3 of them. And
We
a
have
card.
seen one.
Oh, okay, we have seen one. So I'm assuming that's what that is. So yeah, any ice probably has text that matters.
I don't recall what we saw it from, so I don't remember if
Probably a
it's known to be
balanced.
on the board. But
Second Spin Doctor getting popped, shuffling back an Oppo and the Holloman. Again, very important cards. Wiki has trashed a card and is on 0 credits. We're on threat 3, technically threat 4. So a big Oppo for 7 is slightly short here. But 4 tags to Wiki at this point is a disaster to clear. Epiphany getting a card from the top 3. Again, the top of R&D is now known, so you know how safe R&D is or how dangerous it is. And you have Spin Doctor to panic save that. And 14 and 15 are just coming out this turn as well. Wiki down on 0 credits. Hard to fire on a common 0 credits. Creative Commission is your best way back from this on 1. But an Opera Research is going to be very hard to interact with. This is a great Epiphany game for passive. Really, really smooth start. Just snowballing out of control with the powers. Now, 6 credits means I believe Holloman into Stoke from the Epiphany is scoreable. You can be on 6 points this turn if you're lucky. Let alone all the credits coming in on the start of turn
I mean, all the
trigger.
cards coming in from the public access, from the balance coverages, from.
We're getting 5 credits a turn. Wiki did not trash that turn. I think she's understanding like those Epiphany counters are super important. Oppo is not something she can interact with, so she's going to play a bit more passively here. I don't know what her multi-access is going to be to close the game, whether it's just install a conduit and really send it. But Pat's Mult, as long as a Holloman doesn't stick, the scoring potentials, you generally are going to have to never advance. Which maybe you can get away with that. All right, we revealed a warm reception. We're now starting our turn with an Epiphany, so one of these cards at a minimum should be known. It's hard to track on JNet. You have to read the log very carefully. But this is position 3. This is another thing you can read in the log. So this is the deepest card. So that means the top of the deck should be safe, or at least known. Ice on server 14, my expectation is either protecting a B1001 or a Holloman, and advancement really makes us guess that this is a Messna Chespo, which for Unity is so expensive to break, let alone you lose 3 on encounter, but it is at least 6 credits, a minimum to get through. $16 also on the table, back to Wiki. The Anacom is not firing often. I think a spec work would be a good draw here. A real cheap econ option. You can maybe even get rid of the Azimuth if you need to push yourself forward. Fire the Anacom. In terms of creative commissions, we've only seen one so far, and just clicking up for credits, discarding a pinhole threading. Back to the start of turn triggers. You have so many things to fire here at the start of turn. Coverages should be guaranteed value. Federal fundraising gives you some control. Again, the top of the R&D is entirely known here. We're going to be revealing a working prototype. No resources in sight to bounce, but still just more stuff you can complicate the board state with. Passive now is out of Epiphany counters, which is super important. You see this often from runners. They slow down a fair bit because each counter represents a Stoke the Ember's top deck. It represents a Holloman getting something. Looks like we're going to use Spin Doctor. Shuffle back everything in the bin. So not liking the top 3 cards or not wanting to draw into them. So we're clicking to draw icing up R&D. We'll see if we get another asset on the table. Server 17. I hope you're not watching this on mobile because cards are going to get quite small. There's your gamble for Wiki, comfortably up in 9 credits. We have no fermenter ticking, but a Polongi is going to mean that any face check is doable. We'll see if we propel her through what's in R&D, but whoa, this is a transfer deck. I think we saw some of these yesterday. But ping, going to give you a tag, which means this transfer will be stopped by the B1001 that we knew in server 5. Paying 1 to break the ping, transfer wealth getting stopped right there. Trading the ping tag. Wiki can come right back, but if it's a transfer, she's going to be floating a tag, which is not something I think you're excited to do. But that was the B1001 I think we saw a couple turns ago. Very hard to face check into the pings. Malt still playing a blank identity, but having a lot of tools already on the table. This Polonga gives a bit of threat. Like, I don't think at all you're going to consider purging this. Retribution being revealed as an operation. As a one of, hitting a breaker is not the most impactful thing in Shaper. That is playing simulchips and recursion. Knocking out a console can matter, but I'm not sure this is something that Passive Malt really wants to chase here. Still no Oppo. 2 cards on server 15. Often we believe this is a Behold on top of a Hollowman, saying no matter what, if you interact with this, it's going to be bad for you. We have seen Pinnles as a way to get around to this if you know what card is the right card you want to trash, but the Hollowman setup is a bit concerning, and a prototype just to get some more credits, which Passive Malt doesn't really need here. Hannah coming down, great card for the matchup. Prototype actually getting trashed, protecting the Hannah, but now we've given the Epiphany counter. We've turned on Big Oppo. Wiki ending the turn with Creative Commission, 5 cards in hand. We might get the lat draw. Looks like we're good to go here. Now, Passive Malt should have the Oppo research. Let's see what else you can do with the rest of the turn. There's a Hollowman. We'll be sliding it over. Server 14
Another
is my
working
guess.
prototype.
16?
Still a bounce on
Just-
the Hannah.
16 is just the table agenda. It's been there for a minute, waiting for the Hollowman to get there. Looks like Hollowman was the new card. Behold, I think is what server 15 it was on top of. I think that's the read. Could be also be a check of Scion. But it looks like Passive Malt will be on game point here. Actually, revealing the Oppo. Okay, not playing the Oppo, but I don't know. We can score out a 4-2 here and play an Oppo. Crypto Crash into Oppo would be a disaster. And it looks like it's off-world office, so anti-Crypto Crash, less important for the runner here. We'll see if we develop the board state or whether we just play the Oppo and say, are you going to deal with the Hollowman? Or are you going to clear the tags? And for what it's worth, Hannah's really good at doing a bit of both. Ours installing a card from hand over the card in server 14 and finishing it off with 4 tags for 7 credits, leaving Passive Malt still in a very healthy 16, let alone start a turn trigger, generally brings in 5 more credits.
5 credits or so, yeah.
Yeah. Now Wiki can clear the tags, but we're on game point here. Hannah's a nice way to clear the tags while also doing something else. The problem is like using the Hannah click while you're tagged interacts poorly with B1001 and actually ends up giving you nothing. You spend a click to make a run, or you gain a tag where you lose a tag. It's kind of really, really goofy. Okay, asking for the media take back. I think she realized the interaction's a bit weird. No information gained. That one should be fine. Maybe the server she wants to charge is the B, because B says another server.
The B1001,
Yeah.
maybe?
So the other option is you can trash the B and just float tags. In theory, the tag punishment is just retribution, a card that saps money from you, and a card that takes agendas out of your score area. And that one's not relevant. So Wiki might just float tags here. Overclock their mode server. That's what we're doing. Mess and Chespo is the read. There you go. So losing 3 credits on the encounter leaves you with 4 credits. Yeah, maybe you do. Maybe you have to keep the Polongi for face checking to Starlit Night. And that's tomorrow's headline. That was the game on the table. Wiki now 5 tags in. This could just leave her hand. The Hollowman might have to come down because IP Enforcement lets you score the tomorrow's headline off the table. Does IP Enforcement give an advancement? I forget. It's been a minute since I played that card.
I don't know.
Copulation. 3 credits left. Whether she just wants to swing HQ. Again, this deck is only 2 pointers, so she needs to find 3 more agendas before the game is up. And IP Enforcement will definitely take that tomorrow's headline away if Passive Malt has it.
IP enforcement puts one advancement counter on if the runner has excess tags.
Okay. So regardless of Holloman, then that can be an issue for you. Let alone Epiphany has 2 shots of finding a Stoke the Embers from the top. So we'll see where she wants to put this pressure. Compilation allows her to steal something off the table. Federal gives passive mult the reach. Server 15, we're not sure what it is. If it was a B1001, it would be rezzed. Our read is that it's a trap, considering it was protecting an earlier Holloman. Wiki has 2 clicks left here, and additionally 3 clicks if she wants to crack the Hannah to go a bit further. Charging the Holloman, we'll see if it gets cupped or whether she just pays 2. Looks like it's going to be stolen away for 1 credit. She can hold on to that if she wants to. And now charging HQ. Going to have exactly 2 credits. 1 to break the ping, 1 to use the cup. We're going to see most of the hand here. Warm reception into freedom. That's a very important steal into a B1001. Now passing the turn with 5 tags. The card drive from Federal Fundraising. We have the ability of finding a freedom information now. I think these decks only play 1 or 2. It's not a 3 of. So that might have been a really important snatch, like incredibly important diffusal of the sport state. It's all about the IP enforcement, because IP enforcement into freedom information is the easiest thing to score out, as much as it does remove tags. So passive mult might have an angle here where he just draws to find that 1 of combo card. Other option is setting up a Holloman still. Wiki is only on 0 tags. You could Retribution the Hannah. You could trash the Hannah if you wanted to as well. But not
Trash
sure.
Hannah, Retribution,
Any breaker, really. Probably, yeah.
any breaker. Although Pelungi, like there's the Pelungi.
Yeah, Plug is still kind of annoying. Really interesting, the options here.
The Master Trustbow, a lock.
Yeah, this is cool. Such a good turn from Wiki. Again, diffusing the agenda on the table, diffusing the agenda in hand that could be scored out. So we'll see how long she can coast. Again, a B1001 is in hand. If Mult can get that behind the Mess Chesto, that really opens up every other server, because Wiki needs to get through the Messney, needs to trash the B1001. If you advance the Mess Chesto, that becomes even harder. So Mult could even go for that angle, which might be what this is. Oh, revealing a Stoke off the top? Can you fast advance this? No, just Retribution a breaker. Maybe we're advancing the Mess Chest for the last click, saying you can't get through this even with a Propeller Pelungi, but Propeller Pelungi does get through the Mess Chesto. So B1001 in server 19 is the read? Because we know 14 is the Stoke. So Wiki needs to trash the B, still get into the server. I think there's some amount of overclocks that allow her to do this. But it's going to be hard. It's going to be really difficult. But like, credit, overclock, I think does it? I guess you have to do credit, overclock.
Hannah just straight for the click immediately. No, you cannot run B1001.
I think you need a like
credit overclock.
I think you need 2 overclocks.
With B1001.
Or you can do like something where you credit Creative Commission, then pop Hannah. Like, it's going to be ugly because Wiki is on 0 credits. B1001, mind you, is 3 to trash, and then Mess Chesto is going to be at least 1 to break. So we need to get 4 credits and make 2 runs in 5 clicks with Hannah. Technically, you can also use the Hannah, but if you use the Hannah, you don't have overclock credits. So, I mean, it's within the realm of possibility. The problem also here is you cannot spec work any of your programs because all of the programs are necessary to make this run.
That's what you get through the Mess Chesto.
Yeah. But a very interesting fork that Passive Mult has built. I wonder if you put the cards in the other order, is it harder or is it easier? Because Hannah also like makes it possible that you can overwhelm a B1001. Sort of. Wiki, she's thinking here, understanding this easily could be the last turn of the game. And even if she does perfectly diffuse this, we still have options of finding the IP enforcement. Every turn we see deeper and deeper with Federal Fundraising and the Epiphany button. As much as you can't grab an operation with Epiphany. But she is thinking here, access to 6 clicks this turn. The issue that is really slowing her down is the money. We've seen 2 overclocks so far, so double overclock doesn't make sense. We've seen 2 creative commission, so single creative commission is a possibility. And 3 gambles are out. Transfer wealth, not something we can pursue, considering we're pretty sure that there's a B1001 in server 19. So there's no run event that is relevant besides running down the B1001 himself.
Mhm.
This is difficult. I think Credit Creative Commission is the only thing I can imagine. Credit Creative Mission, Hannah server 19, run server 14. Best case scenario, also you like top deck an overclock off the Anacom draw.
Yeah.
I don't know what else you could do here. You can't even install the Coalescence as a 2-credit econ play. Again, you have 5 clicks this turn, but 2 of them need to make runs. You largely need to make 4 credits and 3 clicks from a 0 and then make 2 runs. Really cool. Like within the realm of possibility. I don't know if there's anything we're missing here. These turns get interesting too, where like sometimes just playing an event is something you do because it draws a card anyways. Like I can't imagine what the tempo event you'd play here would be, especially on 0. But it does change sequencing where like you have to commit to a line that might change as soon as you lose something. But the problem is like with only 5 clicks, you can't really run centrals with the B1001 on the table because you can't overwhelm it.
Right. 5 tags is too many.
Yeah, and you can't. Oh yeah, actually you could. I don't think you can Pelongi Propeller or VSA because I think it actually does care about having a decoder.
Yes.
So Wiki here stuck in an interesting situation. Again, such a good turn, but being challenged to do just as perfect of a turn twice in a row. Thinking her way out of this past a bolt on the other side of the table, just trying to get to the end, where you have to sit there for a single turn, especially when you're, on your computer screen at home, just hoping that your opponent will not find a line. Wiki definitely sweating through this one a bit. 17 cards left in the stack. I don't have a good read on what's in the hand. There's still probably a lot of programs in this deck. We've seen 2 SMCs. We haven't seen any simul chips. We haven't seen any of the other breakers. Those are pretty dead draws here on 0 credits. Yeah, I think Credit Creative is like a very easy line to get this done. I don't think she has it. If not, triple credit leaves you 1 short. I think you're 1 credit short if you do triple credit. Because you can do triple credit, you can Hannah the server 19, trash the B1001, but then you're a credit short of running the 1 message Chesto server 18 that you need to. You only need 1 credit. Propeller, you spend 2 counters, a Pelongi counter, and you have to break 1 barrier subroutine. You don't care about the first one. The second one's the one that matters. And again, of course, the card in server 14 is a Stoke. That's revealed information. And we're pretty sure the card in server 15 is some sort of trap, probably a Behold. 19 is looking like a B1001.
You could just really credit Specwork the Propeller, run server 19, trash, pop Hannah, credit, install another Propeller, and run server
Yeah.
14.
Or like simul chip.
Yeah.
Those are both equivalent. That's, I think, an option potentially. Because, yeah, you can use both parts of Hannah this turn for sure. Ideally, you don't use both Hannah. You only use, like, you want to keep Hannah for as long as you can in this exact game. But yeah, that is another line through. But the biggest thing, yeah, you need 4 credits and you need to make 2 runs. Stone Ship is a start. So Wiki doing all the math, committing to a line. So we've now drawn 2 cards. We still have 4 clicks left this turn, 5 clicks. Technically 5 clicks.
Still needs to find credits.
Yeah, credits, very important here. Might be 1 more overclock in the list. I don't know if all these lists are running triple overclock. Sometimes that's a bit of a situational card, not something you want in your opening hand, but with the amount of SMCs we're in the list, she could be on all 3.
Sort of what I was looking at, sort of spec work here, because it's credit
Card draw.
spec work is 3 cards and 4 credits, even if you then need to solve the breaker problem again afterwards.
Yeah. Wiki's clicking. Issue here now, Creative Commission is not playable because there's no like Hannah window. So maybe it has to be a spec work line.
Right.
Yeah, I think spec work, then you Hannah 19 maybe gives you something against spec work. What are the numbers? You gain 3 credits, draw 2 cards. It'll be 3 cards with Onicom. I'm not expecting any program install click compression. Like a window of opportunity would be kind of sick here.
Is there a way to trash something?
Like compilation is a line that saves you a credit. Kind of, if you can produce it. Sort of.
Yes.
Hannah's making the run here. We know this is a B though. She has no credits to trash this. Well, she has 1 credit. That shouldn't be enough. I think she's going to make this run anyways because I don't think she has the money to scrounge this up in case this is not a B, but she saw a B from hand. It is the B. So now she only has 3 clicks left if she pops to Hannah. She can't run anywhere else besides this B1001. I think she might be locked out. She might not have the credits. 3 clicks left here. Simulchip. Down to 0. You can always go click for 4 by grabbing a coalescence. That's actually a nice way to get yourself up to credits. The issue is you don't have the time. Wait, no, she has it here. You can grab a coalescence. Oh, but she has to trash the Plongi.
You can.
So wait, how's she going to run the Mesny now? Because the Plonki's gone. Is this enough? No, she's pivoting HQ. The thing is, this is a single axis, and there's no 3-pointers in this game, so Pass and Mulch should have it here. Finding a bigger picture in hand, ending the turn with 4 tags. Pass and Mulch should be able to triple advance. Yeah, the Plongi there is necessary. Unfortunately, the Simulchip had the cost where you have to trash another program. Looks like Pass and Mulch can skip all these start of turn triggers and just triple advance, getting through the turn very close from Wiki. Again, that one of the big benefits of this deck running only 2 pointers is you need to touch a lot of cards, and quad advance is going to take you up 8-4. Well played to both players. What a great game of Netrunner. Some real puzzles, and just the penultimate turn there, Wiki pulled off such a great snipe. The headline, the remote, the freedom from HQ. And luckily for Pass and Mulch, had an equally incredible board state to respond just right after. Well played to both. Cool.
That does just about finish up round 7.
Yeah, we only have a couple tables left, so instead of jumping into another game, I think what we're going to do is we're going to throw to a small break. Again, we're going to be entering the final round here, which maybe we'll see the beginning of intentional draws. It looks like table 1 did actually play out, and Bullfinch is undefeated, taking an Ayuko game off That's No Moon. So we'll have a player clearly in the head, clearly ahead. I don't 100% know what the standings look like when the 15 players get pushed into the top 16, whether your SOS or your amount of wins matter. But Bullfinch is looking guaranteed to be making it on next weekend. So really exciting to see that. On that note, we're about to enter the final round. We're going to be throwing to a small break. We should be back in about 15 minutes or so, or sorry, 5 minutes or so. My name is Andre from the Metro Grid. Super excited to be here on Null Single Games. I'm joined by
Fantar.
And if you've been enjoying a good weekend of Netrunner, that's not going to change one round now. We're going to have some more Netrunner. Wait, that made no sense. I've been streaming for a while, but don't go anywhere. We'll be right back for a final round here.
For more Netrunner,
yeah, that's it.
The next CBI pod tomorrow.
Yeah, I think it's really soon. We'll be back in just a bit. Don't go anywhere. back to the 2026 Circuit Breaker Invitational. My name is Andre, he, him, from the Metro Grid. I'm joined by Thurantar. How's it going?
Pretty good, thank you.
We are in our final leg, the ultimate round here in America's 55 players. We're looking for 5 to graduate to next weekend, and things are pretty close. It looks like there's one slot that is open for contention. We have Bullfinch still entirely undefeated, so Bullfinch is locked in, and I think, if my math is right, Davs, Cold Lava, and Given to Fly all on 18 points. They can ID next round, and there should be no other 19s besides themselves. So it really depends on who they're matched up with, because if they're matched with the 15s will choose to play them because of game theory or whatever. And then there's a chance that strength of schedule on the matching 18s can matter. So I think Bullfinch is the only one who's locked in, unless any of the 18s are playing each other. So we're going to see where this goes. We have a lot of 15s. They all have a shot. Unfortunately, the 12s, I think, are out of contention, but it looks like there's 11 players of only, or technically 10 players, not counting for Bullfinch. Then 4 of them will be making it on till next weekend. That being said, we can look at the standings. Do we know if we have a table we can jump into there, Rantar?
Now we are still waiting for all of the players on this table to finish joining this table.
Okay, perfect. So we're looking at the matchups here. Ice Cream College and Bullfinch, they look like they should be guaranteed in. And then all the other tables really depend on who they're paired against. I think if you're at the bottom of the strength of schedule, I'm not sure exactly how it works. It might matter more on side balance. If you're paired down with any of the 12-point players, I think you're kind of locked out. If you are a 15, oh, not necessarily actually. You could go up to 18 and then have a really good strength of schedule if you're lucky. So yes, the math gets really strange here. I think there's only one table that can safely intentionally draw, unless, again, those 18s were paired against each other. So we're going to be diving into a table at the last moment.
Yep, it'll be table 4.
Oh, awesome. That's going to be a great table. We have 2 phenomenal players, Matushak from Europe versus Cold Lava playing this Lu deck we got a treat of seeing once before. Let's see it twice. All right, the table is just not started yet. We'll be there in a moment. If you're watching this, by the way, there's a lot of effort that goes on behind the scenes here. If you want to take a second to leave a like on the video, if you're watching on YouTube, if you want to subscribe or notify, again, the EMEA Continentals will be starting. I don't actually know the schedule myself, but it'll be starting within 12 hours. If you want to have a little notification show up when that is live, please, you can just hit that button there. Otherwise, we'll be returning next weekend. Start time probably is a bit TBA at this point, but we'll be returning with 5 players from each pod and our Circuit Breaker reigning Kikai to figure out who our Circuit Breaker is again this year. If Kikai does it twice in a row, that'll be the first time we ever get that. That's
I also actually believe that the finals time has been announced.
Oh,
and
has
that
it?
will be basically exactly 1 week less 47 minutes from today, from now.
Very cool. Okay.
It will be
Matushak.
at 6 p.m. Eastern, and I'll do the conversion.
That should be
in my head, but
yeah, 3 West Coast, I guess. Looks like both
Yeah, 3 West
players
Coast, yep.
have gone for the mulligan. Matushak has FFG card backs. I didn't even know you could do that anymore. But this is a Yuko. You probably know the text on the egg. 45-15, whenever you trash a card from hand or do some damage, you get those power counters, and you can trade in 2 of them at the start of the turn. To look at the top 3 cards of R&D, trash 1 of them, draw 2, which is a lot of card draw. Matushak getting 1 card on the table, whether it's a cohort or a bladderwort. Cohort's the one that only really matters here. Bladderwort won't fire. Maybe a Cold Lava at this point has an idea what this AUCO deck is. There's a lot of different archetypes, whether it's the Oppo Research versions, whether it's the Measured Response versions playing more HB cards. We've seen a couple versions do really well post False Lead, whether it's Blood in the Water or still see how they run. Hopefully we'll find out relatively soon. Lou wants to trash cards, and looks like there's a card in server 1 to trash. Moonpool, it's only going to be 2 credits because Lou gets the refund and draws a card. Fencer Fueno coming down, Gachapon for the setup, and Lago Breno Shelter. I can't imagine a worse start. A better start. I can imagine many worse starts. Let's just say that.
Yeah, there are many worse starts.
Yes, this is really quite nice. Lago keeping up the card draw. Fencer for those credits to help Lou get more value. The biggest thing is, can Matushak ice up something important, and can Gachapon get the solution? Because things like Samak's Moon, which many players are playing fewer in their decks because Matryoshka got banned out, still very important against things like Botulus or Audrey. So we'll see what Matushak ices up here in server 3 after the Spin Doctor provides a couple more options. Gachapon, gonna crack. We get to see 6 cards, 2 removed from the game. 2 of these cards are really important, Ashen and Buffer Drive. Gourmand is going to be the only legal install here, so no choices to be made. So Cold Lava is going to have to remove from game some of these cards. Now, Solidarity Badge, how many are in the deck? That's a really important card in the matchup, especially if tags matter, if this is the Oppo variant. And Buffer Drive and Ashen, you can't really remove from the game if you think the game's going to go anywhere near long. So maybe this forces you to remove a Simulchip and a Strike Fund. Maybe the badge if you have a second in hand or in the deck. You're okay removing one of them, but kind of an awkward install here. I think you're really hoping to get a companion. It looks like it is Strike Fund Simulchip, so badge is going to be shuffled back into the stack alongside those recursion options. Running R&D here for single. Server 3 not contesting this. Saisentan could be a flat line, but top of R&D, I guess you can decide to spin Doctor back. I don't think we're going to see that. We have a Gourmand, so anything we can trash, and it looks like we are going to be trashing a white space before it gets full art foiled out to draw a card and another card with Gourmand.
Soldier coming down, setting up.
We'll see if you pop the Simulchip right away to grab the Gourmand back. Looks like that's not the case. Bladderwort. Unfortunately, we're 1 credit too high, so giving you the pad campaign, but not the net damage. We have no AU counters so far. You do have to play around bites, though, are showing up at some of these lists, maybe with fewer false leads. In fact, no false leads in the standard format anymore. The bites might have subsided. Matashak drawing up here might want an ability to control the hand and discard. Could also be a Regenesis setup, but Cold Lava might have enough cards to be able to safely check archives. I don't think there's a real reason to do it right now. Now, this Lago is pretty impactful. Any turn they install a card in the root of a server, that is functionally a card draw for Lu, as much as there's some deck damage associated. That means a lot of turns that we install a single card, that's the worst you could do. You generally want to install doubles. So maybe Matachak just going to have a setup turn here, and the next turn be able to install multiples. Fencer, ticking forward, Gachapon, Fermenter. We did draw up with a Steelskin Scarring. Not a lot of liquidity, but that's what the Fermenter is going to hopefully represent, as much as this deck might not even be running Sure Gamble. Matashak drawing up. No Spin Doctor pop, no Bladderwort. Just getting the credit, pushing forward slowly. We'll see what we're building out in this remote server. Again, cohort sticking is so important. Again, this has been a game we've seen 0 AU co-counters, which really unlocks the explosive power of this deck. Whether Cold Lava is using that as a bit of time to set up before things get real. And a Mindscaping, I think this shows you this has to be an Oppo research variant. This card alongside End of the Line represents massive damage. So usually the list I've seen recently are only running 2 copies of Oppo Research, which this Lu deck is running the Gourmands to be able to interact with. But you have to keep your credits up. That's for sure. Neat thing about Mindscaping with the Spin Doctor on the table, you now can pop the Spin Doctor before start a turn to kind of mulligan away multiple agendas. If you have an agenda you put on the top of R&D that you don't want to draw. And we are probably going to be a bit over hand size here, down to 7. Get 1 more card on the table, waiting to fire that Lagu for sure on Cold Lava side. Just a Hansei instead, going to discard another card. So hey, hand size is matched. That gets you your first Ayuko counter. So any damage that Cold Lava gets during a run, during an access, that will turn on Ayuko for the first time. Gachapon looking deeper here. We have a couple options. Audrey before Cookbook. We did lose 1. There is a Cookbook, which is virtual. We have a Fermenter and a Botulus. So it looks like Cookbook. I think that should be the second in the deck, the last one. Again, we'll see. We'll shuffle back. Keiko might not be necessary to hit the table, but everything else is quite good here. It looks like it's going to be the Fermenter and actually a Botchus. Keiko going back. Another turn that I don't think Cold Lava has to interact. If he wants to, he can challenge the Spin Doctor. Assumedly, it's going to be popped, and Fencer Fueno is going to ask for an allowance, and we'll see if he pays that. But Botchulus on the Bladderwort server, wanting to challenge this. I don't think you actually have to here. Just wanting to trash some stuff and use the Fencer Fueno credits. If this is, yeah, if this is an enemy, you're going to turn on a Yuko. This is a Fly Swatter. You're going to get your run ended, lose all your liquidity on the Fermenter. Really good res. As much as,
pretty rough.
Yeah, you prepare for the white space. This is going to hurt you. Tattoo Bola gets a bit awkward. Samak gets a bit awkward. I would say this is still probably a bad case, but stop that. Going to purge out the whole board. Now, that being said, this server is now going to be dealt with for the rest of the game. The Botulus 1 counter should line up with the Fly Swatter. But this Bladderwort will survive. And Cold Lava can't even pay for Fencer. So if you click for credits and you just put them into Fencer.
You can symbol chip the Botulus.
Yeah, I guess you can.
Into itself.
It's a bit expensive.
Counter.
Especially now because the cookbook is down. The Fermenter is more explosive. The Botulus is a bit more explosive. But it looks like a pinhole. Just click for credit pinhole means the Bladderwort will come down. Now, it's really interesting whether Matachek wants to respect the Spin Doctor and get 2-for-1 here, because there are probably agendas in archives. I don't think there's a shot that Cold Lava... Well, actually, there's a chance that Cold Lava actually gets a Spin Doctor down. Because you have to decide to do paid abilities before Cold Lava decides what he wants to touch. So actually does get the 2-for-1. Maybe the best outcome overall here. Spin Doctor going to shuffle 2 Unseens back into archives, and the Bladderwort will still go down for free at the Fencer, drawing a Lou card and getting a Lou credit. Very good recovery there. As much as you want to keep the pinholes for the board states where the FUT kind of gets protected. Back to Matachek, only 1 Ayuko counter, a Hansei reveal will get you there. But otherwise, we're looking for damage, and that Fly Swatter server, now that we know what the ice is, still might hold something later, but Keiko getting trashed, Lagu drawing a card off the install. The second Spin Doctor just drawing deeper. Matachek still looking for something to kickstart the Ayuko engine. Again, the egg does look a bit like a snowball, but it is really important. Once you're drawing those 3 cards a turn, there's more problems you can put on the table. More problems means more damage, which means more Ayuko counters. And you know how 2025 look. 2026 might not be that different. Building up a second server here, iced up. So we've seen white spaces. We've seen Fly Swatters. There's usually a high end, like a Boat 2 on a face check that does fire Ayuko twice. Strike Fund to keep the credits up for Mentor. Let's see if this is the cohort that Matachek would really appreciate, passing the turn without making a run. I think cohort here would be the best case, and it is a cohort. This is incredible because now you can discard a card from hand, get the Ayuko counter, and still fire Ayuko counter within the same paid ability trigger. So Matachek is now officially cooking.
Well, that is what you do with eggs.
Yeah, you can. We're boiling. We'll see what decisions are here. Also, with the Spin Doctor on the table, you can be a bit more aggressive with Ayuko. Discard agendas that you're not equipped to draw. Our read is that this is still an Oppo research deck. At least that's my read. Maybe it's also Cold Lava's. So these fermenters, you do want to keep this like panic insurance fermenter that at any point in time, you don't want to pop the fermenter you don't need. These decks sometimes can play a virus. It's not super common in the Ayukos that I'm used to. So if you want to have this backup insurance, because I do think the Lou deck is not going to have a lot of liquid credits. Again, no sure gambles, probably only strike funds. And if you have to deal with an Oppo, you have that button to immediately take 8 or 10 or 12 or how ripe this fermenter can get.
Definitely trying to pop fermenter on an Oppo turn when you're trying to clear 4 tags can be a little bit awkward on the clicks.
Yeah, you can pop it and take 3. If you have Hannah, you can do all of it. But with a single tag, the worst case scenario is measured into end of line, which you usually survive. Let alone if you have an Audrey, you can always just feed it a Steel Skin to be up to 6 or 7 cards. So it's usually good enough, but it's even like the small tempo Oppos, like the early game Oppo here. Matchchuck thinking again, now we're starting with 8 cards in hand. We've heard a lot of players talk about this as increasing complexity, and this is exactly the hand you need to increase complexity. A Gourmand jumping into the heap, a card adding the hand. And we'll see, I think multiple cards hit the table. 1 behind the Fly Swatter, not real ice here. But it looks like 6 and 7 as we zoom out. 3 cards on the table, but only 1 Lou ability, only 4 credits. We'll see where Cold Lava wants to disassemble this board. The cohort actually is very, very valuable. The question is, how scary is that ice? We're going to start here. Botulus into Fly Swatter. Break for free with the 1 virus counter. The card in server 3, there's nothing I can really imagine we can't trash on 4 credits. The human resources, so HP influence spend, this kind of pushes you slightly away from Oppo. I think some of the modern decks are doing a bit of both, but Matachek also might just be unmeasured, which is a hard thing to play around, another reason. Fermenter getting cracked, so Simulchip is open. We'll see if we challenge the cohort with access to Simulchip into Botulus, but hey, a pinhole. I don't know if we're going to get 2-2-for-1s off pinholes. That would be incredible. Matachek might have to take the risk here, but the cohort's probably the target. The Spin Doctor's probably the casualty. So Matashak thinking. Again, whenever you play your pinholes, don't pinhole and point, pinhole and wait. It looks like it's pinhole and wait, and it is the cohort. So Matashak might have clenched there with an agenda in archives. Might not be the worst, but we're actually going to call it. So see, the spit dagger gets used here, and Matashak denied the 2-for-1 out of a bluff or out of principle. Now on 12 credits, we don't worry about the bladderworts here. So a single instance of damage is not going to enable the egg. And it looks like the 2-for-1 was not given, and there's still agendas in archives. This is last click. So we're going to see 1 unseen, 2 more shuffled into R&D. And just a petty cash. So that card you don't really care about. You want it to be in there. Generally your favorite thing to discard with Ayuko. And Cold Lava is going to pass it back with 9 credits, a full hand. And we'll see what 6 and 7 are. We've seen no FUTs so far. Only 1 moon pool, I think, on turn 1. We're very far away from bladderworts. I think an Oppa research maybe hurts Cold Lava's tempo here a bit, but doing a good job as much as Matashak has stalled out through the early game.
It's a small Oppo. I mean, it hurts a little bit, but I think it's...
Yeah, it just keeps the runner busy, right?
Yeah. But keeping the runner busy is more valuable the more threat you have behind it.
There's also a read here, right? Like there's 3 cards on the table. The one that was run was the one that was like, I'm going to say iced up in quotes, not in a real functional way, but that seemed to be the humanoid. That seemed to be the card the Matashak cares for. And these 6 and 7 didn't go anywhere. There is a tiny Oppo, 2 for 2, and FUT getting res behind a piece of ice. So I love this. This is the complexity you want. So the FUT could matter if server 7 is a moon pool or an actual agenda. The tags obviously matter. If you don't clear 2 tags, or at least 1 tag, double end of line, as unlikely as that is with 26 cards in R&D, will end the game.
And there are 2 pinholes down. 2 pinholes were used.
That's really important because face checking can be difficult with limited resources, but it looks like that's what we're going to do. Solidarity badge to get a trash off the FUT, get a power counter for tag removal, but probably the card draw next turn. And we'll see how bad this ice is. We haven't trashed a program, and it is a Botu. So the best case that you can do here, I think, is just break 2 of the subroutines. Otherwise, if this fires...
2 ETRs with the botchless.
Yeah, you could tank 2.
That.
This forces you to trash one of your programs, which is kind of awkward. So I wonder if you crack the fermenter first here. Did we trash a program already? No. So
no.
Fly Swatter now having relevant text until we find a breaker. So yeah, I'm assuming we're taking the damage here. You may trash a card to end the run.
Sufficient density of steel skins, of strike funds in hand.
Yeah, I think we've seen
this can potentially even be tempo positive.
1 of each. Now this will do 2 net damage. It's 1 instance. It knocked out. A Botchless and a Devil Charm. Big hit on the Devil Charm. Botchless also not bad. But's going to go down for 1 credit in sum, drawing a card with Lou, giving the Solidarity badge, and Cold Lava Hero probably just, especially with only 2 cards in hand, clear the tags.
Attack.
Passing the turn. So this is where the fermenter is really nice. It's an insurance policy. Because if Matashak is going to make a play, Cold Lava can always jump up plus 8 credits and then respond. Not that he can use credits too obviously, like we don't have functional breakers. Matashak is down to 3. Server 7 still can't tell what it is, whether it's a powers or a moon pool, just waiting. Server 6 was for 2 turns in a row of FUT, but not wanting to res until get iced up makes a fair bit of sense. And this Botu server is like pretty relevant. Like with 1 virus counter, it's still, I would say, really hard to assail. So Matashak could jam something in that turn. The thing is, like, that card has to be relevant now. Bladderwort could be relevant. FUT might take a couple turns.
Bladderwort, yeah. I think Bladderwort, by the time there's enough botchless counters to go through for free, it's just the 1 credit dip and then doesn't have anywhere near the same urgency to take down.
We've also gone through 24 cards so far, 2 spin doctors. We've seen no agendas. So those are clearly going back into R&D. Also notice Lagos being fired every single turn. That kind of gives you a bit of a read about Cold Lava's hand because it tells you where the Ashen is or the buffer drive is at a minimum. Because at some point you have to like still take risks, but if you trash both of those cards, you're kind of in a bad spot. 3rd spin doctor hitting the table gives Lou an obvious target, but now that Fly Swatter has real end of the run text, so server 3 and server 6, both servers that Cold Lava is not obviously equipped to deal with. I like this complexity up. Matashak passing the turn with 5 cards in hand.
contain 16 cards.
There's a fermenter
Okay,
up
so
to
we got
11.
the endgame setup
Keiko's
of
going to be plus a credit a
logic to be
turn.
very relevant.
And checking server 7, this card's been here for a while, so whether it's a powers or a moon pool, Matashak might want to check that out. If it's a moon pool, you could still fire it and assume with one click left, both of these servers are good, but it's actually a Regenesis just on the table. No cards in archives. You could set something up with moon pool on the runner's turn here, so it could suggest server 3 and 6, but that's not what you expect on the table here. Just on ice for 3 turns. Whether that means Matashak's hand is kind of in a weird spot. Cold Lava not going to get any of the once per turn loot or trash triggers. We'll see what Matashak here has. A Bladderwort or Cohort will unlock Ayuko. $15 cards up in the stack. There's the Cohort. Spin Doctor getting used first to give you a better shot of finding what you want here and any of these start of turn triggers. We'll see what we're shuffling back. It looks like Oppo Research very quickly selected before anything else. You can always get a bit of read off your opponent based on what they're highlighting. I think it's quite fun. And then it looks like a FUT is going back. The first of many we're expecting through the mid game. Notice also like this petty cash wasn't used. It was in the bin last turn. A lot of players want to float at that sub 4 to make Bladderwort interesting. They'll pop it off on the turn that they want to go for a big oppo or use it for recovery, but it's neat that you don't always like snap play petty cash when it's available. Ioka looking at 3. If you pay attention, it will tell you the ordinal of the trashed card. It doesn't really matter unless you're seeing some cards on R&D the turn prior, but it's a fun little wrinkle with the ID. Top card.
Top card trashed.
Cool. Matashak once again starting the turn with a very relevant cohort. 8 cards in hand. Now this cohort you have to interact with, either by running archives to stop a never advance play, or of course trashing it. There's the petty cash, so maybe what I said wasn't super relevant, but do we have potentially an Oppo Research this turn? I think there's a chance.
A lot of cards drawn.
Hansei's the start. As much as we're not on big Oppo just yet, we're on threat 1. Ayuko getting a counter there, so cohort is going to confirm the second if it survives. Card in server 6 still unknown. And it looks like we're building big server. Whether we're going to be protecting Regenesis in here and throwing out Hansei's, or sorry, throwing out Fuji's, I think you can still check archives with no FUT. Back to Cold Lava. Chisel down the Fly Swatter. Pretty nice. That's 2 cards going to be destroyed in a turn. Lou only cares about cards you're accessing. I think Solidarity Badge is a bit of a wider net. Cohort down perfectly with Fencer Fueno. Has a credit to spare. Gaining a credit with Keiko. Gaining a credit with Lou. Gaining a card draw. This is the value engine you're looking for. The question is now, what's in server 5? We're checking archives to make sure Regenesis doesn't see the table. Looks like it's a moon pool. And Hansei throwing out a moon pool is a bit surprising. A very powerful card. Paladin Puemo brings some economy. We're going to pass the turn. We'll see what 5 and 6 is. Powers. Again, Botu eventually. Next turn is an easy break. I don't know what this is. I also don't know like if Regenesis was super common in some of the Ayuko lists we've seen recently. Like I feel like it's been a minute since I've seen Regenesis.
I'm not sure.
A lot of the other decks move to like see how they run, and they move to even we saw at the Winter Showdown, the New Year's Showdown, excuse me. We saw what's it called? The Blood in the Water. So,
Yep.
so I think this is a bit of a different brew. And I think if your deck has Regenesis in it, if you can deny the Regenesis score, obviously that's massive. So we'll see how much Cold Lava respects just
are very good.
Yeah. So Cold Lava seems to really want to check archives and keep the corporation honest. That's something Matashak has to keep in mind. Second petty cash, we're on 12 credits. Might want to hold on to that big oppo.
Keeping an eye on Cold Lava's stack here, down to 12 cards, and then there's the draws coming in through the Solidarity Badge.
This is double advance. Pause for effect, whether it's going to be an oppo here, whether we're deciding, but it looks like a Fuji's cooking their remote server. Just take a credit. Now, could also be see how they run. See how they run does 2 damage a tag. That could open up a possibility if Cold Lava can't get an Audrey down and a card in hand.
Or a core damage? Yeah.
Yeah, so 1 damage, excuse me. But there's the Audrey. If the corporation scores on Fuji, I don't think you're super upset, but checking what server 6 is, making sure it's not like a powers that be or anything that cares about agenda score. Botch us into boat 2. 3 for 3. Pretty easy. And this will give us another Fencer, another Keiko, everything that you could want in this Lou deck. Cold Lava's engine is running. Going to break all of it. See what's in server 6. I'm assuming, oh, it's a moon pool. We're just going to pop that right away. Show some agendas in hand. Get some advancements on server 5. Deny all those loot triggers. Looks like we had 2 agendas in hand. A Fuji and a hybrid going back into the deck. So if server 4 is loaded, if this is to see how they run, you could do see how they run Mindscaping End Line. That's a possibility.
Yeah.
Or we can just tempo a real big, real fast Fuji. Boomerang, cool influence spend. Charging the first, and now we're running this down. Again, Boomerang will struggle with things like Samaksamun, and I guess only Samaksamun.
I guess through the 2 subs of Bodo if you can tank the nap damage.
Matashak, 8 credits. If we want to put Ampo Research online, it's going to be a bit expensive. Now, this card looks like it's an agenda. If it's Nerdica, that's kind of fun.
Yes.
Checking here again, we do have 1 Audrey counter. We have no Simul chips. Boomerang. 4 cards in hand, of course. In terms of steel skin check, like we always have to keep that in mind. Both players are going to play around the instant steel skin, which can really matter. We've only seen 1 and 1 strike fund. Approaching the outermost. White space. This has 2 relevant subroutines, so Audrey will deal with it and hope the Boomerang can get through the next one here. Looks like we're going to Audrey. It's only virus counters. Luckily, 0 strength, so no cards leaving hand. If this is an Urtica, it does do 6 damage. I'd be so impressed if this is an Urtica. I don't think that's easily the read here at all. Deeper we go. It is an enemy, so that's going to be some guaranteed damage. Getting Ayuko up to 4 counters, losing a second Devil Charm and Propeller, but easily going to break this for the Boomerang. And Fuji will knock Cold Lava down to no cards in hand. Unless we have a Steel Skin here. No, I don't think no cards in hand is actually relevant unless you like install a FUT and like do a Blend the Water in the same turn. That could actually be lethal. But that is like hoping for a lot all at once. And this doesn't look like a Blend the Water deck. Card accessed is. It is to see how they run. A huge defuse. So no additional damage here. Boomerang getting shuffled back. 2 cards in hand. We are now on threat 3, and Matashak is down to 3 credits here, so Big Oppo is not alive. But again, the plan there was to hopefully hold. It kind of suggests this hand is like very obviously kill pieces, so maybe a Mindscaping end of line, which still is not always guaranteed. But Matashak going to draw deeper. We have 1 Petty Cash left. Can play a Petty Cash starting the turn on 3. I don't know what the influence is in this deck. If it's on multiple humanoids, that's 2-4. End of the line is like, what is it, 4 or 5 influence? Oppo's is 4 more. All 3 spins are out. And there's only, all the moon pulls are accounted for as well. Matashak is, I don't know exactly what Matashak can do to threaten fast events at this point if you just keep checking for Genesis. 17 cards left in R&D. We've seen 3 agendas so far. 3 agenda points. Server 5, we're going to trash Paladin, draw deeper. Cold Lava's money has stalled out a bit. I think we paid for Fencer Fueno right there. Boat 2 server also now has a window and ice on archives. Allows him a bit of a Regenesis line here if there's a 5-3 just waiting in the bin. You have to just make sure you don't AUCO the turn before because the Regenesis text, but technically threatening out. And Cold Lava just saying, I'm going to send it. 4 cards in hand.
Can you rest this?
Saisentan cannot be rezzed. The most amount of damage is give me a Bathinimus.
I mean,
if it's an enemy, I think you have to jack out unless a Steel Skin enters play. But getting rezzed here, there's agendas in here. It's 2 hybrids. That's going to do only 1 damage though. So getting an Ayuko counter. We're now on 4 agenda points, which is such a big break point, hitting a strike fund, because now the Texan Fuji is not relevant for the rest of the game. Or sorry, we're on 5 agenda points. Matashak on 2 credits. There's no rough face checks anymore. Maybe you hit a white space, actually. Okay, that's the worst one. But I think here you could just send it centrals. You're pretty sure HQ is operations, kill operations. And Matashak cannot score out server 5. Maybe Bladder where it's the most annoying. Fencer Fueno. showing herself out. Paladin Puemo might do the same. Or Paladin Puemo, excuse me, showed Fencer Puemo out.
I don't know if should defensive front out the door.
Still 2 Steelskin Scarrings unaccounted for, and at any instant speed, Audrey can fire those if things get dicey, but Matishak here needs to really aim for a kill because the score areas are pretty unbalanced. Ayuko trashing the second card, drawing 2, and no Bladderwort in server 5. Not enough credits to score out any agenda besides the last hybrid. Definitely a difficult position to be in. Mindscaping getting played here for some additional options. Could easily been one of the cards in HQ during the see how they run push.
Yes.
After this resolves, there's only going to be 12 cards in R&D. So Cold Lava can just really pressure centrals. You just want to make sure you're not blown out by a Sison Ton, as much as that's not super popular in modern AUCO lists. I know my Andre bias is going to kick in there a bit. I apologize. But if you could just get a hold of a Simul chip, there's one left. You're in a good spot. Ashen also hit the bin at some point. Small oppo, not a big oppo. Fut with a counter. Ending on 3 credits, which means the card in server 5 could be scored and do 2 damage next turn. Cold Lava probably is going to consider clearing these tags. You'd want to stabilize your economy if you can, and Paladin Puemo, she really wants to install an expensive card. Hard to imagine what's really expensive here. We've seen 2 Audrey so far.
Archive is
Oh, actually,
that could be installed and does deck the Paladin down.
Audrey would be good. Yeah, actually, no, we haven't seen 2 Audreys. That's an Audrey. You could run server 5 here. Break white space, tank an enemy. Instead, we're running HQ. I think we think there's an end of line in there. If you res any ice here, you're not going to be able to score out. And FUT doesn't really matter if you win the game. It's a Samuk. Matishak res that going down to 0 means that the hand is probably loaded. There's no good way through this besides taking damage, unless we're running like 1 copy of the Rising Tide. Notably, this damage is self-inflicted, so Oko doesn't get a counter, but we'll see if Cold Lava now just runs Archives, runs R&D, or just clears the tag. That's also perfect.
Yeah, I mean, the credits are down.
Yeah.
There's no scoring threat. There's no... And then next turn, there's 3 counters on the botchless. Come back in, kill the FUT.
I don't even know if you need to. I think at this point, like, any touch wins you the game, barring maybe the last... Oh, no, actually, there are 1-pointers. Maybe you should just trash that for value. I think you should. Maybe not. I don't know. That Fencer is expensive, isn't it?
I mean, there's the Solidarity badge. You get the
Yeah, it's good.
blue counter. Like,
oh, that's cool. We might just tap this down. It's going to take us a couple runs. The text requires the counter to hit 0 when you hit it. So we're going to fire all over and over again, and then eventually open up HQ. I think Cold Lava is just really hoping to end the game on this one axis. Matishak can score on the remote server, do 3 damage. I think it's the worst case. In theory, could be Regenesis setup. It's going to require 1 more run the way that Chisel's formatted. Samak is down. Now we're accessing HQ. Huge access here. It's Anemone. No steal, no trash. We did get the Solidarity badge, but Cold Lava is passing with 3 cards in hand. FUT could do 3 damage here if there's a 3-2 or 3-1 in the remote server. Even a hybrid from hand could knock out all the cards. I think Cold Lava has a Steel Skin in hand. There's only 7 cards left in the stack. We've only seen 1. So probably feeling a bit safer than maybe 3 cards suggests. Matishak thinking again, if you just score out in this remote server, you will be bankrupt. With an open HQ, again, it's 10 cards in R&D. There has to be agendas in HQ.
yeah, open HQ, but also open R&D and open archives if there's no credits.
So definitely in a tricky spot here. We know that at minimum there's an enemy, and resing an enemy, you can just break parts of it that matter with Audrey, or sorry, the one subroutine you can't break. It will give you AUCO counters, but looking at 4 cards every start of turn trigger is going to get you to the end of the deck faster than you'll get to 7 points. There's a small oppo again, Cold Lava. Cold Lava does nothing but clear the tags. That's totally fine because Matishak cannot score what's in server 5. And it looks like 1 tag coming off the badge. Oh, I forgot. That's so good. Now the FUT's coming down. Cold Lava is going to be up on 2 credits after the FUT is trashed. enough to clear the last tag here. Keep drawing with the Solidarity Badge. On 2 credits, in theory, you could also like float a tag if you're on full hand size and clear it with the badge. I don't know if you really need to do that here. I think the best case would like find a fermenter to get that rolling. I think we've seen all 3 though, 2 in the bin, 1 removed from game. So it's about the last simul chip. Just clicking for credit, clearing the tag.
Yeah, that's how much chip, and then also 1 strike fin left.
Yeah, we haven't seen the buffer drive, and it might be not necessary considering how the game is closing out. We're looking at 2 more steel skins across 10 cards, and Matushak has still a lot of work to do. If you just keep checking archives and turning off agendas, I don't know if Matushak has enough time to click for credits and just score agendas on the table.
So the state to create a safe server to push an agenda in.
Yeah. In theory, you could just like run into this 3 times and break the net damage and force cards out of hand. Like that is kind of awkward. But with only 3 credits, there's not too much. Like maybe Matushak needs to get a bladder word here and start pinging, getting the steel skins out, hoping that you can grind to a point where there's no buffer drive. Boomerang hitting the card in server 5 saying there has to be an agenda here. We're going to break the white space for free. An enemy for the boomerang. This could easily be the game. Could be a 1-pointer though. Maybe waiting for a Regenesis. 2 separate teams. One of the Audrey will use its counters. I'm not sure if you want to split them or empty one. I think you want to empty one. Nemini, we're going to boomerang through that. Card on the server. Easily could be a Fuji. Could just be Regenesis waiting for a setup. Good game, well played. Says it's a 2-pointer or a 3-pointer. It's a Fuji. Yeah. That's been on the table for so many turns. Well played to both. I think Cold Lava is locked in here for the top 5. Really fun player to watch. Matushak, a phenomenal player. We saw some amazing play from Matushak, especially on the Seb side, if I'm not mistaken. Unfortunately, I don't believe he can make it to the top 5, but has a lot of great games on camera to be quite proud of. Well played to both. All right. Not a lot of time left to jump into another game, so we only have like 2 minutes left on the clock. We're going to see some of these reports in. So we might be able to do some forensics. It looks like Bullfinch actually played the final round. Looks like lost the first and only game in this top 8. So Ice Cream College is winning a game off of that. Davs locked in probably in 2nd place. This next 2 tables, we've seen one of the responses. Wenjong, I think, came in from lower brackets. So RPD, I think, might be knocked out of the top 5. Laura as well came from lower tables. I believe she might have been at 12 points, which is going to be an upset for Passive Malt. I think neither of these players can make the top 5. Maybe I should be talking so confidently about this because I'm not 100% sure, but I do think at table 5 or 6, some of these players are paired up or down somewhat drastically. So if you're a 12-point player, all you're doing is kind of gatekeeping people as a final boss. Oh, well played. We've had 8 rounds of fantastic Netrunner today. We only have a couple minutes left. I think we might just hang out for a bit till we can announce the top 5. Maybe this is a good time to give a huge thank you to all the folks who are behind the scenes organizing stuff like this. It takes such a village. For those who were watching earlier, there was some connection issues for players, specifically in one region of the States. JNet was failing them. And so off 1515 behind the scenes spun up a JNet instance that was working. And so people are actually playing on that JNet instance, which is why we're having some like slow delays between some of the rounds. There's an extension because getting that set up was wild, but the amount of time that goes with judges and organizers, it's definitely appreciated by all. So huge shout out. Again, this is not the end. Just in a couple hours, I think it's like 8 to 12 hours. I'm not 100% sure. EMEA is going to be back here doing probably 8 to 9 rounds of more Netrunner for folks who signed up for that time zone. And then again, next weekend, 16 players will be returning to figure out who is the 2026 Circuit Breaker, which is a lovely title. And I have no doubt we're going to have more games ahead of us. Chetchling in chat brought a knife deck today expecting to face Op and Epiphany. Yeah, unfortunately, we watched the beginning of the game. I want to report that game was won by, I believe Wiki was the corp side, but yeah, that did not seem good. I'm so sorry, Chetchling. That was probably a very difficult day. Huge shout out again to all the organizers. I think we're going to just like pause for a moment. Thrantar, also thanks for taking the time, of course, to share the microphone.
Always a pleasure.
We were joined earlier today by Banner the Moon, who also will be returning next weekend, not to cast, but to play, which is, I think he's probably pretty excited about that. And I'm not sure he's going to be taking on the streaming as of tomorrow. I'm assuming it's Axu. It's usually Axu. Axu's great. Jeff is saying top 5 from 3 pods. How's the 16th determined? The 16th is the returning Circuit Breaker from last year. So that will be Kikai, Worlds. I want to say top 3 or top 4 for sure. I'm not sure if Kikai ended 3rd or 4th place. But it's, yeah, reserved for the current Circuit Breaker, which is like a really cool thing to do with the 16th spot. All right, we're stalling just a bit here. That might be obvious, but I just want to wait. Maybe we'll throw to a break for a second before we figure out who our top 5 is today. I think
it looks like Axie will be running the stream for Europe tomorrow.
Heck yeah, classic Axie W. All right, yeah, this last table is actually really important. If we jump back to the standings given to Flying That's No Mun, I think they're both 18 and 15. So really important. If Given to Fly wins, they're guaranteed to make the top cut. If That's No Mun wins, it comes down to strength of schedule. And That's No Mun's strength of schedule is the highest of the 15s, which could be the highest of the 18s potentially. So that's a massive matchup. That's a win it in for sure. We saw Cold Lava get it in. Davs also is locked in. Bullfinch paired down, which was a necessity based off the scoring, and is still going to be locked in. So it's that last slot that's like really, really tense here. It's probably going to be any of these 15s. Strength of the schedule will matter a heck of a lot. Okay. It looks like we're going to just throw on break for about 5 minutes. My voice is like pretty cooked. So we're going to throw in some music and some art. If you've been appreciating the art, some of this art is new as of today. These are all cards from Vantage Point. One of them has been revealed over this weekend for the first time. But we're going to just throw to a bit of art and music for a bit. And as soon as we have the results, we'll pop back on and announce them to all of you. If you want to pop out now, super appreciate it. Thanks for joining us. If you want to leave a like on the stream, that's incredibly great. If you want to subscribe to No Signal Games to get alerts when other live content goes live, that'd be awesome. But otherwise, we'll be back in just a bit.
of nations.
All right, for our final time today, our 2026 America's Pod of the Circuit Breaker Invitational, we have a top 5 standing to announce to you today. Firstly, thanks so much for hanging out this lovely Saturday. We'll be seeing you tomorrow. So this is our top 5 right here. Bullfinch, top of Swiss, only dropping 1 game all day, going 7-1. Really well played. Davs, 21 points. Kolava at 21 points as well. This is our top 3, followed by 2 18-point players. That's No Mun holding on, if I'm not mistaken, or coming up from 15 to 18, having the highest strength of schedule, followed by Ice Cream College. So a bit of an upset. Those 2 players sneaking in there the last round, the super important round. But well played to everyone today. Again, these 5 players hopefully will be returning next weekend. If for any reason one of them can't, it will be passed down, I believe, to the 6th and 7th and so on and so on. That'll be up to the tournament organizers to figure out. But unfortunately, given to Fly, the last 18-point player, just on strength of schedule, a bit of a heartbreak, but a phenomenal performance. We do have 1 Shaper player sneaking in, a Lat player. Looks like it's Op, Epiphany, and Ayuko. So kind of what you'd expect going into today, but no Criminal actually converting, just short on 6 and 7. We're going to see how that shakes out in just one weekend. Again, we said this earlier, but a huge shout out to all the organizers behind the scenes. And of course, I want to give a huge shout out to everyone who's watching and playing today, let alone playing this weekend. The Circuit Breaker Invitational is a celebration of organized play across the entire world. That we have this tournament where people participate in organized play. To participate in more organized play is an absolute treat. Of course, 2026 will hold even more greater things to come. But again, this stuff would not happen if people did not go out to organized play, take the time, take the weekends. And this is meant to be a big celebration of that. So thanks so much for everyone who's getting involved. With that, I think we're going to sign out. Rantar, thanks so much for sharing the microphone with me. Do you have any shout outs you want to make before we close this thing down?
Not in particular, no.
That's all right. Hopefully we'll see you real soon with some EMEA gameplay, and I think it's less than 12 hours. I should really check what the schedule is, but otherwise,
it's 16 hours from when this started.
So that's like 8 hours from now.
8.5 hours, I believe.
Yeah, so we'll see you in just a bit. But otherwise, next weekend as well, we'll be figuring out our circuit breaker for 2026. Thanks so much for watching, and we'll catch you in the next one. Ciao.